In the heart of a desolate land stands the demon's capital, a fortress carved into a menacing grin. Its halls are a grim testament to the fate of all who have dared to challenge its master. Upon a lonely throne, a powerful being muses on the century that has passed since his last real fight. This is Belmont, the Demon King, who has grown tired of facing unworthy heroes for 1,000 years. He recalls the fire wielder from 100 years ago, ironically extinguished by a freezing blaze. 10 years later, a water hero was no match, overcome by a sea of boiling fury. The wind hero's challenge 70 years ago was just as brief, blown away by a murky hurricane. Even the earth hero 50 years past was simply swallowed by the ground he commanded. Since that day, his throne room has remained silent, no new challengers daring to appear. But the long wait is over, as a determined new hero finally arrives to face him head-on. The hero makes a grand entrance, effortlessly taking down one of the Demon King's top commanders. Belmont remains unimpressed, mocking her for challenging a master of all elemental magic. She scoffs at his empty threats, ready to test just how long his confidence will last in a real fight. With words exchanged, the hero soars through the air, launching the first strike of their fated battle. Their epic confrontation rages for 7 days and 7 nights, a true clash of titans. In the end, the hero collapses to the floor, seemingly overwhelmed and defeated. But as Belmont claims victory, he's suddenly trapped by a mysterious force draining his power. He struggles against this strange, unknown elemental magic, completely baffled by its nature. Revitalized, the hero reveals her trump card, a unique method known as the cultivation of yin and yang. Thus, the Demon King who reigned undefeated for a century was finally overcome by the legendary hero Arya. 50 years have passed, and the once feared demon's capital is now a top tourist destination. A tour guide proudly presents the fortress rebranded as the Demon's Capital Museum. The new generation, full of excitement, can't wait to see the legendary figures of the past. Imperial Night. Ohm playfully reminds her young audience that history is for looking, not touching. Inside, the children are starstruck, finally witnessing the setting of their favorite epic tale. Before them stands the main attraction, the petrified form of the once mighty Demon King. Ohm reveals this isn't just a statue, but the actual Demon King, sealed in stone for eternity. This lasting peace, she explains, is all thanks to the unparalleled hero Arya. Arya's own statue inspires the children, her legend now a stylish goal for aspiring heroes. As the tour moves on, a lone maid quietly tends to the silent halls of history. The tour guide Ohm suddenly remembers another fun fact for her audience. To demonstrate, she abruptly grabs the horn of the unsuspecting maid. Ohm explains that thanks to the hero's mercy, the demon race was allowed to coexist. As the maid panics, the knight uses her as a live exhibit to point out their features. With a casual shove, Ohm sends the demon maid tumbling to the floor. She continues her lecture, stating their magic was sealed, rendering them completely harmless. Ignoring the humiliated maid, she leads the tour onward, but a hateful glare follows her. The children's laughter echoes as the maid silently gets back to her feet. But this maid isn't broken, she's just biding her time until tonight. Unbeknownst to her, the knight seems to sense that something is amiss. As night falls, the Demon's Capital Museum becomes the stage for a secret rebellion. The lone demon maid waits in the moonlit hall, her moment of vengeance finally at hand. She reveals her trump card, a potent serum called the saliva of a magical dragon. 50 years of humiliation fueled her quest to collect this power-boosting elixir. Staring at her petrified master, she promises that today is the day of his revival. With only one chance to succeed, she prepares to consume the forbidden magic. She drinks the entire vial, embracing the rush of long-lost power. A brilliant aura erupts from her body as magic floods her veins for the first time in decades. Ancient demonic words flow from her lips as her sealed abilities are fully restored. Unleashing a torrent of lightning, she shatters the hall's silence with a spectacular display of power. She focuses all her newfound power into a single devastating blast. The lightning bolt slams directly into the Demon King's petrified form. The spell's recoil sends her flying across the vast throne room. Even the solid marble floor cracks under the sheer force of her landing. Exhausted but hopeful, she looks up, desperate to see if her plan worked. A single glowing crack appears on the stone, a sign of her success. The statue shatters into 1,000 pieces, releasing the being trapped within. Tears of joy stream down her face as she celebrates her master's long-awaited return. As the dust settles, a new silhouette begins to emerge from the light. But her celebration is cut short when she sees not a king, but a child standing in his place. The reborn Demon King awakens, feeling like he's just had a very long nap. His loyal maid stares in shock, barely daring to ask if it's truly him. He confirms his identity with regal authority, but has no memory of the woman before him. She's instantly convinced that powerful aura and piercing gaze belong to no one else. Overwhelmed with joy, she tackles him in a tearful embrace, introducing herself as Lihi. The Demon King is utterly bewildered by the sudden emotional reunion. But a sudden flashback reveals a very different, much younger Lihi from his memories. He shoves her away, his confusion quickly turning into deep suspicion. Belmont demands to know who this imposter is, pointing out a few major inconsistencies. She desperately explains that 50 years without magic has changed the demon race in more ways than one. For 50 years, she disguised herself and worked odd jobs, all to prepare for this one moment. Every hardship was worth it, just to see the day her master would finally be resurrected. Belmont finally understands that her appearance changed because her magic was sealed away. His mind flashes back to the hero, Arya, and the mysterious elemental magic she used to trap him. Lihi proudly proclaims that their days of being bullied are over now that he's back to lead them. But the Demon King shatters her hopes with a single devastating word: I refuse. He casually ignores her plea, more interested in finding himself a new set of clothes. Lihi is floored, questioning what could possibly be more important than the revival of their race. After 1,000 years on the throne, Belmont admits he's sick of the job and thinks peace is pretty good. Lihi realizes they were so awed by his power, they forgot that the Demon King is, by their standards, just a teen. Desperate for a plan, Lihi begs her master to describe the hero's sealing magic. Belmont racks his brain, trying to remember the name of that strange technique. Lihi leans in, hanging on his every word with bated breath. He reveals it was an unknown art called cultivation of yin and yang, performed through an intimate exchange of vital essence. The maid's brain short-circuits, her face turning a spectacular shade of red. Mustering her courage, she timidly asks what the experience was actually like. He describes it as an indescribable, painful pressure that overwhelmed his entire body. Lihi realizes that even the all-powerful Demon King was baffled by such a bizarre technique. But their conversation is cut short by an unwelcome visitor lurking in the shadows. Lihi's eyes widen in horror as she recognizes the Imperial Knight from earlier that day. Makes her grand entrance, mocking the maid for daring to resurrect the legendary Demon King. Panicked, Lihi shoves her master behind her, urging him to flee to safety. But the knight is too fast, unleashing a powerful gust that sends them both flying. Lihi takes the full force of the blast, shielding Belmont with her own body. For the first time in centuries, the Demon King shows genuine concern for someone else. Despite her injuries, the loyal maid insists he run while she holds the line. Scoffs at their bond, boasting that her wind magic is more than enough to handle them. Belmont smirks, unimpressed by her display and ready to show her what true power looks like. He raises his hand, preparing to unleash a spell that will put the knight in her place. Then it hits him. After 50 years as a statue, he's completely forgotten how to use his magic. The knight unleashes a devastating blade of wind, determined to end them both. The blast rips through the throne room, sending Lihi flying backward. She screams her master's name, terrified for his safety. Belmont struggles to his feet, complaining about the weakness of his new human form. Confirms her suspicions. The legendary Demon King is now completely magicless. With a smug grin, she declares that a big promotion is definitely in her future. Lihi tearfully apologizes, blaming herself for not hiding the dragon's saliva. But Belmont is fixated on something else, asking if demons have always been treated like scum. Lihi admits that although a peace treaty was signed, it was just empty words on paper. In reality, many humans still despise their kind, refusing to accept their existence. Belmont smirks, realizing the so-called peace was always doomed to fail. He glances at Arya's statue, noting that even the legendary hero couldn't create a lasting utopia. Lihi leaps to his defense, unleashing a barrier of human magic she learned in secret. The knight scoffs at the weak spell, promising to drag them both to the authorities. Belmont knows her sacrifice is pointless and decides his magical nap time is officially over. He desperately tries to summon his old elemental powers, but finds them completely unresponsive. Suddenly, a strange new energy crackles to life within his powerless body. His eyes widen as he recognizes the mysterious magic, the same one Arya used to seal him. With a new plan forming, he calls out to his ever-loyal maid. Belmont grabs Lihi, preparing to use her as a conduit for this newfound power. To Lihi's shock, Belmont initiates the power transfer with a sudden, intimate act. A powerful surge of vital essence begins to flow between them. The loyal maid is left completely speechless by her master's desperate gambit. Glowing energy transfers from Lehi, awakening the dormant power within the Demon King. A brilliant magic circle erupts beneath them, amplifying the ancient ritual. With the transfer complete, Lehi tearfully confirms that his plan is a success. Belmont feels the familiar magic he's held for 50 years roaring back to life. He finally puts a name to this power, the legendary cultivation of yin and yang. The knight scoffs from above, ready to crush their last-ditch effort. But her wind blade is effortlessly shattered by a massive blast of demonic energy. With a menacing glare, Belmont prepares to turn the knight into a pile of ash. He unleashes a devastating torrent of fiery energy, engulfing the entire hall. The knight emerges from the smoke, battered and shocked by the unfamiliar power. Belmont reveals this is the hero's own magic, admitting Ohm is lucky she's not dead. Ohm loses her cool, screaming at how a demon could possibly use Arya's sacred technique. The Demon King calmly corrects her, stating that demons are not what she thinks they are. His simple statement leaves the knight utterly speechless and confused. Overwhelmed by the power and the revelation, the once proud knight collapses in defeat. With the battle over, Belmont turns his attention to his loyal and very flustered maid. He declares a new purpose, to free the entire demon race from their magical seals. Belmont gives his first command, find a place with plenty of women. Leahy's mind immediately goes to the wrong place, leaving her completely flustered. He clarifies his grand plan is to use the hero's own technique to restore the demon race's glory. Their journey takes them to Rosyth City, ironically named after the very hero who defeated him. This bustling human metropolis, once his own capital, is now a place where anything can be bought for a price. Leahy leads him straight to a district where every kind of desire is catered to. Inside, Belmont is immediately swarmed by a crowd of eager hostesses. They offer him a special essence tea, but the young Demon King remains unfazed. A snake woman tries her best to charm him with suggestive whispers. Even a cute slime girl's plea for attention can't seem to break his stoic composure. Leahy desperately tries to convince herself this is all for a noble cause. A confident fox girl hostess asks the Demon King to make his choice. Belmont coolly rejects the offer, much to his loyal maid's surprise. Leahy breathes a sigh of relief, proud of her master's seemingly noble character. But her hopes are shattered when he boldly declares he wants them all. His audacious request sends the hostesses into a frenzy of excitement. As he's led away, a fuming Leahy mutters about the predictable nature of men. Belmont's true motive is revealed, a strategic plan to counter elemental magic. Inside their private room, one of the women playfully tries to remove his hood. His demonic horns are revealed, stunning the entire room into a shocked silence. The hostesses freeze in place, their welcoming smiles vanishing instantly. Belmont remains clueless, wondering why the friendly atmosphere has suddenly turned ice cold. He can only utter a confused, "Huh?" as the women stare at his demonic features. Their friendly masks drop, replaced by faces of pure, unadulterated hatred. A sudden explosion sends Belmont and Lehi flying out into the street. The fox girl scoffs, disgusted to learn their big-shot client was just a trash demon. Their charm turns to fury as they aggressively kick the pair out of their establishment. Leahy scolds her master, who explains he's just used to servants undressing him. A mysterious new demon woman appears, laughing at the young king's naivety. She reveals the harsh truth. In this city, demons are outcasts forced to live on the streets. The stranger coldly states their suffering is the fault of the Demon King who lost. Leahy leaps to his defense, but the woman scoffs at her 50 years of misplaced loyalty. She turns her scorn on Belmont, challenging the silent boy to a fight. But his piercing gaze stops her cold, a familiar and terrifying aura freezing her in place. Belmont calmly asks which demons get to live a normal life in this city. The woman is horrified, feeling an undeniable urge to answer his every command. She stammers that only students of the Hero Academy are safe, and their exam is soon. Belmont immediately decides they're going, shocking both women with his bold plan. The demon woman protests, insisting a powerless demon could never pass the hero's exam. Belmont simply tells her not to worry about the mistakes of the past. He vows to personally correct the errors of his past self. 2 days later, an academy official flatly rejects them, stating they aren't qualified. Their grand plan comes to a screeching halt, leaving them both utterly dumbfounded. The academy is swarming with hopefuls, a stark contrast to their own dejection. It turns out demons need a noble's guarantee to apply, a rule designed to keep them out. As Leahy tries to brainstorm a new plan, Belmont spirals into a fit of self-deprecating rage. The once mighty king is reduced to calling himself useless trash and a disgrace to his clan. But Lehi recognizes this behavior, identifying it as the legendary State of D. This mental state is a unique Demon King trait, extreme self-denial triggered by a broken promise. She recalls a past king falling into this state just for taking 1 second longer than he boasted to defeat a hero. She even recalls a past king who fell into this state over a simple toothache. Leahy knows that while in this trance, her master only responds to his basest instincts. But her attempt to help is met with a powerful, reflexive shove from the Demon King. The force of the push sends Belmont himself skidding across the pavement. Leahy can only watch in horror as her master is sent flying by his own accidental power. She rushes to his side, but their plight has already caught someone's attention. The commotion was caused by a willful young lady being scolded by her attendant. This is Alice Roseth, who clearly has no interest in following her handler's orders. Her attendant insists she's too important to take the exam with mere commoners. Meanwhile, the unexpected jolt seems to have snapped Belmont right out of his depressive funk. Her attendant, Roidsuma, insists the eldest young miss return home immediately. But Alice erupts in a fiery rage, warning him never to mention that person's name again. She unleashes a spectacular spell, the Reign of the Phoenix, in a fit of defiance. Yet her powerful attack dissipates harmlessly around the stoic attendant. Royd calmly dismisses her efforts, admitting her elemental magic is impressive for her age, but futile. He boasts that she's no match for him, the general for elegant demon guidance. His technique allows him to sense and perfectly evade any magical harm. With effortless grace, he deflects every single one of her elemental bullets. Unfortunately, one of those deflected blasts goes careening off course. The stray shot heads directly for the unsuspecting Demon King and his maid. Leahy realizes with dread that their little drama has disturbed the Demon King. Her eyes widen in terror as a stray fireball hurtles directly toward them. The attendant smugly declares the fight over, dismissing his lady's futile efforts. He threatens to drag her home for another elegant lesson in obedience. But Belmont intercepts the deflected blast, meeting the attack without flinching. The stray magic detonates with enough force to tear the street apart. From the crater, Belmont emerges unscathed, wondering where the blast came from. Leahy rushes to his side, shocked that he took the hit for her. The young noble, Alice, can only stare, stunned by the mysterious boy. Belmont glares at the pair, coldly warning them not to involve others in their fights. Alice demands an apology, completely unaware Belmont has already moved on to her attendant. Leahy realizes her master's depressive state has flipped into a violent rage. The young noble shouts at the mysterious boy, ordering him to stop. Belmont glares back, annoyed by yet another interruption to his fury. But his rage falters as he stares at the girl, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He sees a ghostly image of the hero Arya. The resemblance is uncanny. Alice is furious at his intense stare, demanding to know what he's looking at. She rushes forward, determined to free her attendant from his grasp. The moment her hand touches his shoulder, a strange energy sparks between them. A jolt of unfamiliar magic courses through her, leaving the noble girl stunned and flustered. Alice is completely overwhelmed by a strange and powerful new sensation. Belmont realizes with a jolt that the cultivation of yin and yang has been triggered. The ancient magic flares to life in his hand, completely out of his control. An uncontrolled surge of vital essence threatens to overwhelm them both. Their simple touch becomes a conduit for a massive, unstable power transfer. But Leahy leaps between them, bravely absorbing the chaotic energy herself. The loyal maid's first thought is for her master's well-being. Belmont reassures her, explaining the accidental trigger of the hero's magic. Leahy urgently reveals the girl's identity. She's a descendant of the hero Arya. Recovering from the shock, Alice Roseth demands to know who these mysterious strangers are. Belmont steps forward, closing the distance between himself and the hero's descendant. He stares up at the young noble, his expression unreadable as he sizes her up. Face to face, Alice notes the strange familiarity between them, despite their differences. The Demon King makes a bizarre gesture, comparing her features to his 50-year-old memories. But a quick mental check confirms she's definitely not the hero he remembers. The flustered noble grabs him, demanding an explanation for his strange behavior. Leahy quickly cooks up a wild excuse about demons having unique ways of recognizing people. Alice drops the issue, reminding them they're still barred from the academy exam. Defeated, Belmont and Leahy try to make a quick and awkward getaway. But Alice stops them in their tracks, demanding to know how he used a forbidden magic. Alice realizes the boy didn't just get lucky, he expertly found a flaw in her attendant's perfect defense. As Belmont prepares to reveal his secret, Leahy panics, begging him not to expose their true nature. He ignores her, cryptically explaining that Alice possesses a unique, non-elemental power. Leihi's eyes widen in terror, certain her master is about to reveal his identity as the Demon King. Instead, he declares she's the descendant of a charming demon, a lie so absurd it's almost brilliant. Leihi breathes a sigh of relief, marveling at her master's quick thinking under pressure. The noble girl is completely baffled, questioning what a charming demon even is. Alice starts reciting some rather spicy details about this demon type, forcing a flustered Belmont to shut her down. Changing the subject, she concedes that despite their strangeness, the two of them did help her out. She declares that her family taught her to repay kindness, hinting at a reward for their intervention. Their destination is the Holy Belmont Great Hero Academy, ironically named after the very demon they're meant to fight. An examiner prepares to start the test, confident that all participants have arrived. But Belmont and Leihi interrupt at the last second, determined to get in. The official scoffs, reminding the two demons they can't enter without a noble's guarantee. Belmont coolly presents a piece of paper, asking if this will suffice. The man's smug expression shatters as he recognizes the signature of the legendary Roseth family. As if on cue, Alice herself arrives, announcing her own intention to take the exam. The examiner is completely starstruck, realizing he's in the presence of the hero's direct descendant. Suddenly changing his tune, the flustered official practically begs them to enter. And so the Demon King, his maid, and the hero's heir stand ready to conquer the academy. The crowd immediately starts whispering, shocked to see the noble Alice accompanied by demons.
Leihi senses the hostility, realizing their troubles are far from over.
Their arrival is interrupted by a confident cat girl from the Beast clan. This is Newt, and she seems delighted to see her rival Alice in the exam. Alice is clearly not thrilled, muttering that the most troublesome person has arrived. Newt playfully calls them childhood friends, but Alice insists it's an ill-fated connection. The cat girl's attention then shifts to Belmont and Leihi, mockingly asking if they're Alice's servants. Alice quickly shuts her down, warning her to stay away from the charming demon. But the warning only seems to pique Newt's curiosity. Instead of backing off, Newt immediately grabs Belmont, completely captivated by the idea of a male charming demon. Leihi is baffled that the hero's magic didn't activate when the cat girl touched her master. Newt gets uncomfortably close, boldly declaring that she wants the Demon King as her new pet. A furious Alice shoves them apart, telling them to take their public display of affection elsewhere. The cat girl just laughs it off, teasing Alice for taking a simple joke so seriously. But before anyone can react, a new challenger appears, an elf girl who gets close to sniff Belmont. Newt fumes in the background, annoyed that someone else beat her to the punch. Alice's jaw drops as she recognizes the newcomer, and she does not look happy about it. The elf, Rostana, completely ignores the others, tenderly holding the Demon King's face. She leans in close, her eyes full of curiosity, as she asks if he's truly a charming demon. Belmont plays along, coyly explaining that the male variety is a little special. A flustered Alice tries to break up the scene, shouting at the elf to back off. Rostana ignores her, calling Belmont practice material and taunting Alice about her family's influence. Newt smirks, reminding Alice of a mysterious great hero agreement from the previous year. Alice furiously declares that her plans are her own and have nothing to do with her family. The three hero descendants stand in a tense face-off, their rivalry clear for all to see. Belmont asks Leihi for intel, who reveals they are the heirs of the three great heroes who fought him. The Demon King is puzzled, recalling only one hero who mattered, the legendary Arya. Leihi explains Arya's team had 4 members, but her fame created a bitter, lasting grudge. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light erupts from the academy, signaling the start of the exam. The three rivals pause their bickering, their attention now fixed on the challenge ahead. A powerful figure teleports in, surrounded by crackling energy and a complex magic circle. This is Edward, the examiner, and he's here to welcome the new hopefuls. The crowd buzzes with excitement, recognizing his high-level space magic. Leihi grows anxious, realizing their sealed powers are no match for this level of magic. But Belmont reassures her, revealing the 2 cultivation sessions have had an unexpected side effect. He declares that a portion of his elemental magic has already been reawakened. A glowing sigil forms on his hand, crackling with raw, untamed energy. The Demon King is ready to test the limits of his partially restored abilities. Leihi shields her eyes, completely stunned by the blinding radiance of his power. With tears of joy, she realizes her lord's true demonic power has finally returned. But his grand display of power is just a pathetic little spark, much to Leihi's dismay. He admits his control is minimal, barely able to sustain the magic outside his body. The unstable energy quickly dissipates, proving just how weak his current state truly is. Leahy despairs, knowing this pathetic power level won't be enough to pass the exam. The Demon King looks on, completely oblivious to his maid's sudden determination. Without warning, she grabs his arm, pulling him close with a serious expression. Leahy pulls him into a tight embrace, leaving the young Demon King utterly bewildered. He demands to know what she's doing, completely flustered by the sudden closeness. She reveals another vial, recognizing it as the same elixir she used for his revival. Leahy explains this potent but temporary booster is his only shot at passing the exam. Belmont casually tosses the precious elixir aside, leaving Leahy completely baffled. He flatly refuses the power-up, much to his maid's desperate confusion. As he walks away, the Demon King begins to explain his sudden change of heart. With a smug grin, he declares that it's simply not right to pass the exam by cheating. Leahy's jaw hits the floor, absolutely stunned by his newfound sense of honor. She furiously reminds him that the entire fate of their race is riding on this test. Belmont pauses, considering her words before turning to her with a serious expression. The loyal maid looks up, caught off guard by the sudden intensity in his eyes. He declares that even without his old strength, the Demon Clan is not inferior to anyone. With a reassuring hand, he promises her that he will pass this exam on his own terms. Leahy is completely won over, admitting she was wrong to doubt her master's resolve. She tucks the elixir away, reaffirming her faith in the one true Demon King. But a mysterious hand suddenly snatches the vial right from its hiding place. Leahy is stunned, questioning why her lord would go back on his noble words. Belmont just shrugs, equally baffled by the sudden turn of events. A magical portal rips open in the wall, revealing the true culprit behind the theft. The loyal maid can only scream as the forbidden elixir is stolen right before her eyes. Her cry alerts the Demon King, who turns to face the unexpected intruder. The examiner Edward steps through the portal looking anything but pleased. He identifies the contraband, wondering who would be foolish enough to cheat on his watch. Edward immediately disqualifies the culprit, ordering her name struck from the list. A powerful enchantment ensnares Leahy, who cries out as the magic intensifies around her. She's dragged into a swirling vortex, desperately calling for her master to save her. Belmont can only watch in horror, shouting his loyal maid's name as she vanishes. The examiner calmly returns, assuring the crowd he's simply removed a disreputable demon. He scoffs at the disgrace of a demon trying to cheat their way into the prestigious exam. Edward smugly declares it's no wonder they're known as the Clan of Disappointment. The crowd erupts in mockery, with even the hero descendants joining the jeers. Belmont remains silent, his face hidden in shadow as he seethes with cold fury. The examiner turns on him next, daring the young demon to speak up and join his friend. With a look of cold fury, Belmont vows to make the examiner apologize for his words. Edward scoffs at the demon's audacity, questioning what's wrong with punishing a cheater. The Demon King clarifies it's not about the cheating, but the insult to his loyal maid. The examiner doubles down, calling Belmont a disgrace who's only there because of Alice. Ignoring the demon completely, Edward channels his magic to officially begin the exam. In a flash of light, a powerful teleportation spell whisks all the candidates away. They reappear in a strange new location, a massive cliff shaped like a dragon's wing. The hopefuls are stunned, realizing they're at the legendary Dragon Wings cliff behind the academy. Before them lies the first trial, a long, narrow bridge leading to the main academy building. Edward explains the test is simple. All they have to do is walk across the bridge to the other side. He gestures to a massive bridge of light, the only path across the treacherous chasm. The examiner explains the goal is simply to reach the academy on the other side. But the candidates are suspicious. A magical enchantment activates, and they know it's a trap. Edward reveals the catch. Only the first 100 to cross in 30 minutes will pass. With a dramatic flourish, he officially declares the first trial has begun. A mad dash ensues as every hopeful hero stampedes onto the glowing path. But as they run, a strange feeling from the bridge puts everyone on high alert. Belmont calmly observes the smooth surface, immediately sensing the hidden danger. Suddenly, the solid ground gives way, and their feet begin to sink into the light. The bridge transforms into a sticky morass, trapping the panicked candidates in its grasp. A hopeful candidate declares that crossing the bridge will be easy with a little focus, but the examiner smirks, revealing the bridge is made of slime that traps the magically weak. Immediately, dozens of hopefuls find themselves sinking into the gooey trap. Those unable to control their elemental power are stuck fast, their progress halted. Even the hero's descendant Alice complains as she struggles against the sticky surface. Her rival Newt strolls by effortlessly, mocking Alice's poor elemental control. The Catgirl dashes ahead, leaving a fuming Alice to fend for herself. Alice realizes with frustration that all the other hero descendants are crossing with ease. The examiner turns his smug gaze, eager to see how the disreputable demon is faring. He's not disappointed. Belmont is submerged up to his eyes, finding the situation utterly unbearable. The examiner smirks, certain the demon's weak powers will keep him trapped forever. But Belmont shocks everyone by freestyle swimming through the slime with perfect form. Edward is stunned, realizing the demon's control surpasses even some of the Academy's own teachers. Refusing to be impressed, the examiner decides it's time to up the difficulty. Other candidates aren't so lucky, barely managing to move an inch in the sticky trap. Suddenly, the entire bridge lurches to life, forming a massive, terrifying wave of slime. The world turns upside down as the candidates are lifted into the air by the bizarre attack. Slimy tendrils erupt from the bridge, ensnaring a screaming student in their grasp. Even the Demon King is caught off guard by this sudden, chaotic turn of events. The examiner reveals his final trick. The entire bridge is made of living, hungry slimes. Edward smirks, explaining this giant slime is a challenge even for veteran heroes. He reveals a teleportation array below. Fail to cross and you're out of the academy. But Newt is completely unfazed by the slime's grasp, mocking its slow attack. She scoffs at its weak hold, deciding it's finally her turn to play. The giant slime can only react with shock as the Catgirl prepares her counter. With a furious beast claw, she tears through the gooey monster with ease. Newt lands with a smirk, teasing that size alone isn't enough to impress her. Meanwhile, the elf Rostana steps calmly onto the chaotic bridge. She faces the menacing slime tendrils without a hint of fear. Closing her eyes, Rostana prepares to deal with the threat in her own elegant way. A vortex of water magic swirls around her, a testament to her incredible control. The confused slimes can only wonder what's about to hit them. Their confusion turns to rage as her magic freezes them solid on the spot. Rostana dismisses them as a mere hindrance, unleashing a gentle wave of absolute power. With a single elegant move, she shatters the entire slime army into frozen shards. But one stray piece of slime goes flying, escaping her perfect attack. The rogue tendril hurtles towards a terrified student who can only scream for help. Stepping in to help, Alice's hand crackles with the fiery power of a phoenix. She unleashes a torrent of flames, incinerating the slimy threat in a heartbeat. The hero's descendant proves her worth, saving a fellow candidate without breaking a sweat. The rescued student stammers her thanks, completely in awe of Alice's power. Alice coolly dismisses her, claiming the slime was just getting in her way. But her flustered face reveals her true feelings as she fumes about this lowly test. The examiner smirks, impressed by the hero's air, and certain the demon brat is about to fail. He watches the slimes, confident that Belmont's pathetic power is no match for them. His smug expression shatters as he witnesses something completely impossible. The Demon King sits atop a giant slime, surrounded by an adoring, worshipful horde. He calmly pats the creature, soothing it with a few gentle words in its own tongue. Edward is floored, realizing the boy is speaking the long-extinct slime language. He knows taming such a beast requires immense demonic power, something Belmont shouldn't have. Belmont throws a smug look over his shoulder, a glowing sigil on his tongue. The examiner recognizes the advanced magic, the legendary blessing of speech. Edward realizes the demon brat used his tiny power reserves to cast an expert-level spell. Unwilling to be outdone, the examiner decides it's time to crank up the difficulty. He pulls out a mysterious vial, ready to infuse the slimes with a nasty surprise. The once docile slime monster roars, its eyes glowing with newfound rage. Dark, spiky tendrils erupt from the beast, lashing out at the Demon King. Belmont is sent flying by the sudden, ferocious betrayal of his new friend. He lands with expert precision, bracing himself for the next wave of attacks. The entire bridge writhes to life, a sea of dark tendrils ready to strike. The slime monster transforms into a shadowy nightmare, its friendly demeanor gone. Belmont realizes this sudden power-up isn't natural. Someone is cheating. The enraged beast unleashes a flurry of shadowy tendrils, aiming to finish him off. Trapped on the bridge, the Demon King knows there's no way to escape the attack. The examiner gloats from the sidelines, eager to see the trash demon disqualified. But a sudden blast of phoenix fire intercepts the deadly assault. Belmont braces himself as he's suddenly yanked out of harm's way. His unexpected savior is none other than the hero's descendant, Alice. She checks on the slime-covered demon, a rare look of concern on her face. The Demon King is stunned, questioning why his rival would bother to save him. Alice stammers, caught off guard by his direct question. She quickly denies any concern, claiming the slime was just in her way. The examiner watches, annoyed that Alice's interference complicates his plan. Deciding to retrieve his booster, he reaches through a portal to the slime. But the powered-up slime monster has other ideas, a wicked grin on its face. It rises up, absorbing every other slime on the bridge into its massive form. Both Belmont and Alice are stunned by the creature's sudden evolution. The examiner's plan backfires spectacularly as he loses control of the beast. He realizes in horror that his dimensional magic is useless against the mutated monster. With no other choice, Alice unleashes her full power, ready to end this herself. Her powerful flames fizzle out harmlessly against the monster's shadowy form. Alice is stunned, realizing the slime has somehow become immune to her fire magic. Belmont reveals the creature was fed a forbidden substance, corrupted python's blood. The hero's descendant can only stare, completely unfamiliar with the dark elixir. He explains it's a booster that restores a creature to 1% of its peak power. Alice is horrified, realizing this terrifying beast is only at a fraction of its true strength. The Demon King adds that slimes are unique, able to fuse and combine their power. This monster is the result of countless slimes merging into one terrifying entity. Another volley of fiery blast proves completely useless against the fused beast. The slime monster emerges from the smoke, its wicked grin wider than ever. Alice fumes as her elemental magic proves useless, just as Belmont predicted. She snaps at him, demanding a plan instead of his smug commentary. Belmont calmly reveals he has a strategy, and she's the key to making it work. The impatient hero's heir demands he spit it out before they're both monster food. Without another word, he reaches out and pulls the noble girl close. He draws her into a sudden, intimate embrace, his eyes glowing with power. The hero's descendant is left completely speechless by his bold move. He initiates his plan with a surprise kiss, stunning the young noble into silence. The Demon King declares he's activating the legendary cultivation of yin and yang. Alice is completely overwhelmed, her mind short-circuiting from the sudden power transfer. A powerful surge of vital essence flows between the Demon King and the hero's heir. He channels the forbidden magic, preparing to unleash its full potential. Even the slime monster is left speechless by their bizarre team-up tactic. But Belmont realizes with a jolt that the ancient magic isn't activating. The hero's heir, however, is feeling a completely different kind of energy, pure rage. Fed up with his methods, Alice decides to give him a taste of her own power. Her fist connects, unleashing an explosion that rocks the entire bridge. Lying in the crater, she furiously lectures him for his audacious move. The dazed Demon King concludes that the noble girl is far scarier than any monster. Despite her anger, Alice puts the mission first, ordering him to get reinforcements. He gets up, coldly informing her she'll be monster food long before he returns. Furious at his bluntness, she kicks him back down, telling him to just die then. But he catches her foot, questioning why she's so determined to fight alone. She declares with conviction that a hero's duty is to protect the people. Her words stun him, echoing the very hero who sealed him and leaving him to wonder if he's included. But their moment is shattered as the shadowy beast lunges forward to attack. The hero's heir is caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. She reacts instantly, summoning a massive magical shield to block the tendrils. But her defense begins to shatter, her current power level not nearly enough to stop the beast. With a sickening crack, the monster's shadowy tendril breaks through her shield. But Belmont shoves her aside, taking the full force of the monster's attack. The shadowy tendril explodes on impact, engulfing the bridge in dark energy. He shields the hero's heir with his own body as the blast sends them flying. Alice coughs in the smoke, dazed from the powerful explosion. She furiously demands to know why he didn't save himself instead of her. The injured noble insists this is no time for him to be playing the hero. Belmont challenges her ideals, asking if a hero's duty extends to protecting demons. His profound question leaves the hero's descendant completely speechless. He then makes a bold declaration: he will pass this test and become a hero himself. Alice can only stare, utterly baffled by the Demon King's shocking new goal. A flustered Alice breaks the serious mood, demanding to know how long he'll stay on top of her. Meanwhile, the shadowy slime monster looms over them, preparing to strike again. Alice panics, realizing there's nothing left on the bridge to block its attacks. But Belmont calmly suggests they don't actually need to stop it, baffling the hero's heir. He grabs her hand, telling her to quiet down and focus on his strange new idea. She feels a strange sensation as all her magical power is drawn directly into her palm. Belmont smirks, noting her raw talent is impressive, but her control is still lacking. The noble girl can only stare in shock, demanding to know what he's done to her. He reveals his plan. to utilize the power she's been wasting in a more efficient way. Even without his full strength, the Demon King declares he has more than enough to win. He confidently declares that as the Demon King, he can always find a way to win. A surge of demonic power erupts around him, leaving Alice in awe of his true nature. The shadowy slime monster roars, completely unimpressed by his dramatic display. It lunges forward, ready to crush the pair with its massive, shadowy form. Belmont unleashes a devastating technique, the Infernal Demon Gun, channeling all his power into one hand. His demonic energy pierces the monster, a massive blade of pure fury. The beast is utterly annihilated, its shadowy form exploding into nothingness. He shields Alice from the blast, landing gracefully amidst the chaos. Belmont realizes with a shock that the intense battle has partially restored his old powers. With the monster gone, the path to the academy is finally clear. The other candidates wait nervously at the finish line, certain the test is over. Meanwhile, the examiner panics, terrified of what the Rouseth family will do when they learn Alice is gone. But a student's shout cuts through the tension as a figure emerges from the smoke. Edward's face lights up with hope, barely daring to believe his eyes. He's thrilled Alice is safe, but even happier that the demon brat is surely out of the picture. His jaw drops as Belmont emerges from the chaos, carrying the hero's heir in his arms. The examiner's relief instantly turns to pure, unadulterated rage. Belmont coolly announces their success, much to the exhausted noble's embarrassment. The crowd erupts in whispers, stunned to see the hero's descendant being carried by a demon. Belmont grits his teeth, realizing that even after proving his strength, he's still just an outcast. The hero's heir fumes in his arms, vowing revenge while Belmont just tries to survive the moment. Edward congratulates the successful candidates, officially concluding the first trial. But his smile turns to a sneer as he turns his attention to the demonic clan brat. The examiner disqualifies Belmont on the spot, accusing him of cheating his way through the test. Our Demon King is left utterly stunned by the baseless accusation. The crowd immediately buys into the lie, convinced a demon could never pass legitimately. As Belmont tries to argue, his rival suddenly steps in to intervene. Alice stands on her own, boldly telling the examiner that Belmont was with her the whole time. She reluctantly admits that without him she would have failed, proving he didn't cheat. The Demon King is caught off guard by her fierce, unexpected defense. Edward dismisses Alice's defense, reminding her of the Demon Clan's dark history. He lectures her on the past Demon King, who used his race's innate magic for conquest. The examiner credits her grandmother Arya for sealing that king and crippling the entire demon race. His eyes narrow as he prepares to deliver his final damning point. Edward declares that without their power source, a demon like Belmont could only pass by cheating. Ignoring Alice completely, he prepares to cast a spell to punish the cheater himself. A massive surge of energy crackles around him as he gathers his power. The examiner's eyes glow white, ready to unleash his judgment on the young demon. But Belmont interrupts his grandstanding with a perfectly timed punch to the face. The crowd can only stare in stunned silence as the examiner hits the deck. Belmont stands over the fallen official, calling out his entire argument as pure speculation. The examiner clutches his face, wailing in disbelief that a student dared to strike him. The Demon King's eyes glow with menace, warning that only his goal of entering the academy is saving the man's life. From the crowd, Rostana recognizes his incredible control, despite his seemingly weak demonic power. She realizes with a shock that he can even disable another person's spell mid-cast. The bruised examiner stumbles to his feet, enraged that a mere demon brat would dare to defy him. But a new voice cuts through the tension, amused by the interesting student they've found. A mysterious woman steps into the light, declaring she'll personally entertain the young demon. The entire crowd gasps as they realize this powerful newcomer is the academy's principal. The principal ignores the drama, warmly greeting Alice and commenting on how much she's grown. The bruised examiner begs the principal to let him handle his own mess. But the powerful woman cuts him off, addressing him simply as Edward. She coolly informs the stammering official that she'll be taking it from here. The principal then turns her full attention to the young demon, Belmont. With a terrifying aura, Grand Magister Karen Lynn gets straight to the point. Did you cheat? Belmont feels the overwhelming pressure, realizing this is the legendary youngest principal in history. Even Alice is stunned by the sheer force of the Grand Magister's magic. Unfazed, the Demon King looks her dead in the eye and denies the accusation. The principal accepts his answer with a cryptic smile, inviting him to follow her. In a flash of light, she teleports them to a grand, mysterious hall. The teleportation drops them abruptly, leaving Alice completely disoriented. She looks around the strange, imposing chamber, wondering where the principal has taken them. They find themselves in a massive council hall, surrounded by shadowy, observing figures. The silent council members watch from the stands, their faces hidden in darkness. The principal greets them with a confident smile, welcoming them to the seat of power. She introduces herself as Karen Lin, head of the academy and its highest council. To prove their worth, she declares they must now face an additional individual test. Both Belmont and Alice are baffled by this sudden, unexpected challenge. Alice immediately protests, demanding to know why they're being tested again after passing fairly. The principal calmly reveals the simple reason: they both broke the academy's rules. The principal reveals the academy's sole purpose is to train heroes to defeat the Demon King. She then cites an unwritten rule barring demons and limiting powerful families to one student per generation. Alice grits her teeth, furious at being caught in a convenient technicality. But Belmont calls her bluff, questioning how an unspoken rule can even be a rule. He confidently states the only rule that matters is the written one. Pass the test. Get in. His bold defiance sends a ripple of whispers through the shadowy council members. A panicked Alice tries to shush him, certain he's about to get them both kicked out. The Demon King simply shrugs off her concern, claiming he's just speaking the truth. Amused, the principal concedes his point and promises their special test will be simple. Her first question is a loaded one. Why do they want to enter the academy in the first place? Alice proudly declares she wants to be a hero who protects people, just like her grandmother Arya. The principal then turns to Belmont, asking for his own grand ambition. Belmont boldly states his goal is to end the discrimination against the Demon Clan. His declaration sends the shadowy council into a furious uproar. But the principal simply chuckles, completely unfazed by their outrage. She finds their opposing goals, a hero and a demon savior, incredibly amusing. The principal admits she's now very intrigued to see what future they'll create. With a simple wave of her finger, she begins their special test. 2 glowing rings of light suddenly appear, hovering over their heads. She reveals these are the legendary Rings of Demolition, created by the hero Arya herself. The principal explains only the more powerful of the 2 will be approved by the ring and earn the title of hero. Belmont immediately questions the fate of the one who fails the ring's judgment. With chilling indifference, she declares the loser will be stripped of their power and executed on the spot. Alice reels in shock, realizing this special test is actually a fight to the death. Belmont mocks her ignorance, questioning how she knows so little about her own grandmother's creations. The hero's air fumes, blaming a mysterious family member for keeping her in the dark about their history. Karen Lin simplifies the brutal terms. Survival is the only way to pass this test. She offers them one last chance to give up, a smug challenge in her eyes. Alice's confidence wavers, the weight of being approved suddenly crushing her resolve. Noticing her fear, Belmont taunts her, asking if a future hero is already thinking of quitting. A flustered Alice snaps back, insisting she'd never give up, especially not to a puny demon. The principal smirks, noting their resolve before officially starting the deadly trial. With grim determination, the 2 rivals prepare to slip on the legendary rings. They each place the artifact on their finger, sealing their fate in this sudden deathmatch. Now facing each other in the grand hall, the stage is set for their final judgment. Alice is baffled when nothing happens, naively wondering if they've already passed. But Belmont senses a dark power stirring, realizing something is emerging from the ring. A torrent of sinister purple energy erupts from the artifacts, filling the chamber with dread. The shadowy power coalesces into 2 massive, menacing forms that loom over them. Without warning, the dark energy lances down, sinking directly into both of their bodies. The dark energy invades Belmont's body, but his expression remains utterly calm. A spectral judge emerges, declaring it will weigh the sins and desires of his soul. Belmont scoffs, completely unimpressed by the mere ring demon trying to intimidate him. The judge roars in fury, enraged by the young demon's incredible arrogance. But its rage falters as it senses something impossibly ancient within the boy's soul. A terrifying, shadowy figure looms behind the judge, the true form of the Demon King. The spectral judge trembles in terror as the real Demon King asks if it will approve him or not. With a simple command, Belmont dismisses the dark energy, having passed his internal trial. The principal smiles, impressed that the legendary Ring of Demolition has approved of him. But across the hall, Alice cries out in agony, still locked in a brutal battle with her own inner demon. The ring preys on Alice's deepest fears, replaying cruel words about her family's disappointment. Voices from her past mock her magical talent and pressure her into an unwanted marriage. The spectral judge takes the form of her greatest insecurity, the voice of a disapproving parent. The principal watches with amusement, finding the hero's heir's internal struggle quite entertaining. Alice collapses, her power being completely drained by the relentless assault on her mind. Her inner demon manifests as a giant spectral warrior, ready to deliver the final blow. But Belmont intervenes, firing a small blast of demonic energy to save his rival. The spectral warrior easily shrugs off the pathetic attack, completely unfazed. His blast didn't even leave a scratch, proving just how weak his current powers are. The principal smirks, telling the Demon King his meager strength is useless here. The principal lectures him on the world's unspoken rules, from vengeance to discrimination. Alice struggles against the dark energy, weakly insisting she doesn't need his help. Belmont ignores the principal, questioning the very premise of the ring's judgment. He realizes that failing to be a hero means facing a far darker fate. Without warning, the Demon King grabs the struggling hero's heir. He catches the spectral warrior's blade with his bare hand, stopping the final blow. Belmont stands firm, shielding Alice from the full force of her inner demon. Both the principal and the hero's heir are left completely stunned by his intervention. He scoffs at the very idea of being a hero, calling it a burden forced upon others. The Demon King declares that protecting the girl in front of him is all that matters. Alice is left speechless, her heart pounding at his unexpected words. Tears well up in her eyes as she calls him an idiot, completely overwhelmed by his sacrifice. He channels a familiar, ancient power, a golden sigil blazing on his chest. The Demon King recognizes this feeling. It's the legendary cultivation of yin and yang. By combining their power, he prepares to unleash the forbidden technique once more. A blinding torrent of energy erupts, completely obliterating the spectral warrior. The entire council hall is bathed in the afterglow of their incredible power. Even the principal is impressed, clapping with delight at the spectacular display. With a satisfied smile, she declares they've both passed the deadly test. Exhausted but victorious, the Demon King supports the hero's heir, their rivalry now something more. Belmont breathes a sigh of relief, exhausted but triumphant after passing the brutal test. But the tender moment shatters as Alice wakes up, realizing she's still in his arms. Her furious shout echoes across the academy grounds, demanding he let her go. The next day, the opening ceremony marks the official start of their new school life. Belmont reunites with Leahy, who confirms she's fine after being kicked out of the exam. The loyal maid senses the tense atmosphere, realizing the academy is already full of rivalries. But Belmont points out a far more important detail she's missed: his new school uniform. Leahy looks on with comical seriousness, wondering what grand point her lord is making. With a dramatic point, the Demon King directs her attention to a new arrival. A flashy bunny girl strikes a pose, demanding everyone look at her instead. A mysterious hooded figure spots their target, pointing with purpose. The newcomer is a short-haired elf girl, her eyes locked on someone in the crowd. Belmont realizes the academy is full of potential partners for his yin and yang cultivation. He concludes this is the only way to revive the demon clan, much to Leahy's dismay. To help his mission, Leahy hands him a mysterious book from the clan elders. He's shocked to find it's a very thorough guide to interspecies dating. A blushing Leahy explains the book is meant to help him with his cultivation. Touched by her sacrifice, the Demon King vows to study hard for the sake of his clan. Leahy promises to support him from the shadows as he begins his important research. With new resolve, the Demon King is ready to face his first day at the Hero Academy. Belmont strides through the academy, vowing not to waste Leahy's hard work. He finds his classroom, ready to do whatever it takes for the Demon Clan. He steels his resolve, prepared to make any sacrifice for his clan's revival. With unwavering determination, he pushes open the door to his new life. But his grand entrance is met by a classroom packed with ridiculously muscular men. The brawny students are thrilled, already arguing over who gets to welcome the new demon first. He slams the door shut, realizing the academy's classes are completely gender segregated. A teacher confirms his worst fears: boys and girls only mix during special activities. The Demon King's brain short-circuits, mortified by his complete lack of basic research. The teacher moves on, calling the new class representative, Lester Field, to give a speech. A smug-looking student in a pristine white uniform stands to address the class. This is Lester, son of an earl, and he wants everyone to remember his prestigious title. The class erupts in whispers, awed by his family's wealth and powerful summoning magic. Lester soaks in the attention, internally mocking the peasants who are shocked by his status. After his brief speech, the teacher dismisses the new class representative back to his seat. Walking away, he scoffs at his classmates, believing only Alice is worthy of being his rival. But his thoughts turn to the entrance exam, and his gaze lands on Belmont. He seethes with rage, furious that Alice was tainted by a lowlife from the demon clan. With a sinister smirk, the arrogant noble vows to get his revenge. Belmont senses the hostility, completely unimpressed by his new rival's glare. Belmont wonders why the arrogant noble is giving him the evil eye. He remembers Lehi's advice to try and smile to get along with his classmates. Taking his loyal maid's words to heart, he decides to give it a shot. His face twitches, struggling to form an expression he hasn't used in centuries. At a time like this, the Demon King knows exactly what he needs to do. He unleashes a smile that's pure, unfiltered, demonic contempt. The noble heir recoils in absolute terror from the terrifying grin. Lester is completely baffled, wondering what kind of horrifying smile this is. The friendly gesture is immediately misinterpreted as a chilling death threat. As tensions escalate inside, the Academy Day continues peacefully outside. The other nobles immediately start sucking up to Lester, hoping to get on his good side. But the arrogant heir has no time for their pathetic attempts at flattery. He's still fuming, convinced he needs to set an example for these commoners. Deciding enough is enough, Lester resolves to put the demon brat in his place. The class watches in anticipation as the noble heir storms towards his target. He gets right in Belmont's face, demanding an explanation for his disrespect. The Demon King is completely baffled, having no idea what set the noble off. Lester finally reveals his true motive, furiously questioning Belmont's connection to Lady Alice. Still forcing his terrifying smile, Belmont casually dismisses her as just an acquaintance. Taking this as a declaration of war, Lester powers up, ready to settle things with a duel. Lester's eyes blaze with fury as he challenges the demon to a fight. A massive surge of summoning magic erupts, filling the entire classroom. Belmont watches the dramatic display, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The energy forms a terrifying chimera, a monstrous beast of shadow and rage. Lester proudly boasts about his family's legendary summoning technique. The class is blown away, hailing the young noble as a once-in-a-generation genius. But the Demon King just looks confused, as if he's seen this terrifying beast before. The arrogant noble warns Belmont to stay away from Alice or face his wrath. Ignoring the threat completely, Belmont casually walks up and pets the giant monster. Lester can only scream in disbelief as his ultimate weapon acts like a common house pet. But Lester's cool facade shatters as he panics, admitting he has no real control over the beast. The untamed chimera roars, ready to unleash its full, uncontrolled power on the classroom. Our Demon King recalls the chimera's true nature as a legendary shape-shifting beast of his clan. This ancient creature's power is so immense it could once shatter city walls with a single blow. In the Great War, just 5 of these monsters were enough to wipe out an army of thousands. The noble's reckless summoning has brought a weapon of mass destruction into a room full of students. Unfazed, Belmont calmly reaches out, telling the raging beast not to be afraid. He speaks to it like an old friend, sympathizing with the pain of being bound by lesser magic. The chimera is left completely speechless, its fury instantly replaced by pure confusion. The class watches in awe as the demon brat tames the untamable, leaving Lester utterly baffled. Lester decides it's time to regain his dignity by sending the beast back where it came from. He desperately tries to recall his summon, unleashing a powerful binding spell. Magical chains erupt around the chimera, attempting to force it into submission. The legendary beast only growls, its glowing eyes full of contempt for the weak magic. Lester's confidence shatters as he realizes his spell is failing spectacularly. With a furious roar, the chimera shatters the magical restraints with ease. The arrogant noble can only watch in horror as his ultimate weapon turns on him. Suddenly, Belmont springs into action, kicking off a nearby wall with incredible speed. He leaps over the rampaging beast, positioning himself for a counterattack. In a flash, the Demon King grabs the chimera, easily overpowering the out-of-control monster. With one hand, he effortlessly contains the rampaging beast's power. He then sends the legendary monster packing, much to everyone's shock. Belmont stands calmly amidst the wreckage, facing the stunned noble. Lester can only stammer, completely unable to process what just happened. The Demon King scolds him for treating such a delicate creature so roughly. The arrogant noble is left utterly speechless by this bizarre lecture. With the chimera's shadow looming behind him, Belmont asserts his dominance. He promises to free the beast from the misery of its forced servitude. A demonic sigil glows in his eye as he prepares to break the binding spell. He spots his target, the control core lodged deep within the monster's throat. He channels his power, ready to shatter the device controlling the legendary beast. With a single, precise strike, he unleashes an explosion that frees the chimera from its bonds. The arrogant noble is left speechless, his entire worldview shattered by the demon's overwhelming power. But a sudden tiny meow cuts through the stunned silence, catching everyone's attention. The terrifying weapon of mass destruction has transformed into an adorable, angry kitten. Lester is instantly smitten, completely baffled by the legendary monster's true form. Belmont casually explains this monster is basically just one of his old backyard pets. He picks up the creature, declaring its original cuddly form is obviously the best. Now free, the Demon King decides to adopt the beast, giving it a rather unique new name. But Lester refuses to be upstaged, vowing that his rivalry for Alice's affection has only just begun. Belmont lectures the noble, stating that women aren't prizes to be won in a fight. He then pulls out his dating guide, smugly declaring the importance of proper research. The baffled noble mistakes the scandalous book for a powerful grimoire. Belmont coolly claims he's been studying its knowledgeable contents recently. He then asks his new pet to assist him with a little demonstration. A surge of red energy envelops the tiny creature, signaling a dramatic transformation. The kitten shapeshifts into a stunning cat girl, much to everyone's shock. Meanwhile, Lehi tidies Belmont's room, hoping his first day is going well. She stumbles upon a second, even more explicit-looking dating guide. But a quick flip reveals it's just the wholesome, all-ages version of the book. Belmont declares it's time for an extracurricular lesson, holding his advanced textbook. The book's age restriction proves this is some seriously high-level material. Elsewhere, Alice drags Newt along on a mission, who teases her about her intentions. Newt playfully threatens to steal the attractive demon boy, much to Alice's annoyance. The flustered hero's heir insists she just wants to thank him, but can't do it alone. Newt immediately pegs her as a classic tsundere, seeing right through the excuses. They finally arrive at Belmont's classroom, ready to confront the young demon. But the sight that greets Alice leaves her blushing and completely speechless. Belmont is giving a very practical demonstration to a captivated, stone-faced audience. Newt is thoroughly impressed by his audacity, while Alice is simply mortified. Lester is completely converted, vowing to follow his new big brother Belmont for life. Noticing the newcomers, Belmont innocently asks if Alice is also there for his lesson. A furious Alice denies it, screaming at the pervert for his scandalous demonstration. His first day ends with 100% favorability with boys and a disastrous 1000% with girls. The next day, Belmont arrives at class, assuming everyone knows about yesterday's events. Inside, Lester has already established a new rule. Everyone must greet their big bro. The door opens and the class eagerly awaits the arrival of their new leader. As Belmont enters, the entire class of muscular men shouts a heartfelt, "Good morning, big bro!" The Demon King walks past his new fan club without a single glance, engrossed in his book. Lester and his crew can only watch in dismay, as their grand gesture is completely ignored. The noble heir and his new followers are left completely dumbfounded by the cold shoulder. His confused lackeys demand an explanation, but Lester is already deep in thought. He decides their leader's silence wasn't an insult, but a challenge to earn his respect. Lester concludes their pathetic greetings were simply not worthy of his new big bro. The next day he tries a royal greeting, kneeling in full armor to show his loyalty. Another student attempts a formal military salute, but Belmont doesn't even flinch. Even a gangster-style bow fails to get a reaction from the engrossed Demon King. In the cafeteria, Lester feels utterly lost, as every one of his grand gestures was ignored. He spirals into a panic, overanalyzing every detail of his failed greetings. Meanwhile, Belmont calmly enjoys his meal, completely unaware of the noble's existential crisis. But Belmont's only thought is his desperate need to find a cultivation partner. He laments that Alice is ignoring him, his only female acquaintance at the academy. Elsewhere, the hero's heir is absolutely seething, crushing her spoon in a fit of rage. Surrounded by a mountain of plates, she stress eats, furious at Belmont's very existence. But a hand suddenly slams down on Belmont's table, breaking his concentration. It's Newt, the cat girl, who greets the Demon King with a very familiar nickname. He recognizes her instantly from his scandalous extracurricular lesson. She wastes no time with pleasantries, offering him a very direct proposition. Leaning in close, she whispers the one secret he thought no one else knew. The Demon King is floored, wondering how this stranger knows about his forbidden magic. Lester hits the floor, shocked as Newt gets cozy with his new big bro. He rationalizes that she must have been impressed by Belmont's profound knowledge. The Demon King calmly agrees to her proposal, ready to go wherever she leads. But across the cafeteria, a bowl shatters under the force of a very angry hand. Alice stands abruptly, her jealousy on full display for everyone to see. She furiously demands to know what Newt plans to do with Belmont in broad daylight. Newt just smirks, revealing she was asking him about the student union and invites Alice along. The hero's heir is left completely speechless, her protective outburst now looking ridiculous. Belmont looks over, questioning Alice's sudden and very dramatic intervention. Trapped by her own jealousy, Alice can only grit her teeth in silent fury. A flustered Alice snaps that she doesn't need their concern, storming off in a huff. Belmont and Newt continue on their way, leaving the fuming hero's heir far behind. But from the shadows, a determined Lester watches his new idol walk away. The noble heir vows to follow his big bro everywhere to learn his profound ways. Belmont cuts to the chase, demanding to know what Newt truly wants from him. The cat girl smirks, admitting she has a very specific goal in mind for the Demon King. She boldly proposes they practice the legendary cultivation of yin and yang together. The Demon King is stunned, demanding to know how she learned of his secret technique. Newt casually reveals the magic was created by the hero Arya to seal the original Demon King. Belmont is mortified, realizing the legendary hero invented that intimate spell just for him. Newt reveals she knows demons should be powerless, yet he displayed incredible strength. She correctly guesses his power is tied to the legendary cultivation of yin and yang. The Demon King panics, realizing if she exposes his secret, he's completely finished. But the cat girl reveals there's a very specific prerequisite to using the technique. Belmont is left completely clueless, wondering what she could possibly be getting at. She drops a bombshell. The user must be a virgin, something an incubus could never be. Newt accuses him of using a different, cruder, power-draining technique on the exhausted Alice. The Demon King breathes a sigh of relief, thankful his embarrassing secret is still safe. He regains his composure, questioning why she'd bring up the forbidden technique at all. With a sly grin, Newt hints that she's already prepared herself for the intimate ritual. Her fingers glow with golden energy as she reveals her true, deadly intentions. With a crazed grin, Newt lunges forward, her claws aimed right at the Demon King. But Belmont remains completely unfazed, watching the sudden betrayal with cold indifference. From the shadows, Lester sprints forward, screaming a desperate warning to his big bro. The eyes of the attacker, the target, and the protector meet in a flash of intense emotion. The loyal noble throws himself in front of Belmont, shielding him from the deadly assault. Lester frantically checks on his idol, completely ignoring the danger he just faced. Belmont coolly dismisses his concern, more interested in his attacker's motive. Newt scoffs in annoyance, complaining that her fun was spoiled by the interruption. She smugly declares that the Demon King can consider himself lucky this time. Newt taunts him, questioning how long a little incubus can survive in the academy. With a final leap, the mysterious cat girl vanishes into the city. Meanwhile, in a shadowy chamber, a secret council observes the academy's events. One member fumes that the demonic clan brat is adapting far too easily. Another figure blames a certain powerful relative for helping the demon get this far. A glowing-eyed member calls them out for speaking in such vague, annoying riddles. The first member just laughs, admitting the jab was well-deserved. A crystal ball reveals the cafeteria scene, showing Belmont's growing influence. Another council member sarcastically thanks Alice for letting a demon into their ranks. But the glowing-eyed figure slams the table, demanding they show some respect. A shadowy figure dismisses the concern, revealing themselves as the council president. The student council president, Adonis Rosith, calmly reveals he's already sent someone to handle it. Elsewhere, Belmont recaps his mission, regain his powers by cultivating yin and yang with a female partner. A diagram of the academy grounds shows the boys and girls are completely separated. He laments the lack of opportunities, his eyes fixed on some potential female candidates. Belmont realizes the upcoming mixed-gender combat training is his one golden opportunity. But Lester and his crew form a protective wall, vowing to keep everyone away from their big bro. The Demon King finds himself crushed by his overzealous new bodyguards. He demands they stand down, but Lester insists he's in a dangerous environment. The noble heir points frantically at Newt, convinced the cat girl is waiting to ambush his idol. Newt watches from a distance, her smug gaze fixed on the Demon King. Belmont remains silent, completely unfazed by the supposed threat. He grabs Lester, telling him to back off so he can actually move around. But the noble completely misreads the situation, believing he's been accepted as the #1 underling. Lester vows his undying loyalty, even attempting to mimic his big bro's terrifying smile. But their moment is interrupted as a new challenger grabs Belmont's shoulder. A red-haired student named Brian calls him out for being an arrogant demon brat. Lester panics, instantly recognizing the notorious upperclassman. Brian sneers that he's here to see the shameless demon who snuck into the academy. Belmont calmly points out that if he's a senior in their class, he must have failed last year. Enraged by the insult, Brian throws a magically enhanced punch right at Belmont's face. Lester recognizes the spell, realizing the upperclassman's strength is on par with a pro hero. The loyal noble screams a desperate warning for his big bro to dodge the attack. Brian smirks, confident his opening blow will be more than enough to teach the demon a lesson. But his smug expression instantly turns to one of pure, unadulterated shock. Belmont effortlessly catches the magically charged fist, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. A new cat girl suddenly appears, casually riding on the upperclassman's shoulder. She scolds the hot-headed senior, asking if he can ever go a day without causing trouble. Another student calls them out, telling them to quiet down before class starts. Brian just smirks, intrigued by the demon brat's surprising display of strength. Lester confirms the rumors are true, much to Belmont's confusion. The loyal noble reveals a plot to eliminate his big bro is already in motion. He explains Brian is a violent repeater whose strength rivals a professional hero. Lester deduces a powerful figure must be pulling the strings to get a hero's descendant involved. A teacher announces the start of combat training, a hunt for demonic puppets in the forest. Glowing green portals appear, ready to transport the students to the training grounds. The rules are simple. Teams of 2 will be teleported to random locations to hunt for 4 hours. Lester is thrilled by the team-up rule, seeing it as his chance to protect his idol. But when he turns to find his partner, his big bro has already vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the hot-headed upperclassman and his cat girl partner step through their own portal. Brian warns his partner to stay out of his way, claiming Belmont as his personal target. The unimpressed cat girl just mutters about how noisy her partner is. As they prepare to enter the portal, Brian shouts for her to get ready. But Belmont suddenly crashes their party, flying right through their portal. He grabs the cat girl's wrist, deciding she's coming with him instead. The portal whisks them away, leaving a stunned and partnerless Brian behind. Belmont and his new partner are sent plummeting towards the training grounds. They fall from a great height, disappearing into the vast, dense forest below. After a rough landing, the annoyed cat girl demands to know what his deal is. Belmont plays it cool, claiming he just wants to talk privately as he reaches for a handhold. His rough landing leaves him in a very compromising position with his new partner. The Demon King immediately begins a clinical analysis of her beastman physique. She smirks, threatening to tell Alice all about his very personal research. But her playful tone vanishes as golden claws extend from her fingertips. The cat girl lunges, revealing he's walked right into her deadly trap. Belmont's eyes narrow, completely unfazed by the sudden ambush. A massive stone golem erupts from the ground, activated by her trap, but she easily shatters the monster herself, disappointed by its lack of strength. As he gets up, Belmont begins an impromptu lecture on golem mechanics. The cat girl turns around, completely baffled by his bizarre lesson. He continues his lecture, explaining that destroying the body without the core is pointless. As if on cue, the shattered golems reform around the unimpressed cat girl. Her smug expression vanishes, shocked that her own trap has turned against her. Before she can react, one of the massive stone monsters snatches her up. Trapped in its grip, she fumes about being caught off guard and unable to break free. Belmont explains that finding the core requires exceptional magic sensing, hence the need for partners. The captured cat girl struggles, annoyed that he's forcing her to cooperate. She snaps that she's low on mana, making his entire plan seem completely pointless. But the Demon King simply grabs her, declaring his eyes alone are enough to see through them. A golden sigil flares to life in his eye as he activates his legendary Mystic Eyes. His Mystic Eyes reveal the golem's weakness, a core hidden right in its armpit. With a single devastating punch, he shatters the golem's massive stone arm. He immediately launches himself towards the next target without a moment's hesitation. The second golem looms over him, but the Demon King is already prepared to strike. His special sight pinpoints the next core, conveniently located at its waist. A swift kick is all it takes to obliterate the second monster and its core. He lands perfectly, surrounded by the rubble of his defeated foes. He rises, revealing his healing magic is finally under his complete control. As the cat girl falls, he swoops in and catches her with effortless grace. Stunned by his power and precision, she begins to question everything she thought she knew about him. Belmont admits his limited mana was almost a problem, his mystic eyes still glowing. The cat girl questions why he'd save someone who was sent to eliminate him. He coolly explains her assassination attempt was far too obvious to be real. With his mystic eyes, he's already seen through her entire plan. But his special sight gives him a far more detailed view than she expected. He carries his flustered partner, a smug look on his face. The Demon King's composure finally breaks, overwhelmed by the unexpected scenery. Elsewhere in the forest, another student is having a much worse day. A furious Brian realizes the demon brat completely played him. Surrounded by defeated golems, the abandoned upperclassman vows to make Belmont pay. The Catgirl tries to wake the unconscious Demon King after his sudden collapse. But his legendary Absolute Sight has activated, a power unique to his bloodline. This ability allows him to see the very essence of a person, their mana and internal structure. A major side effect, however, is that he can no longer recognize faces. With his mana depleted, the powerful ability downgrades into a simple X-ray vision. The Catgirl is relieved as he finally starts to stir from his daze. But his new vision gives him a far more revealing look at his partner. The ancient Demon King is completely overwhelmed, suffering a massive nosebleed. His partner is left utterly speechless, completely baffled by his extreme reaction. She mocks his incubus title, questioning how he can be so flustered by such a sight. Wiping away the evidence, Belmont deactivates his powers, promising to be more careful. But his partner gets uncomfortably close, her curiosity piqued by his strange reaction. She reveals her name is Rostana, and notes a unique scent, realizing he's no ordinary incubus. Rostana then asks if he knows why everyone is trying to eliminate him from the academy. She scoffs at his simple answer, revealing the true mastermind has been pulling the strings all along. The Catgirl drops a bombshell. The person orchestrating his downfall is none other than Alice Roseth. The Demon King is completely stunned, unable to believe his rival would go to such lengths. Rostana explains the continent's history, where an alliance of races once fought a common foe. But after the war, humans took most of the land, leading to widespread discrimination against other races. This new world order resulted in other races being brutally cast out and oppressed. Rostana explains how humans now look down on their former allies, calling them lowly races. She recalls their cruel taunts, claiming the oppressed should be grateful for even the worst treatment. The Catgirl illustrates how this arrogance has fostered deep resentment among the other races for years. She claims Alice's decision to bring a demon to the academy is the perfect excuse for a new war. Therefore, getting rid of Belmont is now the human race's top priority to prevent total chaos. Rostana questions his lack of concern, but the Demon King just calls her entire theory silly. He scoffs, completely unimpressed by her unoriginal and predictable conspiracy. The Demon King then reveals he has a very different take on the hero's heir. He recalls Alice's true goal to end racial conflict, finding it a pity she's so misunderstood. Belmont turns the tables, accusing Rostana of using him to ignite a war against the humans herself. Rostana is caught off guard, a single tear rolling down her cheek. She casually brushes off his accusation, suggesting they finish their training for now. But their conversation is cut short as Brian dive-bombs them from above. The furious upperclassman declares they're not going anywhere, trapping them with his magic. A powerful force slams them to the ground, pinning them in place. Belmont quickly deduces their attacker is manipulating gravity itself. Brian gloats, promising to make this quick as payback for being ditched. But instead of fear, Rostana responds with a very confident, fanged grin. The upperclassman is baffled, mistaking her confidence for fear-induced madness. She fires back with a classic taunt, mocking his bravado with a very personal insult. Enraged, Brian roars that her taunt has just sealed her fate. Pinned by his gravity magic, the two can only watch as the upperclassman approaches. But Belmont's sharp eyes spot a hidden item clutched in Rostana's hand. He recognizes the vial instantly, the legendary and dangerous dragon's saliva. Their attacker powers up, vowing to tear them apart piece by piece. With perfect timing, the Catgirl puts their desperate counterplan into motion. She downs the entire potion in one go, preparing for a massive power-up. The ground shatters as she breaks free from the crushing gravity spell. Wreathed in a fiery aura, she soars into the sky, leaving her captor stunned. The potion transforms her, boosting her power at the cost of her own life force. Brian smirks, recognizing the magic-enhancing serum and acknowledging her clever tricks. With a wild grin, Rostana unleashes a devastating fiery blast, putting all her borrowed power into the attack. Unfazed, the upperclassman instantly erects a massive force field barrier to defend himself. Her attack collides with the shield, resulting in a colossal explosion that rocks the entire forest. As the smoke clears, a panting Rostana wonders if her all-out assault was enough to take him down. But a glowing fist smashes through the smoke, effortlessly blocking her follow-up strike. Brian easily overpowers the Catgirl, grabbing her by the head and ending her rampage. He reveals his force magic can be layered, growing exponentially stronger with each use. With his power amplified, he sends the exhausted Catgirl flying with a single brutal blow. The upperclassman stands victorious, his face splattered with the proof of his overwhelming victory. Brian scoffs in disgust, annoyed that her filth even touched him. But from the smoke, the Demon King watches the upperclassman's victory speech. Belmont stands over the empty potion vial, his expression turning grim. The senior's cruel words have finally gotten under the Demon King's skin. Brian mocks the defeated Catgirl, ready to reveal his final trump card. A new power surges from his hand, signaling a different kind of magic. He summons a massive projection of Alice, using her as a psychological weapon. Rostana can only stare in shock, calling out the hero's heir's name. The upperclassman reveals his true target, vowing to eliminate Alice after he's done. But even in defeat, Rostana roars back, trying to draw his fire away from her friend. Brian mocks her for dreaming of friendship with humans, calling her a mere beast. He prepares to finish her off with his devastating 3-layer punch. But before he can strike, his arm is suddenly torn from his body. The upperclassman can only scream in agony as he stares at his missing limb. Belmont reveals the potion only restored a tiny fraction of his true power. Both the attacker and his victim are left completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. He lectures the Catgirl, declaring his own ruthless methods are the only way to solve conflict. With a demonic mask forming over his face, he vows death to all who stand in his way. A flashback reveals Brian's past, starting with his utter contempt for his own father. His father's fear of other races began after a brutal defeat in the war against the demons. The father coped with his trauma by forcing his own fears onto his children through brutal training. He berated a young Brian for his unstable powers, calling him a useless piece of trash. His father's lessons were fueled by paranoia, asking if his sons wanted to be killed by other clans. He screamed at them to remember the devastating power of the demonic clan above all others. From that day on, Brian swore he would never stoop to the level of his cowardly old man. Back in the present, the upperclassman vows to never let anyone from another clan surpass him. Rostana stares in shock, questioning if this terrifying figure is the same little incubus. The Catgirl flinches as the fully transformed Demon King turns his terrifying gaze on her. But Brian just laughs, mocking Belmont for getting arrogant after one successful sneak attack. The Demon King ignores him, instead demanding he first apologize to Rostana for insulting her clan. Brian scoffs at the demand, refusing to apologize to someone he considers trash. The Demon King coolly retorts that it's because Brian is trash himself. Belmont clarifies he only wanted to give the senior a more honorable end. Enraged, Brian unleashes his power, ready to show the demon what true strength is. Rostana recognizes his advanced spell stacking, a technique far beyond a first year's level. He reveals the key to his power, the creation of his very own demonic spirit. Layer after layer of complex magic circles materialize, showcasing his immense power. With a final incantation, he prepares to summon his ultimate weapon from the abyss. A monstrous undead colossus erupts from the ground, a testament to his strength. Rostana observes the summoned beast, noting its strange, almost holy appearance. Rostana watches in despair, convinced this level of power is impossible for a student to beat. Brian gloats about his unmatched strength, confident in his inevitable victory. He boasts that each punch from his colossus is equivalent to 12 layers of stacked magic. With a triumphant roar, the upperclassman orders his ultimate weapon to end the fight. The massive fist hurtles towards the Demon King, ready to crush him completely. But Belmont stops the devastating attack cold with a single outstretched hand. The Demon King's eyes narrow, completely unimpressed by the so-called ultimate attack. Brian's jaw drops in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his power was so easily nullified. Belmont begins a lecture, explaining that demonic spirits reflect the desires of their caster. He reveals the secret to defeating it is simply identifying the flow of its energy and shutting it down. Brian scoffs, claiming Belmont's knowledge of demonic spirits is laughably incomplete. The Colossus's power begins to corrupt the Demon King, its dark energy seeping into him. Rostana watches in horror, realizing the spirit's influence is consuming Belmont. Unfazed, the Demon King continues his lecture, explaining that all magic stems from desire. He reveals the ultimate counter. To fight a demonic spirit, you must summon your own. Brian rages, screaming that no demon can simply create a spirit without being destroyed by it. The dark energy completely envelops the Demon King, seemingly proving Brian's point. Brian gloats over his victory, seeing a vision of the cowardly father he despises. He fiercely vows to never become the weak, fearful man his father was. But from the darkness, Belmont's eyes glow, having finally understood the fear fueling Brian's hatred. Brian panics, feeling an overwhelming demonic power but seeing nothing. The Colossus's massive hand recoils as if burned, pulling away from the Demon King. Belmont reveals he's felt countless desires, from noble justice to tragic pasts, but he declares that all desire ultimately leads to the same unending suffering. The upperclassman is stunned, realizing Belmont somehow reflected the corrosive energy. Belmont explains his own spirit will return all the pain it's given, and then some. He coolly admits his summoning began the very instant Brian's attack landed. Brian's face twists in terror as he finally understands the horrifying truth. With a final command, the Demon King calls forth his own ultimate weapon. A monstrous three-headed serpent erupts from his back, and he gives it a legendary name, Cain. The undead Colossus is instantly overwhelmed, caught in the jaws of the demonic serpent. Cain's three heads constrict with brutal force, shattering the senior's ultimate weapon. Belmont's spirit expands, twisting and fusing as it completely devours the Colossus. Brian stumbles back in pure terror, his bravado replaced with desperate pleas. His own demonic spirit turns on him, taking the form of his abusive, terrifying father. Belmont reveals Cain's law. All pain inflicted will be returned 7 times over. The phantom of his father raises its weapon, forcing Brian to relive his deepest trauma. He can only scream in agony as his own hatred is reflected back at him. The clash of desires results in a cataclysmic explosion that tears through the forest. But as the dust settles, a mysterious figure steps onto the battlefield. A student reports the massive energy spike to the student council president. Intrigued, the president decides it's time to personally greet their new troublemaker. The aftermath of the battle has left a massive smoking scar across the forest. A defeated Brian sits amidst the destruction, cursing his humiliating loss. But Belmont's rage isn't finished, demanding to know why his final blow was interrupted. A wounded Rostana holds him back, questioning if he's finally done with his rampage. She coolly tells the little incubus to take a breath before he does something stupid. The cat girl reminds him that picking fights here means going against the entire academy. Belmont concedes her point, but flashes back to every human who has pushed his buttons. Meanwhile, Brian struggles to stand, his worldview shattered by the demon's impossible strength. Brian makes a final desperate stand, screaming for the demon not to look down on him. But the Demon King has no time for pity, unleashing a final, devastating strike. The attack completely shreds the upperclassman's clothes, leaving him utterly humiliated. Belmont stands over the defeated senior, deciding a little public shame is a fair punishment. Rostana can't help but make a snarky comment about the unconscious upperclassman's physique. She turns to Belmont, ready to get back to business, but he seems distracted. Suddenly, the Demon King tackles her to the ground, his demonic energy still raging. The flustered cat girl protests, completely caught off guard by his sudden advance, but Belmont groans in pain, clearly struggling with something as Rostana checks on him. He reveals the dragon's saliva has a nasty side effect, and he needs to release its power now. He declares the cultivation of yin and yang is the only way to suppress the potion's side effects. A flustered Rostana asks how she can possibly help him with his urgent problem. The Demon King leans in, his demonic form looming over her as he whispers his command. But instead of the expected, he simply grabs her face and pulls on her cheek. He continues his bizarre face-stretching experiment, leaving Rostana completely baffled. The cat girl frantically slaps at him, demanding he stop his strange antics immediately. Belmont wonders why the cultivation failed, recalling his previous unsuccessful attempts with Lehigh and Alice. The unstable energy surges again, causing the Demon King to cry out in pain. Rostana's concern grows, asking if he's all right as his condition seems to worsen. Suddenly, the cat girl has a breakthrough, realizing exactly what an incubus needs to release excess energy. Rostana blushes, offering to help the Demon King with his suffering. But Belmont's demonic form remains completely still, ignoring her bold proposition. His unstable energy suddenly erupts, proving his condition is far more serious than she realized. Belmont decides he needs to find Alice, leaving a very offended Rostana in his dust. But their argument is cut short as a new, powerful presence interrupts them. The newcomer scolds the demon for daring to speak Alice's name so casually. Rostana is completely floored by the newcomer's tremendous and intimidating power. The defeated Brian recognizes their visitor, the legendary student council president, Adonis. Adonis surveys the chaotic scene with utter disgust, calling the whole situation disgraceful. A terrified and humiliated Brian can only stammer a pathetic apology to his superior. Adonis surprisingly consoles the defeated Brian, telling him he tried his best. But the president's gentle tone hides a much darker accusation. He reveals Brian used his secretary's sister as leverage, a move that was not approved. With a cold glare, Adonis warns the disgraced senior to prepare for the consequences. Brian can only scream in terror as he realizes his grave mistake. The president unleashes a devastating blast, delivering his own brand of swift justice. Belmont and Rostana can only watch, stunned by the council's absolute authority. With his underling punished, Adonis and his secretary turn their attention to the remaining troublemakers. Belmont grits his teeth, realizing the president's power is undetectable as the potion's energy rages out of control. Adonis smirks, noting it's a shame the demon will be consumed by his own power before the real fun begins. The president exposes Rostana as a spy, offering her one chance to walk away. The Demon King is completely blindsided by the shocking revelation, but Rostana refuses to back down, declaring her loyalty now lies with the Demon King. With newfound resolve, she vows to protect Belmont from the president's wrath. His demonic power flares, allowing him to sense the true emotions behind her brave stand. A flashback reveals her deep-seated hatred for humans and their endless conquest. She finally confesses the truth. She was a spy sent to get close to Alice. Her memories reveal a shadowy clan leader who gave her the dangerous mission. But her time with Alice was not what she expected, planting a seed of doubt. The hero's heir's simple kindness began to change the spy's hardened heart. She recalls the simple joy of sharing a dessert with the hero's heir. Their playful teasing and shared moments started to blur the lines of her mission. Rostana admits her orders became confusing, but she knew Alice wasn't the enemy. Even Alice's rants about Belmont were a sign of how he'd livened up her world. The cat girl playfully calls out her friend's classic tsundere act. A pouting Alice feels betrayed, unable to see the truth in her friend's words. Rostana's sly grin hides the pain of her own deception. Back in the present, she declares she may be a failed friend, but she won't be a failed protector. The president remains unimpressed, watching her defiant stand with cold amusement. But Belmont suddenly grabs her, his own chaotic power taking over. Rostana hurls the Demon King away, urging him to escape and find Alice. Belmont looks back, stunned by her sudden selfless act of sacrifice. With a tearful smile, she asks him to apologize to the hero's heir on her behalf. She believes he's the only one who can truly make her best friend happy. The cat girl turns to face the president, ready to make her final stand. But Belmont lands beside her, calmly agreeing it's time for them to fight together. A furious Rostana complains he just made her cry for absolutely nothing. The Demon King scoffs, boasting he can take down the president in just 3 moves. She grabs him, insisting he's in no condition to fight while his power is so unstable. Adonis overhears the bold claim, amused by the demon's incredible arrogance. The president unleashes a massive, unseen spell, leaving Rostana completely shocked. A closer look reveals the attack's complex and fiery core, a testament to its power. Adonis's calm, confident gaze meets Rostana's terrified one. But Belmont counters with his own golden blades, meeting the president's power head-on. The president's secretary is stunned, having never seen anyone block his attacks before. Adonis reveals his unique magic, which manipulates time to cast instant, unavoidable spells. Belmont smirks, claiming he just has to do the same to create a simple shield. The president is floored, wondering how the demon saw through a technique that took him years to master. But Belmont suddenly cries out in pain as the potion's side effects take their toll. Rostana watches in horror as the unstable energy completely consumes his arm. Adonis reveals that every spell Belmont casts only hastens his own destruction. The president summons a massive spirit dragon, warning that another shield will be his last. With a cold stare, Adonis promises the demon's own magic will devour him completely. Belmont grabs Rostana, preparing to teleport them both away from the overwhelming attack. But the Demon King's shield struggles to hold back the president's immense power. Rostana grabs him, begging him to stop before his magic consumes him for good. He snarls back that her interference will only get her killed instantly. With tears streaming down her face, she screams that she doesn't care if she dies. The Demon King coldly asks if she's truly wishing for death. She struggles in his grasp, declaring that traitors like her deserve no less. Belmont realizes his yin and yang magic responds to powerful emotions. He recalls how it reacted to Leahy's hope for the revival of their clan. And with Alice, it was her desperation and his desire to protect her that triggered it. The Demon King demands to know Rostana's deepest, truest wish. Overwhelmed by his question, the cat girl can only stammer in response. Her mind flashes back to a simple, happy moment with her best friend. With tears in her eyes, she finally confesses her desire to live and apologize to Alice. The Demon King's glowing eyes narrow as he promises to grant her wish. He leans in, initiating the cultivation of yin and yang in a completely unexpected way. A colossal burst of golden energy erupts from them, engulfing the entire battlefield. Adonis is left stunned on the ground, wondering how his ultimate attack was completely nullified. As the light fades, Belmont stands unharmed, holding a sleeping Rostana in his arms. The Demon King declares his plan is almost complete, with only one final step remaining. He reveals his strategy: see through the attack, neutralize its power, and now finish the fight. But the president rises, a look of dawning realization on his face. Adonis correctly identifies the legendary secret art, the cultivation of yin and yang. His secretary is completely stunned, unable to believe the forbidden magic is real. The president explains the technique fuses two souls, unleashing an unimaginable burst of power. Adonis scoffs that ancient magic won't save him, but Belmont simply tells him he's wrong. Rostana awakens, delivering the final blow. The Demon King plans to end this in a single strike. The Demon King holds his partner, his gaze fixed on his final opponent. Adonis scoffs, convinced that after 50 years, no one can possibly match his power. The president prepares to unleash another devastating attack to end the demon's bluff. But behind Belmont, a massive portal suddenly materializes, signaling the end of the training. The Demon King simply turns and leaps into the portal, leaving the president completely stunned. His secretary reveals the portal was automatic, and Belmont's final move was just a perfectly timed escape. They emerge back on the training grounds, shocking the other students with their dramatic entrance. A frantic Lester and his crew immediately rush to their big bro's side. The loyal noble explains they felt the massive power clash and feared the worst, but his concern turns to pure shock as he finally recognizes the cat girl in his idol's arms. Belmont coolly admits that something happened, massively underselling the epic battle. Rostana recalls her near sacrifice, her eyes filled with lingering emotion. The Demon King suddenly panics, realizing he did something rude to Alice again, leaving the crowd speechless. Lester completely misinterprets the situation, believing his idol has achieved godhood with his enemy. The loyal noble and his crew immediately kneel, hailing Belmont as the new god. Belmont suddenly calls out to Newt, completely mistaking Rostana for the other cat girl. A furious Alice storms onto the scene, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. Lester's crew goes wild, declaring the arrival of a legendary love triangle. A nervous Rostana tries to explain the situation to her furious best friend, but Alice's anger melts away, replaced by pure relief as she sees Rostana is safe. Rostana explains they felt the demonic surge and rushed over, fearing the worst. With a tearful smile, she's just happy her friend is safe from harm. The two friends share a heartfelt hug, putting the terrifying ordeal behind them. But Belmont knows the real trouble has just arrived as Adonis steps through the portal. The president's icy glare promises that this incident is far from over. The crowd whispers in awe, recognizing the legendary heir of the Razeth family. Alice immediately confronts him, demanding to know why her brother has appeared. The all-powerful president is suddenly flustered, barely able to say his sister's name. A faint blush creeps across his face, his composure completely shattered. His secretary has to step in, reminding the president to maintain his dignity. Adonis regains his composure, ready to drop a bombshell announcement on the entire academy. He reveals the demon brat's true identity, the legendary 1,000-year-old demon king, Belmont. Lester's mind completely shatters, unable to process his idol's shocking secret. Another student scoffs in disbelief, refusing to believe the idiot with dead fish eyes is a king. Rostana smirks, finally putting the pieces together about the mysterious little incubus. But Belmont remains completely unimpressed, his bored expression never wavering. Alice confronts her brother, questioning how this is possible when their ancestor sealed him away. The president explains the stone seal was recently broken, allowing the Demon King to reawaken. He then puts Alice on the spot, suggesting she's the one who should explain the whole truth. Belmont is caught off guard as Alice steps forward, preparing to face the crowd. A new challenger appears, the confident and imposing Imperial Knight, Om. The president reveals she's the sole witness to the Demon King's reawakening. He demands she confirm if Belmont is the one who broke free from the stone seal. But Om casually denies it, leaving the president screaming in frustration. His entire grand accusation is completely derailed, leaving him utterly speechless. The knight recalls seeing a 2-meter-tall mountain of muscle, not this pipsqueak. A panicking president questions her testimony, but she's certain Belmont isn't the one. He furiously demands to know how Belmont learned the forbidden arts if he's not the Demon King. With a deadpan expression, Belmont calmly throws Alice right under the bus. The president's mind shatters, the shocking revelation literally freezing him in a block of ice. A flustered Alice denies everything, but Belmont calmly reminds her they first cultivated yin and yang together. The hero's heir is left blushing and speechless, unable to refute his very public claim. Adonis completely short-circuits, muttering about his sister as he freezes solid in a block of ice. His secretary wheels the frozen president away, vowing this humiliation won't be forgotten. Belmont sighs in relief, wondering if the Knight Ohm was actually his subordinate Leahy in disguise. He praises Leahy's supposed masterful disguise as he watches the real knight walk away. But a familiar voice calls out his name from right behind him. A new maid with tiny horns appears, complaining about how hard it was to sneak into the academy. The Demon King is completely stunned, instantly recognizing his loyal subordinate Leahy. Leahy smiles, impressed by his work and curious about the other demon's spectacular transformation magic. Belmont's mind races, questioning who the knight could possibly be if Leahy is here. The mysterious Knight Ohm gives a playful look, deepening the mystery of her true identity. 1 week later, the students are back in class for a lecture on demonic spirits. Belmont reflects on his new power, realizing the key is to grant his partner's truest wish. A golden sigil glows in his hand as he confirms the cultivation is restoring his demonic energy. He resolves to master the cultivation before his identity is fully exposed to the academy. But his plans are interrupted by an annoyed teacher calling him out in the middle of class. The teacher fumes at Belmont's new entourage, who have set him up like a god on a throne. Belmont sweats nervously, realizing his new fan club is causing a very awkward scene. The Demon King lets out a heavy sigh, completely done with his followers' antics. At lunch, a confused Lester asks why his godlike big bro still seems so unsatisfied. The Demon King's fiery response of "not enough" completely terrifies his loyal crew. He turns to his loyal noble, declaring his current power is far from what he needs. Belmont reveals his true ambition, to conquer the entire academy, not just the first years. The loyal noble excitedly shoves a flyer in his idol's face, having the perfect plan. Lester reveals his brilliant idea. They'll start their conquest with the club recruitment day. The academy grounds are buzzing with activity for the annual club and society recruitment day. The gardening club makes its pitch, staffed by a trio of alluring plant-like students. Nearby, a group of energetic beast girls tries to entice new members to their workout club. Lester explains that rank is based on power, revealing a faster way to climb the academy's ladder. Lester reveals the shortcut to power. Join a club and collect 3 heroic badges. The Demon King is completely clueless, asking what a heroic badge even is. His loyal noble explains their proof of strength, earned through recognition from the school or seniors. But as he speaks, Lester starts to tremble, fearing he's misjudged his idol's true goals. The fanboy has a full-blown panic attack, worried he's completely misunderstood his big bro's ambition. Belmont simply pats his shoulder with a genuine smile, praising his loyal subordinate's efforts. The Demon King realizes the clubs are co-ed, a perfect opportunity for his cultivation plans. But as he approaches a group of girls, they immediately back away in fear. He tries again, only for the girls to retreat once more, proving his reputation is a bit of a problem. Lester overhears the wild rumors spreading about his idol and is thrilled by his big bro's newfound fame. But Belmont's spirit shatters, feeling like a part of him just died. Elsewhere, Alice lets out a sudden, powerful sneeze. The hero's heir senses someone is talking about her, much to Rostana's confusion. Lester tries to cheer him up, certain that big clubs will be lining up to recruit him. His prediction comes true in the worst way as the wrestling club makes an aggressive pitch. Their leader flexes, promising to show the Demon King what a real body looks like. Belmont gives his loyal subordinate a knowing look, and Lester understands the signal immediately. The Demon King makes a strategic retreat as his fan club bravely holds back the tide of muscle. He realizes this chaotic scene is only hurting his chances with potential cultivation partners. But his escape is cut short as something unexpected catches his eye. He shouts a warning, unable to stop his forward momentum. The inevitable crash is loud and dramatic. His clumsy landing puts him in another very familiar, compromising position. Dazed from the impact, the Demon King asks if his landing pad is all right. The flustered girl confirms she's fine, despite their awkward introduction. Belmont's eyes widen as he senses something special about this new girl. She reveals she's been looking for the Academy's infamous new demon student. The fencing club president, Felix, makes a very breezy and formal invitation. Belmont is taken aback, questioning why she doesn't seem to hate him. She cheerfully explains her belief that all races deserve to be treated with respect. but their conversation is interrupted by cruel whispers from other students. Belmont's eyes narrow as he senses her true nature, watching a wing materialize from her back. He realizes she's a mixed-breed angel, a fact she's been trying to hide. Felix sadly admits she's a mix of human and angel, calling herself a despicable existent. She tries to turn him away, revealing she's the only member of the fencing club. But the Demon King's mind is already made up, and he declares he wants to join. He tells the stunned girl he's genuinely interested in fencing and rejects her self-deprecating label. Belmont internally celebrates finding a new cultivation partner and escaping the wrestling club. Overwhelmed with emotion, Felix can't believe someone has finally joined her club. A single happy laugh escapes her lips, a mix of relief and pure joy. With a beaming smile, she announces it's time for the club's official entrance test. Meanwhile, Alice wonders aloud if the little incubus has found a club, pretending she doesn't care. But Rostana's sharp eyes suddenly spot a familiar face in the crowd. She points him out, teasing Alice for summoning the very person she was just talking about. Back at the duel, Felix lays out the rules, a 3-round fight to prove his worth. Belmont accepts, but can't help noticing the massive audience that suddenly appeared. The club president gets ready, a determined blush creeping onto her face. Without warning, she explodes forward, initiating the test with a lightning-fast strike. The Demon King's mystic eyes flare to life, instantly analyzing her every move. Their first exchange creates a massive shockwave, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Belmont narrowly evades a slash that tears through the air with incredible force. The sheer power of her attack is so great it triggers his legendary absolute sight. A massive trench is carved into the ground, showing the devastating result of her opening move. Alice's voice suddenly cuts in, warning the pervert to surrender immediately. She reveals Felix's club is empty because she can't differentiate between friend and foe in a fight. It turns out Felix inherited her legendary swordsmanship from her ancestral mother, Arya. A flashback reveals a previous Demon King facing off against a powerful female hero 50 years ago. The hero, a dead ringer for Felix, is questioned about her special magic. She coolly declares that her sword is more than enough to handle any demon. Back in the present, Belmont's eyes narrow as he recognizes the legendary technique. Belmont confirms her sword style is a perfect match for the legendary hero Arya. Alice furiously orders the pervert to back down, as Rostana teases her for being so concerned. The club president lets out a defeated sigh, her confidence completely gone. Felix calls off the test, admitting she gets too carried away in a fight. But Belmont refuses to quit, demanding they begin the second round immediately. A furious Alice calls him a dumbass, but Rostana holds her back, sensing he has a plan. The Demon King recalls the split-second moment he dodged her powerful strike. He remembers seeing a genuine, heartfelt smile on her face in the heat of battle. Belmont steps forward with a proposition, asking for a single promise if he wins. From the sidelines, Alice and Rostana watch intently, wondering what his true motive is. The Demon King makes a bold demand, her most precious possession in exchange for his victory. His words leave the flustered club president blushing and completely speechless. From the sidelines, Rostana scoffs at the incubus's complete lack of shame, but Alice's expression shifts, realizing the bastard might be after something else entirely. With a determined blush, Felix accepts his outrageous condition for the duel. The Demon King wastes no time, activating his legendary absolute sight. His vision exposes her secret. Her demonic power and sword are fused into one. He realizes that by tracking her energy, he can predict her every move. The club president prepares to unleash another devastating attack. Their second clash erupts with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath them. He focuses, tracking the tranced flow of her demonic energy. With perfect timing, the Demon King meets her devastating attack head-on. But Belmont is stunned by the sheer force he just managed to block. His mystic eyes reveal her attack wasn't just a sword, but pure demonic power given form. Felix presses her advantage, her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. She brings her blade down with enough force to shatter the arena floor. The duelists are thrown back, a massive crater marking the point of impact. The club president is genuinely impressed by his incredible defensive skills. But Belmont thanks her, his glowing eye revealing he's already figured out her secret. His cryptic comment leaves the powerful swordswoman completely baffled. Belmont reveals her attack just exposed her deepest desire to him. Felix is stunned, recognizing the serpent on his blade as a demonic spirit. The Demon King consults his spirit, asking Cain to reveal her secrets. A flashback explains the prejudice against mixed breeds in a world that values racial purity. As a child, Felix was shunned by society for her mixed heritage. Her own mother's cruel words taught her to live with her head bowed in shame. She was constantly tormented for daring to learn the sacred sword style of her clan. She accepted the suffering, believing she truly was a despicable existence. Her mother's final apology only deepened her feelings of worthlessness. Felix believed she was doomed to a life of misery after her mother's tragic end. But her life of misery changed the day a legendary hero offered to make her a disciple. The hero ignored the protests, declaring she only cared about potential, not bloodlines. A tearful Felix tried to refuse, believing her mixed heritage would only bring shame to her new master. But instead of arguing, the hero simply tossed a pair of swords into her hands. With a firm grip on her new blade, the young girl's test officially began. The legendary swordswoman easily parried her clumsy strikes, testing the girl's true spirit. For the first time, a genuine smile spread across Felix's face as she found her purpose. Her master taught her that when swords cross, status and race mean nothing. The emotions of that first duel were something she would carry for the rest of her life. Through her master's sword, Felix finally learned that in a fight, everyone is equal. Kane finishes its report, whispering Felix's deepest secrets into the Demon King's ear. Belmont recalls his last meeting with her master 30 years ago, wondering if this was all part of her plan. Felix is impressed, noting it's remarkable for a first year to have already summoned a demonic spirit. With the preliminaries over, she declares it's time to unleash her full power for the final round. A frantic Alice screams at the pervert to surrender, warning him this is a fight he can't win. But Belmont's glowing eyes see through the spectacle, recognizing a legendary power. He identifies her ultimate technique, the legendary Wings of Light. Felix reveals her wings are countless afterimages of her sword, challenging him to find the real one. Unfazed by the impossible task, the Demon King simply tells her to bring it on. The angelic swordswoman dives from the heavens, ready to deliver the final decisive blow. As Felix dives, she wonders if Belmont is the one her master prophesied. But the Demon King's mystic eye reveals a completely different plan. He decides this is the perfect opportunity to initiate his cultivation technique. A flashback reveals her master passing down the legendary Wings of Light. The hero explained that if someone could ever break through the move, they would be a greater teacher than she could ever hope to be. Felix now questions if the demon before her is that destined person. She unleashes a storm of light, a seemingly unavoidable attack. The Demon King is completely surrounded by the deadly barrage, but Belmont grips his sword, determined to understand the will behind her blade. He declares his goal is to understand the true will hidden within her sword. In a brilliant flash of light, Felix strikes his sword clean from his hand. Her victory is cut short as she realizes he abandoned his weapon on purpose. The Demon King reveals it was all a feint to exploit her desire to cross swords. With a smirk, he admits he gladly took advantage of her predictable habit. The force of their clash sends a massive shockwave tearing through the academy grounds. Onlookers can only stare in awe at the sheer ferocity of the attack. A furious Alice screams from the sidelines, calling him a massive sicko. But the duel ends with the two in yet another compromising position on the ground. A stunned Felix asks how he could have possibly known her secret weakness. Belmont reveals her weakness. She's far too focused on the sword. He helps her up, explaining the lesson of equality came from a person, not a weapon. The Demon King's face merges with her master's as he declares that swords aren't the only things that can cross. With tears of joy, Felix finally welcomes him to the club, realizing he's the one her master spoke of. Belmont's inner incubus awakens, seeing the perfect opportunity for his cultivation technique. The flustered club president reminds him of his promise, and he agrees to collect his prize. He puckers up, ready to seal their deal with a single powerful move. But a furious Alice interrupts, demanding the senior brother Felix get up immediately. The term senior brother throws Belmont for a loop, suddenly questioning Felix's true identity. He activates his absolute sight, switching to a special mode to get a much closer look. The angelic swordswoman reveals a shocking secret, asking for his guidance as a junior brother. For the first time in 1,000 years, the Demon King's mind completely short-circuits. His legendary composure remains shattered for 2 entire days. Back in class, Belmont is a petrified husk, his soul having left his body. His loyal crew, now part of the wrestling club, worries their big bro has been broken. Meanwhile, a concerned Alice peeks into the classroom, looking for the bastard. The Demon King is suddenly snapped out of his daze by a familiar voice. Lester bursts in, announcing the arrival of his 2 sisters-in-law, much to Alice's fury. But seeing the girls triggers a sudden, profound realization for the Demon King. Rostana smirks at the little incubus, while Alice pretends she's not worried at all. The The Demon King springs back to life, declaring this is exactly the motivation he needed. But his recovery is cut short by a cheerful greeting from his new junior brother, Felix. The sheer psychological damage sends Belmont reeling, much to his fan club's horror. Felix reveals she's here to fulfill the promise they made during their duel. She presents him with a golden crest, his official prize for winning the match. It's a heroic badge, her most precious possession, which she believes he's earned. But Alice scoffs, declaring she'll be the first to collect all 3 badges, not him. To prove it, she and Rostana have joined the fencing club to challenge him directly. The hero's heir immediately regrets her decision, blaming Rostana for dragging her into this mess. But a quick glance away reveals her competitive spirit is just a cover for her true feelings. A flustered Alice demands the Demon King join her in the advanced class next year. Belmont is still reeling, questioning the very concept of being in class with her. As Alice storms off, Rostana teases her for biting her tongue in her tsundere rage. Lester explains that advanced second-year classes are co-ed, a fact that changes everything. The Demon King's eyes glow with renewed purpose, demanding to join the hero's celebration day. His loyal noble promises to use his family's influence to get them both approved for the event. But the next day, Lester's application is approved, while Belmont's is stamped with a big fat denied. Lester is completely floored, realizing even his family's name wasn't enough to get his idol in. Belmont calmly notes that only a single teacher dared to reject him and asks for a name. The culprit is revealed. A teacher named Aphrodite is the sole obstacle in his path. Lester warns that Aphrodite's family is famous for its berserk blood and related to the president. Another student confirms Aphrodite's stubbornness, noting her issue isn't with demons, but with Belmont himself. Undeterred, the Demon King decides to handle this little problem personally. But before he can even knock, the door swings open with a sudden creak. He's greeted by the very teacher he was looking for, who seems to have been expecting him. The two stand face to face in an unexpectedly awkward confrontation. Belmont tries to play it cool, claiming it's just a coincidence he was there, but the flustered teacher seems to have a completely different interpretation of the situation. Her misunderstanding results in a massive explosion that rocks the entire academy. Aphrodite storms into the dean's office, declaring Belmont's behavior proves he's an uncontrollable menace. Aphrodite lectures the dean about self-control, but Lester thinks she's the one who needs a lesson. Belmont tries to explain his actions to a horrified teacher, claiming it was a cultural misunderstanding. The head of discipline, Teacher Klein, glares at him, demanding to know just how many misunderstandings he's had. Lester quickly covers Belmont's mouth, warning him to stop digging his own grave. He whispers Aphrodite's terrifying nicknames, revealing her reputation as a cold-blooded torturer. But Aphrodite's sharp ears catch every word, and she turns on them with a furious glare. The dean calmly considers the situation, suspecting the whole thing might have been an accident. But Aphrodite isn't listening, demanding the dean send Belmont to the disciplinary room for personal punishment. Lester's mind flashes to a terrifying image, realizing the disciplinary room is a place of legend. The dean smirks, agreeing that a little discipline might be exactly what the situation needs. The Demon King is dragged into the academy's infamous and torchlit disciplinary room. Its walls are lined with a rather extensive collection of disciplinary tools. Clearly, this is a place where rules are taken very, very seriously. Belmont is unimpressed, noting the teacher seems quite knowledgeable in the art of restraint. But in a shocking twist, it's the head of discipline who's chained to the wall. Aphrodite takes center stage, demanding the Demon King confess his many crimes. The Demon King plays innocent, claiming he has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. She furiously lists his interactions with Alice, Rostana, and Felix, calling him an uncontrollable incubus. But her interrogation takes a weird turn as she eagerly demands every last detail of his encounters. Belmont is completely baffled, wondering why the berserker is so invested in his cultivation techniques. The Demon King proudly declares his actions were all done with honor and full control. But his loyal fanboy Lester thinks his big bro's perverted logic is the coolest thing ever. Unimpressed, Aphrodite unleashes her energy whip, completely done with his excuses. A single crack of her whip sends the Demon King flying to the ground. But instead of pain, Belmont senses a strange demonic power emanating from her weapon. The teacher's interest is piqued, demanding he explain his sudden realization. So he makes a simple request, hit him again so he can analyze her power. A furious Aphrodite completely misreads the situation, calling him a pervert who's looking down on her. Outside, a devastated Lester blames himself for his idol's supposed humiliation. Back inside, the Demon King activates his mystic eyes, ready to uncover the teacher's secret. He analyzes the whip's energy, a cold demonic magic hiding a core of extreme heat. Blocking the strike, he realizes the red glow is the suppressed desire she's been holding back. Belmont deduces her berserker bloodline forces her to use this interrogation to vent her true nature. With a wicked grin, he unleashes his own power, turning her weapon against her. A stunned Aphrodite watches in horror as her own whip suddenly attacks her. The rogue weapon begins to bind her, completely ignoring her frantic commands. She cries out as the whip tightens its grip, leaving her completely helpless. Belmont recalls a passage from an ancient guide, detailing a very specific release technique. The whip's tendrils continue their work, leaving the teacher breathless. Overwhelmed by a new sensation, Aphrodite is left wondering what's happening to her. Outside, a distraught Lester can only listen, believing his idol is suffering a terrible fate. But 20 minutes later, it's Aphrodite who's on the floor, demanding to know what he just did to her. Unable to wait any longer, the loyal noble bursts in, fearing the absolute worst. He finds his big bro perfectly calm while a flustered Aphrodite tries to regain her composure. Lester's mind goes wild, convinced his idol has just conquered another powerful clan. With the session over, a blushing Aphrodite declares she's approving his application after all. His loyal fanboy erupts in celebration, thrilled that his big bro got what he wanted. But the Demon King is suspicious, wondering what caused her sudden change of heart. Aphrodite fumes, vowing to get her revenge for this humiliation during the celebration. With the disciplinary ordeal finally over, the story moves back to the classroom. Lester explains the Heroes' Celebration Day, an exclusive event honoring the Academy's past legends. The event is typically for second years, with students forming squads of 4 to face a series of challenges. Round 1 is a historical reenactment, forcing students to battle a teacher disguised as a demon. The second round honors fallen heroes, a somber tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Students must enter a palace of statues and answer a question tailored specifically to them. But a wrong answer awakens the bronze statue, forcing the student into a sudden duel to pass. The third round is a mystery, and a nervous Lester asks his big bro how they should prepare for the tough battle ahead. But the loyal noble gets distracted by a book, confused by a strange entry he can't quite decipher. Elsewhere, the mysterious Knight Ohm confirms to a hooded figure that Belmont has joined the celebration. The shadowy figure sees this as an opportunity, cryptically ordering the knight to act when the time is right. The Knight Ohm accepts her mission, her body crackling with an otherworldly energy. The hooded figure reveals their true goal, to eliminate the Demon King and refine his power for themselves. The Hero Festival begins, and Lester shivers in awe before the towering statues of legendary heroes. He misinterprets Belmont's reaction, believing his idol is also overwhelmed by the sacred event. But the Demon King is actually crying tears of joy, leaving his fanboy completely baffled. Belmont is just counting the girls, realizing this is his perfect chance to master his cultivation technique. Lester is stunned, thinking his big bro is already gauging the strength of his future opponents. A teacher officially kicks off the festival, allowing students to form their teams for the challenges ahead. The Demon King confidently strides forward, his sights set on teaming up with the ladies. But his path is immediately blocked by the massive, flexing members of the wrestling club. Belmont is completely overwhelmed by their aggressive recruitment tactics. The club's leader extends a friendly invitation that looks more like a threat. He's unceremoniously dragged off to join their magical Mickey Mouse clubhouse. But a new challenger appears, a fiery cat girl who demands they release him. With a confident smirk, she declares that the Demon King is coming with her. The wrestler reluctantly hands him over, grumbling about her descendant privilege. The new cat girl's impressive presence immediately commands attention. She holds him close, smugly announcing he's now officially on her team. Their display earns a sharp rebuke from a pink-haired girl who demands they show some respect. The cat girl coolly dismisses her, telling the newcomer to mind her own business. The cat girl calls out her rival's flimsy excuse for wanting to join the little incubus. Belmont is perfectly fine with the arrangement, as his cultivation plans require female partners. With one spot remaining on their team, the cat girl wonders who will complete their roster. A mysterious elf appears, calmly declaring she wants to be on Belle's team. The girls immediately argue over who claimed him first, while Belmont just wants to know the elf's gender. Remembering his recent blunder with Felix, the Demon King knows he has to be careful this time. The elf simply confirms her gender, putting the Demon King's primary concern to rest. Belmont gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, earning a furious lecture from his pink-haired admirer. The cat girl finds it odd that a notoriously arrogant elf would willingly team up with a demon. but the elf coolly declares that her choice is irrelevant, as she alone will guarantee their victory. The pink-haired girl scoffs at the elf's arrogance, questioning who will really lead their team. Meanwhile, a tearful Lester is relieved his big bro now has a harem to protect him. The loyal noble is dragged away by the wrestling club, tearfully accepting his fate. Belmont's new team enters the first challenge, the Dragon's Dungeon beneath the Academy. They find themselves in a circular chamber with 4 identical passages, unsure of which path to take. Belmont's attention is drawn to a strange carving on the wall, depicting an ancient battle. The pink-haired girl instantly recognizes the scene as the legendary Battle of Demacy. The battle was a brutal 10-day war, where a multi-race coalition suffered devastating losses. Victory only came at a great cost, the sacrifice of 2 legendary holy heroes. A magical message appears giving them their mission: choose a path and conquer the fortress. Belmont correctly deduces the 4 paths are a test designed to split them up. The elf calmly chooses her path, bidding a casual farewell to Belle. The pink-haired girl explodes, furious that the elf is already on a first-name basis with him. The cat girl scoffs at the drama and drags her rival away, eager to face their challenge. But the pink-haired admirer turns back, ordering Belmont to stay alive until their reunion. The Demon King simply acknowledges her command, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure atop a tower senses their arrival under the full moon. This mysterious foe prepares a menacing welcome gift in the form of a molten orb. Unaware of the trap, Belmont proceeds alone down the dark, torch-lit corridor. He's suddenly stopped by a familiar tune, a long-lost demon nursery rhyme. The Demon King turns, his senses tingling from the familiar sound. A shadowy mass materializes at the end of the hall, blocking his path. The darkness reveals a horde of his legendary demon guards wreathed in flame. But instead of fear, Belmont's eyes light up with pure, nostalgic joy. He spreads his arms wide, ready for a grand reunion with his long-lost soldiers. His welcome party has other plans, charging forward with a single murderous command. Belmont suddenly remembers this is just a school event, and these are only puppets. Annoyed by the fakes, he activates his power to get this over with. But his magic has a very unexpected effect on the demonic puppets. The Demon King is left utterly baffled, wondering when his guards got a major upgrade. He charges his demonic energy, confident he has more than enough power to handle mere puppets. The Demon King unleashes a devastating wave of power to clear the path. At the same time, the pink-haired girl is surrounded by her own menacing horde. But instead of fear, she's absolutely thrilled by how realistic the battle feels. The cat girl smirks, unimpressed by what she considers a simple performance. The elf senses something more, realizing this festival wouldn't be legendary if it were just for show. All 4 warriors are fired up, ready to prove their strength in the hero festival. Back in his corridor, Belmont stands completely victorious over a pile of defeated fakes. He confirms they're just puppets, but gives the Academy credit for getting the size right. But a massive blast of energy erupts from the end of the hall, signaling a new challenger has arrived. The Demon King finds himself transported to a strange, torch-lit cavern. He emerges into a hellish landscape, recognizing the legendary St. Gard volcano. A magical message confirms his team has passed the first trial and can now proceed. The mysterious Knight Ohm appears, smugly telling Belle the real test has just begun. A maniacal laugh suddenly erupts from the volcano, shaking the very ground. Belmont looks up, questioning if the legendary flame demon is the source of the sound. A massive figure of pure magma begins to rise from the fiery crater. The legendary demon is revealed to be a female golem of fire, asking if he's her challenger. Belmont is completely flustered, wondering when the fearsome flame demon became a girl with such a cute face. Ohm reveals her master plan. To distract the pervert, she's turned all his opponents into attractive women. The knight panics, realizing her spell has a very noticeable side effect on all the puppets. The flame demon's new form is revealed, and it's definitely not what anyone expected. The pink-haired girl starts to worry if this is what Belle will look like in the future. Her catgirl rival is less concerned and more just completely outraged by the sight. She can't believe a man is more stacked than she is, her pride taking a massive hit. The elf, however, calmly theorizes this must be where demons store their immense power. The flame demon Garfield makes a dramatic entrance, landing right before the Demon King. It issues a classic challenge, declaring Belmont must defeat it to proceed. Belmont recognizes the speech he taught his old subordinate, but the delivery is distracting. Garfield lays out the terms of surrender, and its threats sound a lot different coming from this new body. The Demon King racks his brain, certain he's heard that awkward line somewhere before. Elsewhere, Ohm panics, realizing she accidentally fed her own thoughts directly to the puppet. The flame demon unleashes a devastating attack, the legendary Rage of St. Gard. Pillars of fire erupt from the ground, trapping Belmont in a seemingly inescapable inferno. He calmly identifies the technique, knowing no one is supposed to survive its intense flames. But the mysterious elf appears, effortlessly dispersing the attack with her superior magic. The flame demon is stunned as its ultimate move is snuffed out like a candle in the wind. A powerful gale tears through the golem, completely neutralizing its fiery form. The elf sends the demon flying with a single blow, calling the whole ordeal boring. Left in the aftermath, Belmont just smirks, noting that things are finally starting to heat up. A magical prompt offers Belmont help from his teammate, but he's not interested. He confidently denies the assistance, certain he can handle a mere puppet on his own. The Demon King recalls a critical weakness. Flame demons burn out their own magic power. He forms a defensive barrier, planning to outlast the fiery golem. His strategy is simple: wait for the puppet to exhaust itself, then seize his chance. But his barrier shatters instantly, the flames proving far stronger than he anticipated. Belmont realizes he's been a fool. A professor is feeding the puppet unlimited power. From the shadows, his true opponent reveals this demon is stronger than the other three combined. The inferno swells to an impossible size, ready to consume everything in its path. The Demon King is completely engulfed by the raging sea of fire. The fiery golem demands the hero kneel and beg if he wishes to pass. But Belmont scoffs, declaring he hasn't knelt to anyone in 1,000 years. Enraged by his defiance, the puppet prepares to deliver a final fatal blow. It slams its fist into the ground, unleashing a massive wave of pure magma. The Demon King braces himself, struggling against the overwhelming inferno. He realizes his low power won't last, and deduces a magical link to the professor. With a new plan, he activates his legendary all-knowing eye to find the connection. His vision exposes the puppet's core, a magical receiver hidden in its chest. Unaware its secret is out, the golem charges up one last devastating attack. It lunges forward with incredible speed, ready to end the fight once and for all. But the Demon King sees the attack not as a threat, but as the perfect opening. He dives straight through the golem, stunning the fiery puppet with a direct hit to its chest. The flame demon lets out a silent scream of terror as he reaches deep inside its core. Belmont lands gracefully, having successfully ripped out the puppet's power source. He examines the pulsating orb, confirming it's the magical link he was looking for. With a confident blush, the Demon King decides to absorb the stolen power for himself. Elsewhere, the Night Ohm panics as her own magical energy is suddenly drained away. She trembles on the ground, realizing he's found the magical binds and is turning the tables. Belmont crushes the core in his hand, shattering the connection with a decisive bang. Deprived of its power, the flame demon makes one final desperate stand against the Demon King. Belmont's eyes widen as he finally identifies the puppet's mysterious master. He scoffs, knowing that without its power source, the golem is just an empty shell. With a simple flick of his finger, the mighty flame demon crumbles into dust. A magical sigil confirms his victory, marking the end of the fiery crusade. Elsewhere, the Night Ohm decides it's time to stop playing games and intervene directly. Back at the entrance, the pink-haired girl wonders if Belmont has already been eliminated. The cat girl sees right through her act, teasing her for being so obviously concerned. She then questions why the girl didn't help him, just as the elf makes her own return. The pink-haired girl furiously denies it, claiming she's only focused on leveling up. But the elf drops a bombshell. If one of them fails, the whole team is disqualified. The elf calmly admits she was lying to stir up drama, infuriating her pink-haired rival. Their argument is cut short by the sound of footsteps approaching from the dark corridor. The cat girl gleefully tackles Belmont, teasing that the girls were about to fight over him. A flash of ominous energy suddenly fills the chamber, heralding the start of the next trial. The elf recounts the scandalous legend of the Demon King and his 108 female guardians. She reveals their next opponent is a perfect simulation of the legendary Lady of Fort Damas. Belmont is genuinely confused, questioning if people really believe the Demon King is just a pervert. He furiously lectures them on historical accuracy, much to the cat girl's complete disbelief. With a series of loud clangs, every exit slams shut, trapping the team inside the chamber. The Demon King's eyes narrow in anticipation, sensing the true challenge has finally arrived. A mysterious figure descends from the ceiling, announcing she's been waiting for the heroes. Belmont's eyes narrow, recognizing the strangely familiar voice of a young girl. Their new opponent is revealed, a cheerful demon girl welcoming them to Fort Damas. The Demon King is floored, recognizing the legendary guardian as his own personal maid, Lacey. The cat girl scoffs, doubting an ordinary guardian could have such a legendary reputation. But the elf's sharp insult immediately sparks a fight between the two rivals. The lacy puppet ignores their bickering, her hands crackling with power as she issues a challenge. In a flash, the chamber fills with dozens of identical, glowing clones of the Guardian. The girls are stunned by the clone army, with one blaming the Demon King's legendary promiscuity. Belmont can only sweat in embarrassment, unable to defend his already shattered reputation. The lacy clones swarm the team, attacking with surprising speed and coordination. The cat girl leaps into the fray, determined not to be eliminated so early in the festival. Her pink-haired rival mirrors her sentiment, unleashing her own powerful attack. Even the stoic elf joins the battle, warning the others not to hold her back. But the pink-haired girl notices Belmont is just standing there, completely ignoring the fight. He's too busy counting the clones, much to his admirers' absolute fury. Suddenly, the Demon King realizes something is terribly wrong with the number of Guardians. Just as the elf takes down her 70th clone, the team begins to understand the problem. Despite their efforts, the number of clones surrounding them hasn't decreased at all. Belmont reveals their fatal mistake. Defeating a clone only creates another, and they must find the original. The cat girl panics, realizing their magic will run out before they can find the real Guardian. But the Demon King has a plan, activating his legendary all-knowing eye. His vision cuts through the illusion, instantly pinpointing the true Guardian among the fakes. He realizes he's too low on power to act, but a new devious plan begins to form. A wicked idea strikes him as he realizes the chamber is full of untapped energy. He turns to his teammates, announcing he knows how to win but needs to borrow something from them. The pink-haired girl scoffs, doubting his pitiful magic reserves are enough to do anything. With a smirk, Belmont reveals his secret weapon, their magic power. The girls react instantly, wondering if the little incubus is about to use his infamous absorption technique. His admirer protests, worried about what will happen to them if he drains their power. The elf scoffs at humanity's selfishness, feeling sorry for her ancestors' sacrifice. Her rival wonders if the two sacrificed heroes transferred their power to someone named Aaliyah. The pink-haired girl furiously denies it has anything to do with humans, but the elf questions their role, asking if Aaliyah was the one who faced the Demon King. The cat girl interrupts, telling the elf this is no time for a history lesson. Unfazed, the elf asks what choice humans will make now that the demon race is reviving. Her words seem to strike a chord, forcing the pink-haired girl to make a decision. Clenching her fist, she decides to put her complete trust in Belle's plan. She boldly offers up her magic, telling him to absorb it without hesitation. The Demon King's eyes narrow, realizing this will greatly mature her magic factor. The cat girl is overwhelmed as the Demon King's absorption technique takes hold. His pink-haired admirer is also left breathless by the sudden surge of power. Even the elf is stunned by his incredible control, realizing he's taking far more than she offered. Fully charged, Belmont's eye glows as he recalls the puppet's every simulated weakness. A flashback transports him to the grand, torchlit halls of his ancient throne room. His personal maid, Lacey, reports that her duties are complete and awaits his command. The Demon King, in his true form, praises his ever-dependable and loyal servant. A devoted Lacey bows before him, pledging her absolute loyalty until her final breath. Belmont remembers her as his most faithful follower, always sleeping at his door. He recalls how she would pledge her loyalty even to his portrait, a true sign of her devotion. He even remembers her pledging loyalty to his statues. In fact, she'd pledge her undying loyalty to his shadow if she had to. This often led to some very awkward moments when he was actually in the room. Another memory reveals her fury over someone disrespecting his sculpture with their laundry, but a closer look reveals a very familiar and very personal cat pattern. The memory ends with an embarrassed Lacey pretending she saw absolutely nothing. Back in the present, Belmont realizes her fatal flaw. She'll kneel to anything that looks like him. With a flash of enlightenment, he knows he just has to attack when she's distracted by her devotion. Fully powered, he unleashes a massive projection of his true, terrifying form. The Lacey puppet is left completely stunned, her programming short-circuiting at the sight of her true master. With his power fully charged, the Demon King declares it's time to end this. But the Lacey puppet is completely unimpressed, asking if his grand display is all he's got. Belmont is baffled, wondering if his legendary shadow has lost its handsome charm. Ignoring his projection completely, the puppet unleashes a devastating whip attack of her own. He barely manages to block the strike, his magical barrier cracking under the force. The puppet scoffs at his confusion, declaring she doesn't need to follow the rules. Her form dissolves, revealing a smug new opponent who's here to punish a pervert. The cat girl panics, recognizing their true foe as the infamous Professor Aphrodite. Enraged by the insults, Aphrodite threatens to eliminate them all on the spot. but Belmont just smirks, calmly reminding the professor that he knows her weakness too. A flustered Aphrodite demands to know what the Demon King plans to do to her. Belmont simply powers up, ready to unleash the same technique he used on her before. She's caught off guard as his power binds her once again, leaving her completely helpless. His teammates watch in shock, with reactions ranging from outrage to intense curiosity. With a determined look, the Demon King declares this little charade is finally over, but Aphrodite's pleas only seem to confirm his victory is at hand. His power works its magic, releasing the restraints on her uniform. A blushing but composed Aphrodite tells him to quit playing such childish games. The sudden shift in her demeanor leaves the Demon King completely baffled. She smugly reveals his trick won't work twice, having already sealed the weakness he exploited. The Demon King is stunned, realizing he completely misread her reaction. A furious Aphrodite unleashes her whip, ready to deliver some serious punishment. Her attack sends a massive shockwave that throws Belmont across the chamber. His pink-haired admirer screams at him for his foolishness. But the elf knows he needs more power for his technique to work, and their team's survival is on the line. Pinned against the wall, the Demon King is completely at her mercy. Though injured, his glowing eye reveals he's already forming a new plan. Aphrodite smirks, taunting him about his supposed humiliation. He activates his mystic eye, determined to find the hidden flaw in her defenses. Unfazed, the professor strikes again, promising to make him regret his actions. Her whip erupts in a massive explosion of pink energy, engulfing the entire chamber. As the dust begins to settle, Aphrodite stands tall amidst the lingering smoke. She smirks, confident she has finally taught the little pervert a lesson in discipline. But from the smoke emerges a battered Belmont, who managed to block the attack at a cost. The professor's smug expression shatters into pure, unadulterated shock. The sight is so overwhelming that it sends the teacher flying backward in a flustered heap. His teammates realize the Iron Virgin has likely never seen a man's body before. Overwhelmed by the shock, Aphrodite's suppressed emotions begin to run wild. The Demon King's mystic eye pinpoints the true chink in her armor, her own repressed desires. With her weakness exposed, he calls upon his demonic spirit Cain to exploit the opening. Cain's power erupts, binding the professor in her own berserker energy. The demonic spirit rises, impressed by the raw power it's now controlling. Aphrodite fights back, desperately trying to regain control over her rampaging emotions. In a last-ditch effort, she unleashes a powerful blast of her own magic. The energy forms a magical seal, a final attempt to contain her berserker rage. She summons a cage of pure energy, choosing to imprison herself rather than lose control. Cain is stunned, realizing she'd rather seal herself away than give in to her true nature. The professor screams as her own power turns against her, trapping her in a prison of light. The demonic spirit understands this self-destructive path will only lead to her demise. Cain decides to offer a different solution, planning to use the absorbed magic to help her. Cain withdraws a mysterious golden object, its eye glowing with purpose. The spirit materializes a legendary weapon, the demon's sword. With a single mighty slash, it sends a wave of pure energy flying. Cain declares its intention to release the professor from her self-made prison. The golden power smashes into the cage, shattering the berserker's seal. Elsewhere, a dark presence senses the surge of demonic power with a bang. A shadowy figure vows it cannot allow the demon race to escape. Its chilling promise echoes through the halls. No demon will leave Demacy alive. Back in the chamber, the team cautiously wonders if their battle is finally over. On the floor, a drained Aphrodite feels a strange sense of peace, finally relaxed after unleashing her power. Belmont notes that he's already recovered a fifth of his true power. A humbled Aphrodite wonders why he would help her after she was so cruel. He explains it was just a demonstration on how to embrace one's true nature. The flustered professor admits she was completely wrong to judge him. A magical announcement declares their victory, and the team erupts in celebration. The cat girl immediately demands her own meridian massage from the little incubus. But the elf notices his horns have grown, confirming her secret plan to enhance his power is working. His cat-eared admirer quickly slaps some clothes back on him. The pink-haired girl scolds them for being awkward, but can't deny he's gotten more handsome. Dressed again, the Demon King smirks, feeling more like his old self than ever before. Belmont dons a new set of armor, feeling it was made just for him. But their celebration is cut short by a massive explosion that rips through the wall. The pink-haired girl demands answers, but even the supervising professor is clueless. Professor Klein confirms this sudden attack is definitely not part of the script. The Demon King's senses tingle, warning his team that something is emerging from the smoke. A ferocious werewolf warrior appears, vowing to avenge the fallen heroes of Demacy. The cat girl recognizes the beast as Klim, a legendary holy hero of her people. His admirer is baffled, recalling that the hero was supposed to have died in battle. The elf senses something is wrong, noting the resurrected hero's power is unnaturally strong. Their questions lead them to the ominous Hall of Battle Spirits, the next stage of their trial. Two shadowy figures reveal they're the ones who summoned the hero's spirit with black magic. Their plan is simple: use the resurrected hero to eliminate the Demon King and make it look like an accident. One of them worries about collateral damage, noting 3 hero descendants are also in the chamber. But his partner coldly declares that sacrificing their own descendants is an honor for the fallen. Back in the fight, the elf clashes with the resurrected hero, the force of their battle shaking the very foundations. She unleashes a flurry of strikes, but the werewolf's immense power easily deflects her attack. The other girls can only watch as the chamber collapses, their magic still too drained to help. Belmont steps up, ordering his teammates to escape while he distracts the rampaging hero. But his pink-haired admirer refuses to leave him behind, insisting they'll escape together. He calmly explains their low power means he's their only chance of survival. A humbled Aphrodite agrees, realizing they'll only be a burden, and leads the girls to safety. But the resurrected hero roars, vowing that no demon will ever escape Demacy. Belmont tackles the beast, deciding to take their fight somewhere more private. With a final worried glance, the girls make a run for it through the collapsing chamber. Their battle rages on, the sheer force of their blows causing the very cavern to crumble. The werewolf unleashes its full power, bringing a massive axe down on the Demon King. Belmont blocks the strike, but the resulting shockwave tears the battlefield apart. He realizes with a grimace that even 20% of his power isn't enough to handle this foe. The enraged spirit promises to crush the demon into a million tiny pieces. But Belmont's mystic eye reveals a new problem. As a spirit, the hero has no detectable magic flow. The resurrected hero roars for the glory of his people, swinging his axe for the final blow, but his devastating attack is suddenly stopped by a familiar glowing whip. The werewolf is stunned, demanding to know who dares to interfere with his sacred duty. Professor Klein appears, using her own strength to hold back the beast's immense power. Belmont is completely baffled by her sudden and very timely arrival. Klein declares she won't allow a student to die, even if she's still low on magic. Her determination triggers a flashback to a peaceful day under a tree. A young Klein is overjoyed by a handmade gift from a childhood friend. The boy nervously works up the courage to ask for a kiss. But a flustered Klein scolds him for being so direct, leaving them both embarrassed. The boy puckers up, ready to steal a first kiss from the blushing Klein. But their moment is shattered by a massive bolt of energy, a violent rejection of her childhood crush. The source of the interruption is revealed. Her stern and imposing father has arrived. He drags her away, but she desperately promises her friend Avenge she'll still make it to his party. A tearful Klein screams that she'll be waiting for him, clinging to one last shred of hope. Evans promises to be there, his face a blur in her fading memory. Her father burns the teddy bear, a symbolic end to her childhood innocence. He then imprisons his own daughter in a cage of energy, determined to forge her into a weapon. Her father lectures her on her duty as a berserker, a title that demands absolute sacrifice. He commands her to become cold and heartless, forbidding her from ever getting close to a boy again. A young Klein screams in agony, trapped by her father's cruel training. Back in the present, the resurrected hero sends her flying for daring to defend a demon. She hits the ground hard, leaving Belmont to face the enraged spirit alone. Klim questions her honor, vowing to sacrifice her in the name of Demacy's fallen heroes. The werewolf unleashes his ultimate technique, the legendary Axe of Chaos. Klein panics, knowing the attack will turn everything in its path to dust. But Belmont's glowing eye reveals he has one last, desperate plan. He unleashes a familiar power, apologizing to the professor for what he's about to do. His energy tendrils bind her, just like they did during their last encounter. The Demon King commands his spirit to find the deepest wish hidden in her heart. His power dives deep into her memories, revealing a lonely birthday party from her past. A voice calls out, and a young Klein remembers her childhood friend Evans. The boy appears in her memory, wishing the young professor a happy birthday. A shy Klein can only blush and thank him, her heart filled with joy. But the memory sours, revealing that Evans never made it to her celebration. Instead, her father appears, ending another session of her brutal training. He coldly informs her that Evans passed away the week before, crushing her hopes. The devastating news leaves the young girl completely and utterly shattered. Her father commands her to forget her emotions and remember her duty as a berserker. The door slams shut, sealing Klein's heart and trapping her in a world of discipline. The memory ends with a young Klein's heartbreaking scream, her childhood shattered. Back in her mindscape, the demonic spirit Kane finds itself in a vast, empty world. A strange sound breaks the silence, putting the powerful spirit on high alert. Kane discovers the source, a lone teddy bear, a forgotten relic of Klein's past. But this is no ordinary toy, as its eye crackles to life with a menacing pink glow. The forgotten gift suddenly grows into a monstrous guardian, fueled by repressed emotion. Unfazed, Kane summons the legendary demon's sword to face this new challenge. The golden blade slices through the air, ready to cut down the professor's inner turmoil. Kane's attack connects, engulfing the giant bear in a brilliant explosion. But the blast reveals its true purpose, to protect the crying child still trapped inside. The spirit finds the source of her pain, a younger Klein trapped in her own sorrow. A mysterious hand reaches out, offering a moment of comfort in her lonely world. She looks up with a glimmer of hope, wondering if it's her long-lost friend, Evans. The memory of Evans appears, finally keeping the promise he made all those years ago. Back in reality, the Demon King embraces the professor, channeling her deepest wish. He vows to fulfill that wish on Evans's behalf, offering her a moment of peace. With tears in her eyes, a grateful Klein finally accepts the kindness she was denied. He grants her childhood wish, a simple kiss that shatters years of repressed pain. The resurrected hero is suddenly blasted back, stunned by an overwhelming surge of power. With his power fully restored, the Demon King reveals his true form, ready to end the fight. Belmont coldly informs the resurrected hero that he should have stayed dead. The enraged werewolf charges forward, vowing to end the reckless little kid. Amused by the insult, Belmont summons a legendary golden sword to prove him wrong. Their epic clash sends the hero's massive axe flying through the air. The disarmed werewolf can only roar in absolute fury and disbelief. With a calm finality, the Demon King declares that this battle is officially over. Meanwhile, Professor Klein panics as the battlefield crumbles into sand around her. The hero laughs maniacally, boasting that the Axe of Chaos's power is irreversible. But Belmont simply picks up the legendary weapon, ready to make a point. He effortlessly absorbs its power, declaring there's no magic he can't control. The resurrected hero is stunned, unable to comprehend Belmont's absolute control over magic. A massive magical construct descends from the sky, summoned by the Demon King's power. With a solemn expression, Belmont offers the fallen hero a final moment of peace. He unleashes his attack, a grim reminder of the hero's original fate 50 years prior. The Catgirl dismisses the spirit's defeat, but her rival insists it's a sacred moment for her people. The elf calmly points out the spirit was just a puppet, expressing her pity for the beast race. Her words immediately spark a fight, with the Catgirl ready to throw down against the arrogant elf. Professor Klein steps in, explaining that these battle spirits can retain fragments of a hero's memories. She reveals the spirits are driven by lingering obsessions, continuing to fight for their final wishes. Belmont finally understands the resurrected hero was just acting on his final, desperate command. Professor Klein points out a major flaw in the scenario. A high-level spirit like Klim shouldn't be wandering around freely. His pink-haired admirer immediately suspects foul play, wondering if this is an assassination attempt on Belle. The Catgirl's thoughts turn to a familiar foe, questioning if her brother Brian is behind the attack. The elf resolves to protect Belmont, realizing she must personally ensure his safety throughout the festival. Professor Klein takes charge, ordering the team to proceed while she reports the incident to the academy. But as he turns to leave, the professor suddenly calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks. Belmont smirks, offering the professor some unsolicited advice on managing her repressed emotions. The flustered professor panics, completely caught off guard by his bold and very personal offer. She quickly pulls him close, issuing a deadly threat if he ever reveals the secret of their power exchange. Elsewhere, the shadowy conspirators are stunned, unable to believe their ultimate weapon was so easily defeated. The conspirators regroup, insisting they still have a chance to eliminate their target. Their backup plan hinges on the festival's second event, the Immortal Elite Spirits. Meanwhile, an instructor congratulates the 6 teams who survived the first trial. She gestures to a massive gate, announcing the next challenge is the Palace of the Elite Spirits. The Catgirl's brother, Brian, calculates that he needs 2 hero badges to advance. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out, desperately calling for a big brother. Brian turns in confusion, not recognizing the person calling his name. The voice belongs to a transformed Ricket, who boasts he surrendered his body to follow in Brian's footsteps. But his dramatic reunion is cut short as a massive hand grabs him by the collar. The wrestling club leader drags him away, leaving Brian to awkwardly acknowledge his fanboy's transformation. The instructor announces a major twist. The next trial is a free-for-all with every student for themselves. Belmont sees this as a perfect opportunity to test his cultivation method on his new female companions. But his harem has other plans, immediately grabbing him before he can wander off alone. The cat girl playfully restrains the little incubus, while her rival insists on supervising their every move. She then spots the elf trailing them, angrily demanding to know why she's still tagging along. The elf coolly claims she's just passing by, an excuse no one in the group believes for a second. Their bickering is interrupted as they enter the spectacular palace of the elite spirits, lined with hero statues. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the hall, demanding the students show some respect. The warning comes from a golden statue, which promises serious consequences for any misbehavior. The pink-haired girl realizes the statues aren't just decorations, they house the actual battle spirits of the heroes. The elf reveals a golden statue depicts Grass, a legendary hero and martyr of her people. Belmont recognizes the name, finally understanding why his elven teammate looks so familiar. A flashback reveals his awkward first meeting with the original Grass, asking a very strange question. The legendary hero chose a rather explosive end rather than answer his bizarre inquiry. Even centuries later, the Demon King is still genuinely stumped by the whole person or horse dilemma. The golden statue of Grass suddenly turns its head, its eyes locking onto the Demon King. His pink-haired admirer slaps some sense into him, warning his disrespect will get them all disqualified. Their argument is interrupted by a super buff Ricket, who has arrived to find his big brother. But a glowing arrow suddenly flies through the hall, aimed directly at Belmont's team. The love-struck fanboy intercepts the attack, taking a powerful hit meant for the Demon King. The arrow connects with a massive explosion, completely engulfing the fanboy. A defeated Ricket laments his weakness, while Brian coldly dismisses his efforts. A system announcement echoes through the hall. Ricket has been officially eliminated. The golden statue of Grass introduces herself as the referee for this trial. She declares they must pass 3 tests of character: loyalty, bravery, and wisdom. Grass announces the first trial, the test of loyalty, will be conducted by the spirit of Mordini. With a heavy thud, another golden statue steps down from its pedestal to begin the test. The cat girl watches in shock as the legendary hero's spirit comes to life. His pink-haired admirer identifies the spirit as Mordini, the most loyal warrior of the human race. The Golden Knight Mordini commands silence, his presence filling the entire hall. The spirit lays out the rules. Tell the truth about why you want to be a hero, or face severe punishment. An overeager student immediately volunteers, raising his hand to be the first to be judged. He passionately declares his lifelong dream is to become the country's greatest man. The student then prostrates himself, begging the legendary spirit to let him pass the test. But the golden hero is unimpressed, immediately calling out his blatant lie. The volunteer stammers in denial, his face a mask of pure panic. Mordini exposes his true desire. He only made it this far to become a happy fatty. His classmates erupt in laughter, mercilessly mocking his less than heroic ambition. For his dishonesty, the spirit strikes him down, declaring disloyalty will not be tolerated. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the dean's office, hinting at a different kind of trouble brewing. Professor Klein reports her suspicions to the dean, convinced someone is targeting Belmont. The dean coldly dismisses her concerns, telling the professor she can leave. Klein panics, arguing that if the festival continues, a student could be seriously hurt. But the dean shuts her down with a single decisive command. She smirks, revealing she's more interested in testing the Demon King's strength than ensuring safety. Back in the hall, the dishonest student lies defeated on the floor, a grim warning to the others. The remaining contestants are horrified, questioning if the festival has just turned deadly. Even Belmont's teammates are stunned, unable to believe the academy would allow a real casualty. But the Demon King activates his mystic eye, refusing to take the scene at face value. His vision reveals the truth. The student's magic flow is stable, meaning this is just an illusion. Belmont notices the blood is actually floating, defying the laws of physics. A closer look reveals the liquid isn't blood at all, but a suspicious pale yellow. The Demon King reaches out, realizing this whole scene is a magical deception. He grabs the student's arm and the supposedly dead boy begins to stir. Belmont's eyes narrow as the terrified student finally wakes up from the illusion. The boy tearfully admits the magic was so realistic, he wet his pants in fear. His teammates understand it was all a hyper-realistic illusion designed to test their nerve. The golden referee eliminates the disgraced student and calls for the next challenger. Unfazed by the display, the confident cat girl steps up to take the test. Mordini poses a very personal question, asking if she'd sacrifice herself to complete a mission. The other students are shocked by her answer, gossiping about her low-level race. She furiously tells the annoying men to shut up, stunning them with her fiery attitude. With a sly smirk, she admits that if it were a certain incubus, her answer would be very different. Her rival explodes in a jealous rage, demanding she stop being so flirtatious. To everyone's surprise, the golden spirit declares that her honest, if cheeky, answer is enough to pass. Mordini directs the successful candidates to a waiting area, clearing the stage for the next challenger. The stoic elf glides forward, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the previous contestant. The spirit poses a difficult question. What would she do if a friend betrayed her entire race? Her response is swift and brutal. She would kill them without hesitation, as she has no need for friends. Despite her cold-blooded answer, the spirit deems her loyal enough to pass, leaving her rival stunned. The pink-haired girl steps forward, determined to prove her loyalty. But the spirit hits her with a brutal question. Would she sacrifice someone she likes for the mission? She's completely stunned by the cruel ultimatum, her resolve faltering. Belmont grimly notes that the so-called heroes seem more ruthless than any demon. With a heavy heart, she glances back at the one person she's thinking of. The Demon King watches on, realizing he's the subject of her impossible choice. She makes her decision, declaring she could never harm the person she likes. The other students immediately write her off, certain she's just failed the test. A smug onlooker scoffs at her hesitation, dismissing her as just another Rosie. The Golden Spirit berates her, questioning how she can be a hero if she can't make the hard choice. But to everyone's shock, the Golden Spirit accepts her answer, declaring she passes. The pink-haired girl is stunned, questioning how her very unheroic answer could be correct. Mordini explains that a true hero must protect the ones they love, quoting a legendary figure. With her test complete, the Golden Spirit calls for the next challenger to step forward. He poses a new question to a muscular student. Strong body or stalwart soul? The brawny contestant scoffs, clearly unimpressed by the binary choice. He rips open his shirt and boldly declares he'll take both, flustering the spirit into passing him. The test evolves into chaos as the spirit passes and fails students on a whim. The pink-haired girl grows impatient, wondering why Belmont hasn't taken his turn yet. She denies being worried, but the cat girl sees right through her flimsy excuse. Belmont realizes he's in a bind. How can a demon king honestly say he wants to be a hero? He knows he must find a clever way to pass the test without outright lying. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of magic catches his eye. He spots another student using invisible magic near the golden statues. The spirit asks her to write a declaration of war in the demon language. Belmont analyzes the intricate patterns of her invisible spell. He recognizes her as the quiet girl who always hangs around Brian. She confidently recites her answer in what she believes is the demon tongue, but the Demon King cringes, realizing her demon language is complete gibberish. To his utter shock, the Golden Spirit declares her answer correct and lets her pass. Belmont is baffled, wondering how she passed when her answer was completely wrong. The quiet girl dismisses her spell, confirming she was using some kind of magic. A sudden realization hits the Demon King as he finally understands the test's true nature. With a new strategy in mind, Belmont confidently steps forward to face the Golden Spirit. Mordini poses his question, asking the Demon King to name the greatest hero of all time. His teammates are certain the answer is Aaliyah, finding the question almost too easy. The pink-haired girl agrees, stating that everyone knows her grandmother Aaliyah is the greatest. The Golden Spirit stares intently, demanding Belmont give his truthful answer. With a confident smirk, the Demon King prepares to deliver a truly unexpected response. He boldly declares the greatest hero is, of course, the Demon King, Belmont. The other students erupt in outrage, demanding the insane demon be eliminated for his blasphemy. His pink-haired admirer is furious, scolding him for spouting such disrespectful nonsense. But the cat girl smirks, intrigued by the little incubus's deliberate and provocative answer. The elf calmly analyzes the situation, wondering if he already knows the secret to passing. The Golden Spirit raises a scroll, preparing to deliver its final judgment on Belmont's loyalty. But Belmont's inner monologue reveals he's just cracked the code to the entire test. He recalls the quiet girl passing, realizing her magic was the key, not her answer. The Demon King remembers seeing her invisible spell concentrated on the statue's head. He deduces the magic isn't for combat, but to shield the candidate's own power fluctuations. Belmont connects the dots. Since magic wavers with lies, she simply blocked the statue from sensing her. He realizes the test is a sham. It's not about truth, but about masking one's emotions with magic. With the code cracked, Belmont prepares his own invisible spell to breeze through the trial. But his magic is suddenly intercepted, causing the golden statue to violently short-circuit. The Demon King's eye widens as he realizes his spell was deliberately blocked by another student. He glares at the quiet girl, who reveals herself as the one targeting him. She smirks, promising the little demon that his troubles are only just beginning. The statue roars in fury, its programming hijacked as it declares Belmont a liar and sentences him to elimination. The other students panic as the golden statue shatters, revealing the true enraged spirit of Mordini. But Belmont's mystic eye spots a fatal flaw, a gaping, unhealed wound in the hero's chest. The enraged spirit ignores Belmont's answer, roaring that the one true hero is Aaliyah. Belmont stops the spirit cold, asking if he remembers their 100 rounds. The hero's spirit is stunned, demanding to know how he could possibly know about that battle. With a knowing smirk, Belmont insists the spirit already knows who the greatest hero truly is. Mordini roars in denial, refusing to believe a demon could ever be a hero. The Demon King's power flares as he offers to give the forgetful spirit a little reminder. With a heavy thud, the legendary hero's spirit collapses, completely defeated. A flashback reveals their original battle 50 years ago, with the Demon King questioning the hero's persistence. The ancient Demon King lets out a weary sigh, clearly unimpressed by his opponent. He sits on his throne, bored by the endless stream of challengers sent to their doom. A brilliant idea strikes him, a plan to finally make his would-be assassins give up and go home. The flashback reveals a younger Mordini vowing to defeat the despicable Demon King. But as he approaches the castle, he spots something completely unexpected. A notice on the door invites heroes to a game, infuriating the legendary warrior. He storms the throne room, only to find a bored Belmont waiting for him. The Demon King offers a simple deal: survive 100 rounds and he can leave. Mordini scoffs at the offer, certain he can end the fight much sooner. Belmont then asks what will happen if the hero is the one left standing. With a roar, Mordini wagers his very identity as a hero on his survival. The Demon King coolly accepts the terms, sealing their fateful deal. In a flash, Belmont closes the distance, stunning the hero with his incredible speed. A single punch sends the legendary hero flying, decisively ending the first round. Mordini picks himself up from the dust, insisting he wasn't ready and demanding another go. The second round ends just as quickly, with another powerful strike from the Demon King. The hero's next excuse is even more pathetic, blaming his lack of focus on needing to pee. Round 3 delivers the same brutal result as Belmont effortlessly deflects the hero's attack. Now Mordini blames his defeat on an empty stomach, promising a real fight after a meal. Belmont mocks his repetitive defeats, but the hero breaks the fourth wall, blaming the author. The beatdown continues in a montage of pain, round after agonizing round. By the 29th round, the hero's armor is completely shattered by the relentless assault. Even battered and bruised, Mordini finds another excuse, claiming his clothes were too restrictive. The Demon King warns the hero that this final round will be his last. With the 100th round underway, Mordini's weapon is sent flying. The legendary hero collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. As Mordini admits his loss, Belmont reminds him it's time to honor their deal. But the hero refuses to accept a demon as the greatest, even in defeat. Belmont sighs, wondering where all the good sportsmanship has gone. Mordini roars for the Demon King to finish him, abandoning all honor. Instead, Belmont simply turns his back and tells the hero to leave. The hero is stunned, unable to believe the cruelest being is showing him mercy. The Demon King simply states he's a demon of his word, and a promise is a promise. The defeated hero believes only death can wash away the shame of his failure. He resorts to a barrage of insults, trying to provoke the Demon King into finishing him off. But Belmont remains unfazed, calmly stating he's a demon of his word. Mordini is completely shocked, unable to comprehend this honorable side of his legendary foe. As the Demon King turns his back, the hero decides to take matters into his own hands. In a final act of defiance, Mordini drives his own broken sword into his chest. Belmont turns back in disbelief, asking why he would choose this path after being spared. The hero solemnly explains that he can only give up his honor through death. He continues, revealing that only by abandoning his title can he finally speak the truth. With his dying breath, Mordini declares that Belmont is in fact the greatest hero. The hero lets out a final agonizing cry, his honor and life fading. His broken sword clatters to the ground, a final somber note to his legend. Back in the present, the spirit kneels, finally admitting the Demon King is the greatest hero he's ever known. Belmont acknowledges his honesty, recognizing the warrior's true loyalty to his heart. The other students are outraged, calling the hero's declaration an act of betrayal. Even the quiet saboteur is baffled, wondering how he managed to pass without her magic-blocking spell. The spirit finally recognizes his old foe, demanding to know how he could possibly be here. Belmont delivers a swift, powerful strike, ending the spirit's confusion in the test. The entire hall begins to shake as the other students cower in fear. Enraged by this display, the golden referee Grass vows to destroy Mordini's spirit for siding with a demon. Grass declares that for his betrayal, Mordini will be stripped of his sacred hero title. She quickly moves on, announcing the test of loyalty is over and the test of courage will now begin. With a heavy step, another golden statue descends from its platform to take charge. The new examiner is introduced as the legendary and beautiful hero, Fiona. The girls recognize her as the Phantom Warrior, with the cat girl cattily remarking on her bewitching appearance. The golden hero winks, playfully asking if everyone is ready for her test to begin. The male students are instantly captivated, fawning over the gorgeous Phantom Warrior. Belmont, however, remains completely unimpressed by her dazzling golden form. His mind is suddenly flooded with a vision of past insults, making him question his own worth. Fiona reveals her test's true nature. They must face their greatest fears within her realm of hallucinations. Fiona drops a bombshell. Magic is completely useless within her realm of hallucinations. The cat girl smirks, seeing a magic-free zone as the perfect stage for her physical prowess. But his admirer worries, wondering how they're supposed to pass a test using only raw courage. With a flourish, the golden hero officially begins the trial, inviting them into her illusory world. The students are suddenly adrift in a strange space, questioning the mysterious petals floating around them. Belmont scoffs at the challenge, beginning to boast that he's not afraid of anything. He arrogantly declares that the one thing he truly fears simply hasn't been born yet. But a sudden flash of light catches him completely off guard, his confident expression faltering. The test reveals its cruel irony. For most people, their greatest subconscious fear is the Demon King himself. The other students immediately panic, screaming for their lives as they face their ultimate nightmare. But for some, the test reveals a far more personal nightmare. The cat girl finds herself in a field, pursued by a familiar, unwelcome voice. She turns in anger, demanding to know why her pursuer is there. Her question is answered by the swift slash of a glowing blade. Meanwhile, the elf is trapped in a dark forest, facing her own personal demon. A disembodied voice taunts her, claiming her destiny is already sealed. But Rostana's determined glare proves she has no intention of giving up. The illusion then shifts to the pink-haired girl, lost in a memory from her childhood. A maid enters her room, but Alice is too absorbed in her thoughts to notice. She recalls a protected life, admitting her only real struggle was hating certain people. The memory reveals maids insisting on dressing her, treating her like a helpless doll. They even offer to brush her teeth, stripping away every last bit of her independence. The young girl's frustration grows, wanting even the simplest moment of privacy. She slams the door shut, desperate for a moment of autonomy. But her attendants persist, unable to comprehend her need for self-reliance. Alice screams in defiance, rejecting the suffocating expectations of her lineage. She recalls everyone calling her lucky, but she felt utterly trapped by her grandmother's legacy. The illusion shifts to another memory, this time of her being reprimanded outdoors. A stern tutor scolds her for unladylike behavior, demanding she maintain a perfect image. He reveals his true intent, to mold her into a controlled heir, ending her magic confrontation. A determined Alice refuses to give up, ready to face her training challenge once more. But her tutor's words echo in her mind, insisting she'll never surpass the legendary Aaliyah. Trapped in the illusion, she questions a life lived entirely in her grandmother's shadow. Suddenly, her greatest fear materializes, a phantom of the very hero she's meant to emulate. The spectral Aaliyah issues a challenge. Defeat me if you want to escape my legacy. Alice is stunned, realizing she must fight the very person she's always looked up to. Her grandmother's illusion taunts her, daring her to prove she can be a greater hero. Finding her courage, Alice accepts the challenge, determined to forge her own path. She leaps forward, launching a desperate attack against the powerful phantom. But the illusion of Aaliyah calmly prepares to counter, ready to unleash a wave of energy. Alice is sent flying by the sheer force of her grandmother's spectral attack. The phantom of Aaliyah stands tall, effortlessly ending their brief clash. Defeated, Alice realizes she's no match for the legend, especially without her magic. Her grandmother's spirit offers a cryptic lesson. Magic isn't the key to being a hero. Alice is completely baffled, questioning what could be more vital than power. Meanwhile, another student boasts that her special glasses make her immune to the test. She scoffs as Belmont walks by, warning the demon that he's about to be eliminated. Her words strike a nerve, plunging the Demon King deep into his own illusion. He finds himself not in a nightmare, but in a bright, peaceful town square. And at the center of it all, a single turtle relaxes without a care in the world. The illusion begins with a simple scene, a young boy losing his balloon. His mother tries to comfort him, accepting the small loss as they prepare to leave. But a flash of red energy zips through the sky, faster than the eye can see. A dark, clawed hand suddenly lands on the boy's shoulder. It's the Demon King, who has returned the lost balloon to the grateful child. The boy's mother offers a hesitant word of thanks for the kind gesture. But her gratitude turns to sheer terror as she recognizes the face of her son's savior. The entire town square erupts in panic, with citizens fleeing from the Demon King's presence. Only the turtle remains, comically waving a flag of love and peace at the chaos. Belmont is left alone, realizing his greatest fear isn't a monster, but the fact that everyone is terrified of him. He wonders why people only see the monster they want to believe in. A mysterious voice taunts him, asking if he's forgotten his fear so quickly. The voice belongs to a stunning woman, and he demands to know who she is. She steps closer, her powerful presence completely capturing his attention. The Demon King is shocked, recognizing the legendary hero who sealed him, Aaliyah. The Phantom Aaliyah smirks, asking if he's afraid of being sealed away again. He scoffs, questioning if she plans to use her infamous dual cultivation method on him. She explains the versatile spell can attack, defend, or completely seal an opponent's power. But the legendary hero reveals a critical weakness. The spell is incredibly difficult to activate. Belmont smirks, revealing he already knows the secret. It only works if you fulfill your opponent's deepest desire. He flips the script, asking if she remembers her own deepest desire from their first encounter. The illusion shifts to 50 years ago, revealing Aaliyah bound and captured in the Demon King's throne room. Her captor questions her stubbornness, noting she's refused to yield for 7 long days. A defiant Aaliyah confirms she's endured his trials for a full week. The Demon King is genuinely confused by her choice of words. She accuses him of spending the last 7 days trying to amplify her fears. He scoffs at the notion, boasting that a being of his power has never known the meaning of fear. Aaliyah issues a bold challenge, daring him to let her get closer. He reminds the hero that all her magic is useless against him, mocking her poor memory. With absolute confidence, the Demon King allows her to approach, seeing her as no threat at all. The hero tells the Demon King to take a closer look at what she's hiding. She unleashes a brilliant flash of light directly from her heart. Belmont recognizes the artifact, the Heart of Goodney, a tool to project desires. The hero explains his fear isn't weakness, but a byproduct of his powerful desires. The light forces him to confront the one thing he's always been running from. Aaliyah reveals she knows his deepest wish, to end the pointless war for good. His inner world is exposed, a storm of fear over the endless conflict and the fate of his race. She offers him the one thing he wants most, an end to all his suffering. The legendary hero embraces the Demon King, fulfilling his deepest wish to seal him away. Back in the present, the Phantom's power vanishes, leaving Belmont stunned by the memory. The Phantom Aaliyah reveals this is the legendary dual cultivation method in action. She taunts him, asking if he still considers himself a fearless Demon King. The hero challenges him to overcome his long-forgotten terror as he struggles on the ground. Belmont screams in agony, completely trapped by the powerful illusion. Meanwhile, Alice asks her own spectral grandmother what it truly takes to be a hero. The Phantom offers to end the test, seeing the exhausted girl on her knees. But a spark of defiance lights up in Alice's eyes, her spirit unbroken. She roars with newfound resolve, vowing to never ever surrender. A dark clawed hand suddenly grabs her wrist, interrupting her heroic moment. It's Belmont, who is broken free and now forcefully ends her trial for her. The spectral hero taunts her granddaughter, claiming fear makes her weak. Alice admits her fear, but her eyes burn with a new kind of fire. The Phantom unleashes another attack, eager to test the girl's resolve. Her blade slices through the air, aimed for a decisive blow. But Alice catches the sword with her bare hand, refusing to back down. She pushes back with all her might, shattering the ground beneath them. Alice admits she's been mistaken about her lifelong goal to surpass the legend. She realizes true heroism isn't about power, but about finding someone to protect. Her grandmother's spirit is stunned into silence by this profound revelation. With a proud smile, the Phantom acknowledges that Alice has finally grown up. With newfound confidence, Alice declares she no longer fears her grandmother's legacy. The spectral sword shatters in a brilliant flash of golden light, ending the illusion. Aaliyah's spirit explains this courage is the key to becoming a hero and finding the heart of goodness. The vision fades, leaving Alice to ponder the mysterious artifact her grandmother mentioned. Back in the hall, the Catgirl rushes over, relieved that Alice has finally snapped out of it. Alice asks if everyone passed, but her friend confirms that very few contestants remain. The Catgirl worries as time runs out, pointing out that the little incubus is still unconscious. But the elf calmly notes that Belmont isn't the only one still trapped in the test. She reveals the quiet saboteur is also lost within the realm of hallucinations. The scene shifts to the saboteur's nightmare, an army charging into battle, calling the Demon King a coward. The Demon King unleashes a wave of dark energy, sending soldiers flying in his throne room. He sits on his throne amidst the chaos, casually raising a hand as bodies fall around him. The frightening scene reveals a throne room littered with defeated warriors, a testament to his power. Back in his own illusion, Belmont wonders why the endless crusade has continued for 10,000 years. The Phantom of Aaliyah appears, telling him he's doomed to an eternal cycle of battle. She insists that only her dual cultivation method can finally bring his suffering to an end. Belmont roars in denial, convinced this is just a trick to manipulate his emotions. Aaliyah points to an endless army of shadows, all chanting for the Demon King's demise. Enraged by the vision, Belmont's power flares as he refuses to accept her words. He declares he'll never feel fear, boasting that he is the strongest king in the world. The illusion shows him atop a mountain of defeated foes, a grim testament to his eternal reign. He roars his acceptance, ready to face an endless crusade until the end of time. But the illusionary ground beneath him begins to crack and dissolve into darkness. The Demon King looks down in confusion as his nightmare world starts to fall apart. A brilliant light erupts, shattering the illusion and blasting away the phantom warriors. He dismisses the legendary Heart of Goodney as a myth, seeing the light as his escape route. With unwavering confidence, he declares there is nothing in this world that he fears. The nightmare fades, replaced by the peaceful, sunlit interior of a grand library. Back in his human form, he questions if he has truly escaped the realm of hallucinations. He looks up, wondering why he suddenly found himself in a classroom with a mysterious figure. The mysterious figure turns, revealing a familiar school uniform. Belmont instantly recognizes her as the quiet girl who sabotaged his loyalty test. She smirks, welcoming the Demon King to her personal trap. But Belmont's mind races, realizing this classroom shouldn't exist outside the illusion. The horrifying truth dawns on him. He never escaped the test at all. His saboteur confirms his fears, revealing this is a brand new nightmare of her own creation. With a menacing glare, she promises this is where his journey ends for good. Belmont demands to know who's pulling her strings, but she's not interested in talking. Instead, she unleashes a powerful blast of magic, cutting the conversation short. The Demon King is sent flying, caught completely off guard by her sudden attack. The saboteur declares a demon like him has no right to ask her anything. Belmont questions her over-the-top reaction, sensing he's struck a nerve. Enraged by his persistence, she blasts him again with a powerful spell. The Demon King realizes she's breaking the rules by using magic within the illusion. He connects her cheating now to the loyalty test, seeing it as his only way out. A glint of light from her glasses reveals the source of her mysterious power. Belmont spots a strange blue reflection, a clue that doesn't fit the illusion's setting. She coldly informs him that his fate is sealed, and he's going to die here. He realizes her glasses are the key, but knows he can't just snatch them. He needs a clever plan. A determined glint appears in his eyes as a brilliant idea begins to form. Belmont taunts his attacker, asking if her loyalty to her master is more than just professional. His words are immediately met with a powerful blast of magic that narrowly misses him. The furious saboteur threatens to silence him permanently if he dares to say another word. But Belmont's smirk widens. Her anger is exactly the reaction he was hoping for. He transforms further, daring her to make good on her threat and come closer. For a moment, she hesitates, caught off guard by his complete lack of fear. Suddenly, an invisible force sends the Demon King crashing into the bookshelves. The saboteur smirks, reminding him that in her world, his magic is completely useless. She pins him down, ready to make good on her threat and end him right there. But Belmont's eyes gleam with cunning, revealing he's exactly where he wants to be. With a powerful headbutt, Belmont shatters her glasses and her control over the illusion. Her magical artifact clatters to the floor, breaking the spell that trapped them both. Back in the hall, the saboteur clutches her chest as her nightmare world crumbles around her.
The illusion finally breaks, leaving a defeated Teresa sobbing on the floor.
Alice notices glowing petals landing on the girl's head, a clear sign of her elimination. The test reveals Teresa's true fear, a shadowy master demanding a report on her mission. In her vision, a terrified Teresa admits to her master that she has failed completely. It turns out the source of all her fear isn't the Demon King, but the very person she serves. The mastermind behind the plot is revealed to be Alice's own brother Adonis. Teresa begs her master for another chance, revealing the true power dynamic between them. Belmont analyzes the vision, realizing Teresa's fear of Adonis runs deeper than simple loyalty. Her master's phantom coldly declares that she has officially run out of chances. Back in the hall, the saboteur stares into space, still trapped by the image of her master. The illusionary Adonis smirks, announcing it's time to fulfill the terms of their contract. The word contract echoes in Belmont's mind, stirring something within his own nightmare. His teammates panic as the clock ticks down, realizing they only have 3 minutes to wake him. The Catgirl offers a very personal solution, suggesting a beastly method to rouse him. But the Golden Examiner issues a grave warning. Waking him by force could cause permanent damage. Her rival immediately shoos her away, while the Catgirl simply purrs at the unconscious Demon King. Meanwhile, Belmont's illusion shifts to a frozen wasteland as the test's magic intensifies. Belmont realizes he'll fail the test if he can't snap his saboteur out of her own nightmare. Trapped in the snow, Teresa desperately searches for a way to escape her master's wrath. Belmont decides his only way out is to use the very artifact she used to cheat. With a determined glare, he puts on the saboteur's shattered magical glasses. But his plan hits a snag as absolutely nothing happens, leaving him utterly confused. Meanwhile, the Phantom Adonis activates a powerful magic circle, invoking a servant contract. The glasses finally reveal the truth. Teresa's fear is a direct result of this magical contract. With no other choice, Belmont decides he'll have to settle her problem for her. In her vision, a terrified Teresa kneels in the snow, ready to accept her master's punishment. But the Demon King smirks, boasting that for him, terminating a magical contract is child's play. With a surge of power, Belmont declares the magical contract null and void. But his spell fizzles out and he crashes back into the illusionary library. He dusts himself off, realizing he's still trapped and asking if they can finally leave. The scene shifts back to Teresa, who desperately begs her master for punishment. Belmont is completely stumped, wondering why his powerful magic had absolutely no effect. Teresa then makes a tearful, bloody confession of her undying love for Adonis. Her Phantom Master coldly reminds her it's time to fulfill the terms of their deal. A sudden realization hits Belmont. A servant contract requires the servant's willing consent. Teresa's own words confirm it, revealing her greatest fear is disappointing the man she serves. The Demon King finally understands. The contract isn't held by magic, but by her own one-sided devotion. Belmont realizes he has to stop Teresa's self-destructive cycle before it's too late. He roars at her illusion, questioning if her one-sided devotion can even be called love. The Phantom Teresa scoffs, claiming a demon like him knows nothing about the subject. Flustered, Belmont admits she's right but resolves to break her infatuation to save her. A sudden attack forces him to dodge, refusing to be a sitting duck in her nightmare. But the powerful blast sends him crashing through the illusionary library. He recovers with his sword, bracing against the unexpected force of the attack. A strange power surges through him, leaving the Demon King completely baffled. A mysterious voice reveals a hidden rule. He can't fight fears that aren't his own. Meanwhile, Teresa's vision shows her happily accepting her master's contract, sealing her own fate. With time running out, Belmont knows he has to act fast to escape the illusion. He realizes the only way out is to make the saboteur undo her own trap. The Demon King understands she'll only wake from the nightmare if he returns her glasses. With a decisive move, he places the shattered artifact back onto her face. A powerful shockwave ripples through the library as her nightmare world begins to collapse. The phantom of her cruel master finally disperses, freeing her from his grasp. Belmont warns the now conscious Teresa that their time in the test is almost up. But she coldly informs him that while she's leaving, he's not going anywhere. Teresa unleashes a surprise attack, determined to keep the Demon King trapped. The powerful blast sends Belmont flying backwards, crashing through the illusionary wall. Belmont questions her stubborn self-sacrifice, unable to understand her blind devotion. But she declares that pleasing her master is the only purpose she needs in life. With a final hateful glare, she prepares to eliminate the Demon King for good. She unleashes a massive blast of energy, engulfing the entire illusionary library. As the dust settles, Teresa confidently assumes her target has been vaporized. But a sudden flash in her glasses reveals a fatal miscalculation. The Demon King stands completely unscathed, protected by a powerful defensive spell. Teresa is completely baffled, demanding to know how he's using magic in her world. He coolly reveals his trump card. He simply copied the magic from her own glasses. Belmont boasts that for a king like him, replicating complex spells is as easy as breathing. He activates his all-knowing eye, ready to analyze her magic and pinpoint her weakness. But his powerful vision is met with a very unexpected and distracting sight. The Demon King is so stunned that his copied magic glasses literally short-circuit. He's completely baffled, realizing his powerful vision has been weakened and can't find her magic. She mocks him, revealing he's only seeing a hallucination while her real body remains hidden. Belmont finally understands. Her glasses allow her to control the illusion from the real world. With time running out, she unleashes a final powerful attack to trap him there forever. Back in the hall, the glowing petals above Teresa's head begin to fade away. The cat girl watches intently as the saboteur finally begins to wake up from the test. But Alice panics, realizing Belmont is still trapped with only 1 minute left on the clock. Teresa calmly closes her eyes, her part in the test seemingly over. The cat girl wonders what's wrong, but the elf just makes a snide remark about her face. But as she's pulled from the illusion, Belmont grabs her leg, refusing to be left behind. He yanks her back with a crash, determined to escape the nightmare with her. The Demon King desperately pleads for her to take him with her back to the real world. His desperate move gives him a very unexpected and compromising view. The shocking sight causes the Demon King to have a comically massive nosebleed. Enraged, Teresa flips him over, vowing to trap him in the illusion for good. She unleashes a powerful attack, sending him flying as she questions his motives. Belmont realizes this is all a game orchestrated by Adonis, who's too cowardly to face him directly. She furiously defends her master's honor, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. But Belmont easily blocks the blast, calling out the coward hiding behind his loyal servant. The deflected energy sends the saboteur flying across the illusionary room. He questions her blind devotion, suggesting a real man would fight his own battles. The Demon King offers her a chance to let her master prove he's worthy of her love. His unexpected words leave her completely stunned, questioning everything she believes. As she takes his hand, she feels a strange new emotion stirring in her heart. Meanwhile, in the real world, the final 10 seconds of the test begin to count down. His teammates watch helplessly, certain he's failed to overcome his fears in time. Alice desperately pleads for the unconscious Demon King to wake up before it's too late. The Golden Examiner's countdown hits 1, signaling the end of the test. Belmont finally wakes up with a massive yawn, completely oblivious to the panic he caused. A furious Alice immediately scolds him for sleeping through the entire ordeal. The cat girl swoops in, offering some very personal comfort for his nightmare. The elf calmly notes that since he woke up in time, he's officially passed the test. But the saboteur suddenly confronts the cat girl, making a cryptic remark about equality. The cat girl is completely baffled by the strange accusation, having no idea what she means. Alice connects the dots, realizing they must have spoken to each other inside the illusion. Her face darkens with rage as she grabs Belmont, demanding to know what he did with her rival. The examiner interrupts the drama, summoning both Belmont and Teresa for a private chat. Alice is completely lost, wondering what's happening with the two contestants. The Golden Examiner reveals a twist. They woke up, but the magic feedback shows they never actually completed the test. Belmont is stunned, unable to believe he's about to be eliminated. Teresa's inner monologue confirms she never conquered her fear, still terrified of failing her master. The Demon King is equally shocked, realizing he also failed to overcome his own nightmare. Fiona confirms their fate, stating that according to the official data, neither of them passed. But Teresa calmly asks the hero to check again, her glasses glowing with a subtle magic. The examiner hesitates, admitting there seems to be a problem with their data. Belmont realizes his saboteur is cheating again, manipulating the test results right under the examiner's nose. With a sudden change of heart, Fiona declares she misread the results and congratulates them both for passing. Belmont is stunned, realizing his saboteur didn't just save herself, she saved him too. Teresa simply sighs, her motives for helping the Demon King remaining a complete mystery. Meanwhile, two shadowy figures question how their plan failed, wondering how the demon passed. But the mastermind is confident, assuring his partner that Belmont's luck is about to run out. The scene shifts as a glowing magical device is pulled from the wall, signaling the next trial. A flashback takes us to a grand castle 3 years ago, with crowds chanting for their queen. The memory focuses on a pile of playing cards, all hiding the coveted cue. With a sudden whoosh, a card is thrown with incredible speed and precision. But it's the jack that slaps against the board, not the queen they were aiming for. The flashback reveals a group of girls practicing, frustrated by their inability to hit the queen card. A younger Teresa steps forward, her magic crackling as she prepares for her turn. With a flash of lightning, she expertly nails the queen card, winning the game instantly. Her classmates immediately accuse her of cheating, unable to believe her perfect record. One girl brings up her family's reputation for forgery magic, fueling the suspicion. The accusations fly as the other girls become convinced she's using forbidden tricks. The confrontation turns physical as a jealous rival strikes Teresa across the face. Teresa denies everything, her glasses knocked to the floor as she's overwhelmed. The bullies close in, demanding to search her for any hidden tools or evidence. The situation escalates as they resort to aggressive measures to prove their point. But a sudden, powerful kick to the door brings the entire scene to a screeching halt. A young man with pink hair makes a dramatic entrance, hailed as Master Adonis. He coldly questions the bullies, asking if this is how they should treat a classmate. His mere presence sends the girls scrambling, shouting apologies as they flee the room. Adonis calmly unhooks his cape, his intentions a complete mystery. A distraught Teresa questions her master's actions as he approaches her on the floor. He gently drapes his cape over her, shielding her from view. Adonis points out her torn clothes, earning a flustered thank you from the young girl. He then presents a card he found, asking if it belongs to her. Teresa breaks down, confessing she only cheated to put the other girls in their place. But Adonis dismisses her confession, coolly stating that her reasons don't matter to him. He offers her a place on the student council, calling her ability to lie a remarkable talent. Teresa is completely captivated, wondering if this handsome gentleman truly means what he says. Back in the present, the test of courage officially concludes as the remaining students prepare for the next trial. The cat girl confidently tells the little incubus to stick with her for the next round. But Belmont scoffs, refusing to team up with a low IQ beast for a test of wisdom. Alice worries about the strange events surrounding Belmont, connecting them to her grandmother's mysterious words. Suddenly, Teresa approaches the Demon King, offering a cryptic warning for the upcoming test. Belmont is taken aback, questioning if his former saboteur is genuinely concerned for him. But Alice leaps to his defense, jealously telling Teresa to back off and that she'll be the one protecting him. The drama is cut short as a new examiner announces the third and final stage, the test of wisdom. The announcer reveals only 7 contestants remain, warning them the final test will be the most brutal yet. Belmont is surprised by a quiet admirer, who congratulates him for making it this far. He suddenly gets a chill, wondering if his embarrassing moment is the real reason he almost failed the courage test. A heavy golden foot slams down, heralding the arrival of 4 new examiners for the test of wisdom. The first is Pymonton, the undefeated general and legendary hero of the Beast People. Next up is Dardanes, the shrewd and imposing leader of the dwarves. The third examiner is the mysterious elf hero, Rockefeller, radiating an aura of ancient power. Finally, the human hero Comport, known as the god of strategy, joins the lineup. Alice finds it suspicious that she's never heard of these supposedly legendary heroes. Fiona lays out the simple yet daunting rule: answer every question from the 4 heroes correctly, or fail. The elven hero Rockefeller draws a glowing arrow, taking aim at the ceiling. With a single shot, she extinguishes the hall's only light, officially starting the test. Plunged into darkness, the students panic, unable to see the questions they're supposed to answer. Suddenly, the floor illuminates, revealing the 7 contestants are standing on a glowing grid. An imposing beast man appears out of nowhere, roaring a defiant declaration. The students find themselves completely surrounded by spectral warriors from every race. Belmont smirks, wondering if this intimidating display is the question itself. The cat girl looks down in confusion, realizing the glowing grid is actually a giant map. Alice's eyes widen in recognition, identifying it as the topographic map of Montagne. Her friend immediately connects the dots, asking if this is about the legendary Montagne War. Alice explains the Beast People made a fatal error by setting up their troops incorrectly. The elf realizes the 8x8 grid must be related to troop placement. The students find themselves on a giant chessboard, surrounded by the spectral examiners. One of the examiners confirms their suspicion. The grid is indeed a chessboard. Alice quickly deduces their task is to recreate the correct battle strategy. The test references a famous 7-starred link formation from a popular chess-like game. This formation, however, was too scattered in the actual war, leading to a total wipeout. The correct strategy is revealed: a condensed, 7-pointed star for maximum power. With the answer clear, Alice unleashes a brilliant flash of energy from her chest. Her power creates 7 pillars of light, perfectly recreating the winning formation. Alice explains they must combine their magic to create the formation, warning that it won't work unless everyone participates. The cat girl and the elf are skeptical, questioning how Alice can be so sure about this specific strategy. She confidently reveals her grandmother taught her the original plan failed, and a condensed attack was the true key to victory. Belmont's admirer is completely won over, convinced they're going to win the round thanks to Alice's legendary lineage. But the elf issues a stern warning: if Alice is wrong, every single one of them will be eliminated. The cat girl makes her choice, putting her faith in Alice and boldly claiming the first position. The muscular student casually picks his nose, agreeing with the plan and taking the 3rd spot. Belmont's admirer eagerly joins in, certain of Alice's success as she takes the 4th position. The Demon King coolly claims the 5th spot, leaving the 6th for a quiet Teresa. With everyone else on board, the elf reluctantly takes the 2nd position, earning a snide remark from the cat girl. Alice turns to her rival, asking Teresa to take the final spot in their formation. But the saboteur remains silent, her head bowed in contemplation. The others press her for an answer, wondering if she has a better plan. Her mind flashes back to her master's orders. Her only mission is to eliminate the demon. She recalls Belmont's own words, warning her that this might be her last chance. The Demon King's advice to follow her heart echoes in her mind, causing a moment of doubt. His voice challenges her to remember their conversation in the illusion. Belmont's question about her one-sided love haunts her, forcing her to reconsider everything. She internally justifies helping him, claiming it was just insurance, and vows to never betray her master. But the Demon King's final accusation cuts deep. Is her devotion just selfish obsession? Teresa internally lashes out, defending her master against the demon's accusations. But Belmont's voice reminds her that while he can move on, she'll always be a disposable tool. His final words hit home, calling her a mindless doll forever attached to a scumbag. As the spectral beast man roars, the pressure of the test intensifies. Alice panics, screaming that they're about to be eliminated as the clock runs down. With a decisive step, Teresa finally joins the formation, making her choice. The spectral warrior's attack halts instantly, signaling their success. The 7-pointed star formation glows brightly, confirming they've passed the first question. But a sudden flash of light engulfs the contestants, catching them completely by surprise. They find themselves in a massive treasure cave, wondering if this is their reward for passing. Alice immediately recognizes the scenario as the legendary dwarf hero's treasure trial. The dwarf hero Dardanes appears, welcoming them to his mathematical kingdom. He lays out a complex math problem. Calculate how much treasure they can carry before the cave explodes. The cat girl panics over the difficult math, earning a snide remark from the elf about her intelligence. But while they argue, the muscular student is already scribbling away at a furious pace. He unveils a scroll covered in advanced equations that leave the others completely baffled. With a triumphant roar and a chicken on his head, the student declares he's solved the problem. He proudly announces his exact calculations, boasting that he used advanced calculus to find the answer. The brawny student then compares math to wrestling, calling both a beautiful form of art. But the dwarf examiner roars back with 2 simple words: "Wrong answer!" The brawny student freezes in disbelief, unable to process his failure. He rips his clothes in a fit of rage, refusing to accept that his perfect calculations were wrong. But Belmont's admirer confidently steps up, certain she's cracked the code. She declares her answer, only to be instantly shut down and eliminated as well. The girl panics, realizing her calculations change every time she tries to solve the problem. With 2 contestants down, the cat girl desperately turns to Alice for a solution. Alice reveals even the legendary hero failed this test, suggesting the treasure itself is cursed. The elf smugly admits she's useless at math, infuriating the cat girl she just insulted. She then dismisses the Demon King entirely, assuming he's the dumbest one in the group. Teresa overhears the comment with a strange flutter in her heart, contemplating if now is the time to cheat. But Belmont smirks, calmly announcing that the question is easy and he already has the answer. His teammates are completely stunned, turning to him in utter disbelief. With a dramatic pause, the Demon King prepares to reveal the solution. The scene flashes back to his throne room, where a subordinate reports the death of a dwarf hero. The Demon King reads the news, recalling the specific rules he set for the treasure vault. His attendant confirms the hero died from his own foolishness after trapping himself inside. But the Demon King corrects her, declaring it was the hero's insatiable greed that sealed his fate. Back in the present, Belmont reveals he was the one who created the rules for this very test. He points at the dwarf examiner, identifying him as the greedy hero who perished in that vault. Belmont explains the true answer. The most valuable treasure is oneself, so you can only carry your own weight. With absolute certainty, Belmont declares his answer is his own weight, 147 pounds. The dwarf hero pauses, building the suspense as he considers the Demon King's solution. He roars in approval, confirming the answer is correct, much to the shock of Belmont's teammates. The cat girl eagerly shouts her own weight, prompting a surprised comment from the elf about her physique. Teresa quietly states her weight, also passing the test and earning another surprised glance from the elf. The elf follows suit, revealing her own surprisingly low weight and passing the trial. All eyes turn to Alice, who stubbornly refuses to answer such a personal question out loud. Belmont tries to reassure her, reminding her that he's the one who created the test in the first place. But his words are met with a swift kick as Alice furiously tells him to shut up. The dwarf examiner suddenly announces that everyone has passed, moving them on to the next stage. The dwarf hero demands to know how Belmont solved the riddle, while the Demon King debates revealing his true identity. Belmont plays it cool, smoothly bluffing that the dwarf's greedy face gave the answer away. But the spectral hero begins a long-winded story before suddenly vanishing into thin air. The contestants are left completely baffled by the examiner's abrupt departure. A new, powerful figure emerges from a brilliant light, declaring it's time for his assessment. Alice immediately identifies the imposing figure as the mysterious elf hero Rockefeller. The test transports them to a magical forest for a high-stakes multiple-choice question. Suddenly, dozens of coffins rain down from the sky, landing with an ominous thud. Rockefeller reveals their task: find his corpse, which is hidden in one of the 99 coffins. He explains that if just one of them guesses correctly, they all pass, but one wrong guess from everyone means total failure. The cat girl realizes the odds are stacked against them, with 99 coffins and only 5 guesses. But the elf remains eerily calm, her eyes narrowed as if she's expecting this very test. Her mind flashes back to the test of courage, reliving a traumatic memory of a burning home. A mysterious cloaked figure steps into her vision, a silent and imposing presence. The figure offers the terrified young elf a chance to take her revenge. Back in the present, the memory overwhelms her and she collapses to the ground. An illusion of her master appears, scolding her for being too slow and weak. With renewed determination, the elf pushes herself up, vowing to defeat him. Her master reminds her that the demon race is the true source of all her fear. She furiously denies it, declaring she won't fear revenge as her power flares. The elf stands defiant, her glowing sword cutting through the darkness of her vision. Her master's voice commands her to cling to her fear, reminding her of her true destiny. She collapses in despair, questioning why her master's words have led her to this point. A mysterious new voice reveals that revenge isn't her true destiny, leaving her completely baffled. The voice belongs to a tiny mushroom, which she shockingly identifies as her Uncle Rockefeller. The mushroom urges her to seek her true enemy, revealing it's hidden within his own body. Snapping back to the present, the elf rejoins the others, now armed with a crucial hint. But Belmont steals the spotlight, confidently announcing the answer is the third coffin. The cat girl immediately questions his bizarrely specific and confident answer. He smugly explains his master strategy. C has the highest probability of being correct on any test. The examiner shuts him down instantly, declaring his answer incorrect and his turn over. A furious Alice grabs the Demon King, yelling that he should have just cheated if he was going to waste their guess. But her outburst gets her disqualified from answering, leaving Belmont to call her the real fool. Rockefeller sternly reminds them that opening the coffins before choosing is strictly forbidden. Suddenly, the cat girl's eyes light up as a brilliant idea strikes her. She reveals a clever loophole. The rules say they can't open the coffins, but they never said they couldn't move them. Alice stares in stunned silence, realizing the cat girl's crazy plan might actually work. With a mighty roar, the cat girl unleashes an earth-shattering shockwave from her fists. The powerful blast sends all 99 coffins flying into the air, shaking them violently. She smirks, explaining that the heaviest coffin with the corpse will naturally fly the lowest. Her plan works perfectly, and she triumphantly points to the coffin that fell first. As the dust settles, she confidently declares that this is the one. Even the elf is impressed, admitting she didn't expect the cat girl to be so clever. Belmont's inner monologue reveals a grudging respect for her surprisingly thoughtful plan. With a dramatic flair, she places her hand on the coffin, ready to claim their victory. She strikes a pose, roaring that it's time to move on to the next test. But her triumphant moment is cut short by a sudden look of utter shock. She stares at the coffin in disbelief, unable to understand what went wrong. The elf realizes the cat girl's brilliant plan has somehow failed, leaving her completely annoyed. Alice points out that with 3 wrong guesses, only Teresa and the elf have a chance to answer. With their options dwindling, Teresa steps forward, deciding to realistically fake an answer. She unleashes a swirling vortex of energy and a flashy display of her power. Her magic slams into a single coffin, which she confidently declares is her final choice. The other girls cautiously approach the chosen coffin, peering inside with wide-eyed shock. To their amazement, the body of the legendary hero Rockefeller lies perfectly preserved inside. But Teresa internally scoffs, revealing she simply created a convincing fake based on a statue. Belmont watches from the sidelines, immediately suspecting his rival has cheated her way to the answer again. The elf approaches, impressed that Teresa found her uncle, who was known for his hiding skills. But her true motive is revealed. She believes a precious item her uncle left is hidden with his body. She realizes the coffin is otherwise empty, meaning the artifact must be hidden somewhere on the corpse itself. But the illusionary corpse suddenly dissipates, leaving the other girls completely stunned. The examiner Rockefeller appears, furiously accusing Teresa of cheating with a fake body. Teresa is caught completely off guard, her plan to deceive the hero backfiring spectacularly. A booming voice announces her immediate disqualification and a 3-year ban from the Hero Festival. As she prepares to leave, Teresa stands back to back with the Demon King for a final, quiet moment. She turns to Belmont, offering a cryptic piece of advice: be careful. With a final warning that the real test has just begun, she teleports out of the trial. Belmont is left to ponder her words, a serious expression on his face. With only 1 guess left, the cat girl panics, but Alice hopes the elf's shared heritage will give them an edge. But the elf simply chooses the nearest coffin, a random move that sends her teammates into a full-blown panic. The elf asks a tricky question, wondering if she can open the other coffins first. With the examiner's permission, she unleashes a powerful wave of magic. The blast sends every other coffin flying into the air with a massive bang. Her teammates can only watch in shock, wondering what on earth she's doing. She calmly explains her uncle was a master of hiding, using a special teleportation technique. Opening one coffin would simply teleport his body to another, making it impossible to find. This reveals the test was an unwinnable shell game from the very beginning. The only way to win is to open all the other coffins, leaving just one sealed choice. Alice calls the elf race sly, while the cat girl fumes over the convoluted logic. Dozens of empty coffins crash to the ground, leaving their final answer standing alone. The elf approaches the final coffin, confidently announcing she's here to see her uncle. With a bang, the lid opens to reveal the body of Rockefeller, confirming her guess was correct. She stares down at the corpse, her expression unreadable as she addresses her uncle. Alice isn't surprised, explaining that the long-lived elves are known for being secretive. Leaning closer, the elf demands to know where the item her uncle promised her is hidden. Suddenly, a glowing mushroom-like object emerges from the corpse's forehead. The elf is stunned, recognizing the strange mushroom from her earlier hallucination. The mysterious object glows with an intense, otherworldly light. A brilliant flash engulfs the elf, who questions the strange power surging through her. Her mind is thrown back into a fiery nightmare as she begs for the vision to stop. The elf is suddenly thrown back into the fiery vision, completely bewildered. She questions why she's trapped in the realm of hallucinations once again. A chilling voice reports to its master that the entire forest has been wiped out. The elf whips around, demanding to know who's speaking from the shadows. Her vision reveals a cloaked master, ordering his subordinate to blame the demons for the destruction. The mysterious figure declares that from now on, the elves and demons are officially at war. A horrifying truth dawns on her. The fire wasn't started by demons, but by her own people. The memory shows her younger self crying for her parents as the cloaked figures watch. The subordinate offers to silence the child, but the master calmly stops her. He reveals his true plan, to raise the young elf on a diet of pure hatred, forging her into the perfect warrior. Back in the real world, Alice desperately tries to wake the unconscious elf, Rostana. Rostana finally comes to, with the cat girl smugly pointing out they've already passed the test. But the elf is lost in thought, realizing the demon race was never her true enemy. Her gaze falls on Belmont, understanding he was the real target all along. Alice snaps at her for staring, jealously reminding the elf that Belmont had nothing to do with waking her up. Their bickering is interrupted as the final examiner, the human hero, makes his grand entrance. He smiles, congratulating the 4 remaining students for making it to his session. But his friendly demeanor vanishes the moment he spots the Demon King in their ranks. Belmont is stunned by the sudden hostility, demanding to know what his problem is with the demon race. Alice smacks him, revealing this is Comport, the god of schemes, a master of deadly magical mazes. Comport proudly presents his life's work and their final challenge, the endless maze. Alice immediately calls him out, revealing this is the very maze he died in after trapping himself. The elf recalls her uncle's words, a glimmer of a plan forming in her eyes. She realizes the Demon King will be her key to survival in this legendary labyrinth. 4 elemental gates materialize, giving each contestant a separate entrance and a 2-hour time limit. The examiner smirks, officially starting the game and inviting them to enjoy his deadly creation. The cat girl immediately panics, admitting she has an absolutely terrible sense of direction. Alice is baffled, but the cat girl explains her simple strategy: just run towards the sun. The elf cuts their banter short, reminding them the clock is ticking as she heads for her gate. With a final glance at Belmont, she promises to wait for him at the exit before vanishing inside. Alice furiously asks Belmont why he's just standing there instead of entering the maze. She huffs, declaring it's a waste of time to talk to him and he can wait for whoever he wants. But she accidentally stands in front of his gate, defensively claiming she just got mixed up. Meanwhile, the elf finds herself in a beautiful but disorienting part of the labyrinth. Rostana realizes the identical flowers make it impossible to navigate by sight. Suddenly, the glowing mushroom from her vision zips past, catching her attention. Hopeful, she follows the strange creature, asking if it's there to guide her. In another section, Alice is completely lost in a maze of giant wooden blocks. Frustrated, she decides to solve the puzzle with brute force, summoning a powerful fire spell. Alice unleashes a massive wave of fire, determined to burn a path straight to the exit. She scoffs, certain that a little darkness won't stop her from blazing a trail to the exit. But her flames only reveal the true scale of the maze, leaving her completely isolated. Elsewhere, Belmont senses a shift in the air and turns to face a new challenge. He finds himself standing before a mysterious monument, wondering what it could possibly be. It's a tombstone for the demon race, making him question if this is a threat or a warning. The examiner's voice declares, "This is the only outcome the demon race deserves." The ground suddenly rumbles as the torches erupt into massive pillars of fire. Trapped by the inferno, Belmont wonders if the examiner is trying to burn him alive. Before he can act, powerful bolts of lightning begin to crackle through the maze. The Demon King is caught in a lightning storm, realizing this test is far more than just a puzzle. A shadowy beast lunges forward, as Belmont wonders if this is how his trial ends. He braces himself, sensing the next part of the maze will be even more brutal. But the maze's next trick is a tempting illusion designed to distract him from his goal. Belmont sees through the ruse, steeling himself for the true cruelty of the test. The examiner's voice confirms his fate, listing all the ways a demon is destined to perish. He's then presented with a simple choice: pick the right path or face his doom. But the Demon King scoffs at guessing games, activating his all-seeing eye of truth. His vision pierces the illusion, revealing the maze's true wireframe structure. With the path clear, he dashes through the magical mist, spotting the red glow of the exit. Belmont closes in on the glowing doorway, confident he's outsmarted the god of schemes. Belmont reaches the exit, wondering if he's finally free from the labyrinth. But his hope shatters as he finds himself right back at the maze's entrance. A sudden noise reveals he's returned to the demon race's ominous tombstone. The Demon King is completely baffled, realizing the maze has looped him back to the start. Meanwhile, the examiner asks a mysterious power if he can trap Belmont there forever. The spectral hero is willing to pay any price to see his plan succeed. He declares he'll even sacrifice his own battle spirit to ensure the demon's demise. With a surge of power, Comport dedicates his final act to the glory of the human race. Elsewhere in the maze, the Catgirl finds herself struggling against an intense, oppressive heat. Overwhelmed by the sudden desert environment, she collapses, barely able to speak. The Catgirl is completely lost, complaining about the 9 suns that have appeared in the sky. She sighs in defeat, realizing she's walked in a massive circle and is back at the start. All 3 girls have a sudden, horrifying realization about the true nature of the endless maze. Back with Belmont, his powerful vision once again locates the glowing wireframe of the exit. He makes another desperate dash, determined to finally break free from the loop. But his hope shatters as he lands in yet another identical, empty hallway. The Demon King racks his brain, having lost count of his failed attempts to break the spell cycle. He finally understands the maze's true meaning. It's a perfect, inescapable loop. The examiner's voice suddenly appears behind him, asking if he knows the real reason he's trapped. Belmont turns, a confused look on his face as he asks the hero what he means. The examiner reveals the horrifying truth. The maze is a manifestation of his own being. A flashback throws us onto a battlefield where Comport's army is being decimated by demons. A soldier urgently reports that the demon race is launching a final, overwhelming counterattack. The hero orders a retreat, but his men tell him it's too late. They're the last ones left. Comport refuses to back down, vowing to fight to the very end for his fallen comrades. His loyal soldier desperately pleads with him to escape the slaughter. A powerful blast rips through their ranks, sending his men flying. With a grim look, Comport gives his final order: run and survive. He then unleashes his ultimate power, trapping himself and the enemy in his newly created labyrinth. The demonic horde charges, ready to tear apart the hero in his self-made tomb. The hero declares his final, desperate act is all for the sake of humanity. Belmont realizes the hero willingly trapped himself to become one with the maze. Comport confirms his spirit will power the labyrinth forever, trapping everyone in an endless loop. Frustrated, Belmont knows he needs a new strategy since he can't just brute force his way out. He threatens to destroy the hero's spirit, but Comport scoffs that he's not the first to try. The Demon King realizes that even if he succeeds, destroying the spirit might not be the key to escape. Comport reveals the ultimate twist. Whoever destroys him is doomed to take his place as the maze's new core. Belmont can't help but admire the truly flawless and diabolical design of the trap. The examiner lays out the first grim choice: destroy his spirit and become the new warden of this prison. Or he can choose to stay trapped in the maze forever with all the other contestants. Belmont questions the rules, reminding the hero about the 2-hour time limit for the test. But the examiner reveals a horrifying twist. Once inside his maze, the time limit no longer applies. Comport then offers to show the Demon King how his friends are faring in their own personal prisons. A quick flash reveals Alice and the cat girl, both trapped and struggling within the labyrinth. The elf is also caught in the endless loop, as the examiner declares their efforts are completely pointless. He then presents a third, heroic option: destroy him, become the maze's new soul, and set the others free. The Demon King realizes the true goal: to force him into a moral corner where he's doomed no matter what he chooses. Comport mockingly suggests it would be a wonderful end for Belmont to sacrifice himself for everyone's sake. But Belmont furiously rejects the idea, demanding to know why he should pay for the hero's mistakes. The examiner laughs, declaring this selfish response proves that all demons are truly inhuman. Belmont reflects on his second chance at life, realizing how much he's experienced. He recalls meeting the short-tempered Alice and their many dramatic encounters. Then there's the fiery cat girl whose passion is always on full display. He even remembers the quiet elf, Rostana, and the other interesting people he's met. These new connections have fundamentally changed him, even with his power still recovering. The Demon King declares he's no longer the empty, all-powerful ruler he once was. The examiner scoffs, telling him to enjoy the endless loop he's chosen for his friends. But Belmont smirks, confidently stating he has no intention of staying trapped forever. Comport is completely baffled by the demon's sudden and unexpected defiance. Belmont unleashes his true power, vowing to become the maze's core and find a way to escape from within. With a surge of dark energy, Belmont roars that he is the one and only Demon King. The examiner ecstatically accepts his fate, urging the demon to become the new lord of the maze. But instead of taking his place, Belmont unleashes a blinding flash of power. The blast strikes the spectral hero directly, ready to obliterate his very soul. As his spirit fades, the examiner laughs, finally finding peace in his own demise. But as the hero vanishes, Belmont senses a new, unexpected presence in the maze. A mysterious, shadowy figure suddenly appears at the end of the hall. The Demon King looks up in shock, recognizing the unexpected visitor. His mind flashes back to a fiery past, where a woman screams for a demon to release her. The memory reveals his former self, taunting a captured elf archer with a bizarre question. The Demon King's past self ominously grants the elf's wish. A massive explosion of power erupts from his hands. He lands gracefully amidst the fallout of his own attack. The menacing demon stands over the defeated elf archer. The elf fumes on the floor, her armor in tatters as she accuses him of pure humiliation. But the Demon King dismisses her, claiming his research sample is too small and he needs more subjects. She erupts in fury, calling him a truly horrible demon for his bizarre request. With a flash of his hand, The Demon King prepares to send her on her way. He then blasts her away with a wave of power, ordering her to bring back all her friends. As she flies off, the elf vows to repay him for this strange and infuriating encounter. But as she flies back, a spear from her own side soars through the air. The weapon finds its mark, a shocking betrayal from her own comrades. She crashes back into her own headquarters, defeated and gravely wounded. Her allies coldly decide to cover up their mistake by declaring her a martyr. One soldier protests, but the captain silences her, his motives becoming clear. With a sinister look, he declares himself the best archer, revealing his jealous treachery. The archer lies in shock, realizing she was betrayed for the sake of a title. Back in the present, the elf archer reveals she was the one who just saved him from the maze's trap. Belmont connects the dots, realizing she's also the one who secretly helped him in a previous trial. She declares her debt repaid, having recognized the Demon King from the very start. Belmont questions the archer's loyalty, wondering what the point of these tests even is. She cryptically explains that the lines between friend and foe are blurry, and she now trusts her gut. With her debt repaid, the mysterious elf begins to fade away. She offers a final piece of advice, telling him to follow his heart before vanishing completely. As she disappears, the walls of the endless maze finally part, revealing the exit. A magical announcement declares Belmont has passed, meaning his teammates are free as well. The Demon King is left to ponder why anyone would choose the painful path of a hero. Back outside, the cat girl celebrates their victory, while Alice scolds her for taking credit. The cat girl brushes off the comment, happily thanking Belmont for getting them through the trial. Rostana gives him a knowing look, declaring she's looking forward to the final event. Alice is left completely speechless, processing the elf's sudden change of heart. An official announcement reveals only 4 students remain: Alice the human, Newt the beast person, Rostana the elf, and Bell the demon, the first of his kind to ever reach the finals, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Fiona gives the finalists a 2-day break to prepare for the ultimate showdown. Belmont yawns, complaining about his weak human form, just as a familiar voice calls out to him. A small boy with a river of tears tackles the Demon King, screaming, "Big brother!" Belmont awkwardly comforts his little brother Ricket, who was worried he'd never see him again. Ricket wastes no time, dragging his big brother off to a surprise celebration. The surprise turns out to be a visit to a very lively, neon-lit entertainment district. Ricket proudly unveils a massive party full of beautiful women, all there to celebrate Belmont's victory. Belmont wastes no time, pointing out the ladies he wants for his victory party. The women swoon, completely captivated by the Demon King's direct approach. Ricket is beyond impressed, convinced his brother is a master at charming the ladies. But Belmont is furious, recognizing these women as the ones who kicked them out before. The fox girl quickly clarifies, revealing they'd never disrespect a friend of the esteemed Mr. Ricket. The Demon King's mood shifts as he coldly turns down one of the girls, refusing her services. His rejection enrages a nearby patron, who berates a different girl for daring to refuse a customer. The terrified maid apologizes, and Belmont is shocked to realize it's his old acquaintance Lacey. The brute raises his hand, ready to punish Lacey for her defiance, but a sudden blur of motion cuts through the air, stopping the attack in its tracks. Belmont's hand shoots out, effortlessly blocking the brute's incoming strike. The aggressor stares in confusion, completely baffled by the demon's sudden intervention. With a look of pure contempt, Belmont calls the man pathetic for his actions. Lacey looks up in awe, her eyes sparkling as she recognizes her savior, King Belmont. The brute shoves Belmont as the crowd realizes he's the demon finalist from the Hero Festival. Belmont turns to Lacey, calmly asking for an explanation of the situation. She explains she's just a part-time waitress who refused a customer's unwanted advances. A bystander reveals the brute is Andre, the previous Hero Festival champion and pride of the human race. Ricket is stunned, recalling Andre's legendary perfect score in the Magic Decathlon. He quickly whispers a warning to Belmont, telling him this champion is known for being ruthless. Belmont ignores the warning, coldly demanding the former champion apologize to Lacey. Andre scoffs at the idea, his eyes glowing as he refuses to apologize to a demon. The Demon King's eyes narrow, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Andre laughs, mocking the little demon and offering him a chance to earn that apology. He issues a challenge. If Belmont can touch his hand in the final event, he'll say he's sorry. Ricket is stunned by the champion's sheer arrogance. The brute leans in, taunting Belmont with his seemingly simple challenge. But Belmont smirks, asking if it counts if he just cuts off Andre's entire arm instead. The crowd erupts, furious that a demon would dare speak so disrespectfully to their hero. Andre roars with laughter, thrilled to finally meet such an audacious demon. Andre is ecstatic, promising to save the Demon King for the final event. Belmont returns the stare, his crimson eyes burning with unspoken power. The next day at the Hero Academy, the crowd buzzes with news of the returning champions. An official announcement confirms 3 legendary heroes will join the finals for the 50th anniversary. Rickett realizes with horror that the human champion Andre is the same brute from the club. Belmont feels a strange familiarity with Andre, but dismisses the feeling as a mistake. A studious-looking girl suddenly appears, bluntly telling Belmont to forfeit the competition. Rickett leaps to his brother's defense, angrily boasting about his strength and popularity. The girl is completely flustered, her focus stuck on the fact that Belmont went to a club. Belmont smirks, cheekily explaining that the club is a place for growth. The girl furiously calls Belmont nasty, recalling something scandalous she saw in the illusion realm. Belmont ignores her, declaring he'll never forfeit while representing the entire demon race. His noble words leave her flustered and speechless as she quickly makes her exit. Later, Belmont is treated to a massive feast at Lacey's place, fit for a king. Lacey proudly presents a spread of traditional demon delicacies, much to the Demon King's delight. He asks how she found the ingredients, remembering they were banned at the academy. She reveals the demon villagers risked everything to gather the food, all to support their hero. The Demon King is visibly moved by his people's unwavering courage and loyalty. Lacey then presents him with a special gift, holding it out with both hands. She unveils a rare and powerful item, a vial of pure dragon's saliva. Lacey explains the dragon's saliva will help summon even more of his remaining power. Belmont is stunned, asking how she collected the rare substance that vaporizes in open air. She reveals she risked everything, using a dangerous and personal method to collect it directly from a sleeping dragon. With tears in her eyes, she declares that he is the last hope for the entire demon race. Deeply moved, Belmont vows to make sure her and his people's sacrifices are not in vain. Elsewhere, an enraged figure slams his fist, furious that a demon made it to the finals. A subordinate warns his master that a demon victory would inspire a rebellion, undoing decades of their work. The master calmly reveals he's already made arrangements to deal with the rebellious demon. He pulls back his hood, his face set with cold determination. The mysterious figure turns, vowing that Belmont will not only lose but will die in the final event. A vengeful elf plots with a hooded figure, vowing to get payback on the demon. A sudden noise startles the elf, who demands to know who's lurking in the shadows. He spots a lone bat high above and casually dismisses the interruption. But suspicion dawns as he realizes his magical barriers should have kept any living thing out. Deciding to eliminate the intruder, he unleashes a powerful blast of magic. The bat narrowly dodges the beams of light, revealing it's no ordinary creature. Instead of hitting the bat, his spell reveals a mysterious glowing card falling from the ceiling. The elf realizes they've been spied on and declares they must change their plans immediately. But his anger takes over, and he decides to face their challenger head-on. Elsewhere, a high-ranking official and Teresa are alerted as the spy's message materializes before them. The spy's magical card delivers its message before burning to ash. Teresa confirms her master's suspicions, glad he arranged for her to join the festival. She confidently explains their message is untraceable, appearing only as a simple poker card. But her master demands an explanation for her sudden change of heart during the trials. Teresa falls to her knees, blaming her failure to act on nervousness and begging for punishment. He scoffs, accusing her of falling for the demon's charms and forgetting her true loyalty. She desperately pleads her case, swearing she will never betray him. The master coldly dismisses her, simply ordering her to leave. Worried, Teresa suggests they cancel the finals to avoid a disaster, but he reveals his true objective: to stop Alice from competing, dismissing the others as irrelevant. A mysterious man tells Alice to give up, claiming the final round is beyond her, but Alice fiercely refuses, shouting that she absolutely must participate. The man responds by conjuring a powerful magical barrier to block her path. A massive wall of ice erupts from the ground, sending Alice stumbling backward. He coldly informs her that she doesn't have the right to make such demands. Undeterred, Alice charges her own power, ready to prove him wrong. She unleashes a devastating fire spell, a burning heart drill, straight at his defense. Her fiery attack smashes into the ice wall, causing a massive explosion. Standing firm, Alice warns her brother not to interfere with her destiny. Her brother is genuinely shocked, realizing her power has grown enough to shatter his defenses. Alice is sent tumbling back, unable to withstand the sheer force of her brother's magic. He unleashes an icicle cascade, mocking her for not being fast enough to escape his icy trap. Her brother calmly warns that the barrage will continue until she finally gives up. Alice is momentarily restrained, but she roars that no one will stop her from competing. With a surge of defiance, she declares she's done being afraid of anyone. She leaps into the air, her fiery aura blazing as she faces the storm of ice head-on. The massive icicles crash into the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Her brother condescendingly tells her to be a good girl and stay put, admitting her reflexes are decent but not good enough. But Alice suddenly appears behind him, standing atop his own ice creation and catching him completely by surprise. With a triumphant smirk, she asks if he's finally ready to let her go. Her brother ups the ante, summoning a massive ice dragon tornado to trap her. Alice stares down the barrel of a full-blown magical assault. She knows she's outmatched, realizing she has no way to evade this powerful spell. He gives her an ultimatum: quit the competition and he'll call off the attack. But Alice's eyes burn with defiance, refusing to surrender her dream. She roars her promise to become a true hero, ready to face the consequences. Her brother scoffs, clearly annoyed by her unwavering resolve. The icy tornado crashes down, shattering and engulfing her in a cloud of frost. But at the last second, he raises his hand, halting the devastating spell. Alice stands panting in the aftermath, demanding to know why he stopped the attack. Her brother Adonis reveals his true motive. He only has one sister and wants to protect her. Alice is completely taken aback by his sudden display of brotherly concern. He awkwardly insists she's still not qualified, refusing to meet her gaze. But Alice fires back, declaring her success proves she's ready to follow in their grandmother's heroic footsteps. Adonis somberly warns her that the life of a hero is not the grand adventure she imagines. Undeterred, she vows to find the legendary Heart of Goodney and change the world herself. Her brother's eyes widen in shock, demanding to know how she learned of such a secret. Alice explains it was their grandmother's dying wish for her to find the artifact. Hearing this, Adonis falls silent, his resolve to stop her clearly wavering. With a heavy heart, he turns away, finally conceding defeat. Adonis finally relents, telling his sister to go ahead with the competition. Alice is stunned, asking if he's really not going to stop her anymore. He summons a glowing crystal, a parting gift for his determined sister. Adonis instructs her to crush it if she's ever in danger, promising he'll appear. He vows to be there to protect her, no matter what happens in the finals. Alice is moved to tears by her brother's unexpected show of support. He then awkwardly reminds her to change, since a maid's outfit is hardly fitting for their family name. Adonis realizes the moment his grandmother foretold in her will has finally come to pass. The final round begins, with an announcer revealing past champions will be joining the event. The first returning champion is introduced, the human hero Andre, who the crowd roars for. Next up is the pretty boy champion of the beast race, Pizzini, who has the crowd swooning. The final returning hero is the dwarf race's role model, the heavily armored Holt. The announcer notes with a smile that Alice appears to be a no-show for the final event. The cat girl looks around, worried, knowing Alice has never been late for anything. Fiona ignores the absence, projecting a map and explaining the rules for the final round on Merlot Island. The goal is simple: find the hidden hero's badge and be the first to bring it back to win. She reveals there are no rules, but a safe word will disqualify anyone who uses it to escape danger. With a serious look, she gives one last piece of advice: trust no one on the island. The human champion Andre flashes a sinister grin, clearly relishing the chaos to come. Belmont meets his gaze, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the ultimate free-for-all. Fiona announces the final event, stripping everyone of their items, including their clothes. With a flash of power, she activates the teleportation, sending them to the island. The contestants are instantly transported to the sunny shores of Merlot Island. Alice lands on the beach, relieved she made it just in the nick of time. But her relief quickly turns to wide-eyed shock as she spots a familiar figure. She's met with the sight of a completely bare Belmont, who greets her without a care in the world. Alice is left a blushing, sputtering mess at his shameless display. A mighty smack echoes across the island as she delivers some swift justice. Back in the control room, Fiona confirms all 7 contestants have arrived and are now on their own. An assistant questions the change of venue, hinting that Merlot Island holds a dangerous secret. Fiona calmly asks her assistant if there's a problem with the new venue. The assistant reveals Merlot Island is an exile colony for the nation's most dangerous criminals. She ominously dubs the storm-racked land the Island of Sins. Back on the beach, Alice yells at the barely covered Belmont, who wonders why she's still fully clothed. She spots the other contestants in the distance, all of whom also have their clothes. Belmont is completely baffled, recalling the dean's specific instructions about being stripped of all items. A furious Alice calls him a fool, pointing out she heard the dean's final words perfectly. Belmont remembers Fiona's warning to trust no one, realizing he's already failed the first test. His suspicion now falls on Alice, questioning if she's an imposter in disguise. With his trust shattered, Belmont takes a defensive stance, ready for a fight. Belmont awkwardly comments on the breeze, completely unfazed by his situation. Alice delivers a familiar, over-the-shoulder kick, demanding he cover up immediately. Elsewhere, the Beast Boy champion Pizzini suggests they all team up to find the badge. The cat girl is charmed by his offer, but Alice remains suspicious of the sudden alliance. The human champion Andre smirks, condescendingly telling them they're all completely clueless. He then drops a bombshell. Merlot Island is an exile colony for dangerous criminals. The contestants are stunned into silence, the grim reality of their final test sinking in. Andre taunts them, suggesting the cowards should just use the safe word and quit now. Suddenly, a megaphone blares, ordering the academy students to come and register. A strange village head appears, claiming the dean sent him to welcome them to the island. The cat girl decides to trust the newcomer, ready to ask him for directions. But Alice stops her, reminding everyone of the dean's warning about this treacherous island. The village head insists he's an official attendant, flashing a badge to prove his legitimacy. The Beast Boy champion agrees, telling Alice she's just being paranoid about a standard rule. Andre, however, gets right in the attendant's face, warning him not to try any tricks. Despite the tension, the group follows their guide into a surprisingly peaceful-looking village. The locals greet their village head warmly, welcoming the contestants as guests from the mainland. Alice is completely bewildered, as this paradise is nothing like the prison island Andre described. Belmont senses a sinister energy, but the elf remains completely unfazed by the strange atmosphere. Their host offers them a grand feast, inviting the contestants to enjoy the village's specialty dishes. The cat girl licks her lips, announcing she's starving and ready to dig in. But the Beast Boy champion stops her, offering to inspect the food for his princess. He scans the entire feast with a wave of his hand, checking for any hidden dangers. Pizzini boasts about his perfect score in magical medicine, assuring everyone he's an expert on poisons. With the food declared safe, he offers the first bite to a blushing and grateful cat girl. Alice remains suspicious, questioning how this paradise could be the prison island she's heard about. The village head laughs it off, claiming those rumors were a deliberate lie to keep people away. He spins a tale of refugees seeking peace, spreading stories of a hellish island to ensure their solitude. The host begs them to keep his village's secret, a request that momentarily sways the skeptical Alice. But just as the cat girl accepts their story, she suddenly collapses face first onto the table. A flaming arrow suddenly smashes into the table, narrowly missing Belmont's head. The village head panics, screaming that their territory has been invaded by barbarians. Alice is stunned, having no idea who these mysterious barbarians could be. Their host explains the invaders are the island's original residents, who believe their resources were stolen. Andre grins from the sidelines, thrilled that the real show is finally about to begin. A horde of massive warriors storms the village, immediately taking a local woman hostage. The terrified villager begs for her life as one of the brutes grabs her by the hair. Her clothes are torn as she struggles against her captor's overwhelming strength. The barbarian leader threatens the woman, demanding the contestants show themselves. Belmont declares they must fight back, while Pizzini promises to protect the panicking cat girl. The cat girl shoves Pizzini aside, declaring their priority is to save the villagers. Alice worries that the dean's promised dangers have arrived far too soon. She turns to Belmont, ready to hatch a plan to deal with the invaders. But the Demon King has completely vanished, leaving Alice utterly bewildered. Belmont suddenly appears before the barbarians, ordering them to release their hostage. The barbarian leader scoffs, enraged that a demon would dare to threaten him. With a cold smirk, Belmont declares he doesn't find this situation funny at all. He unleashes his power, vowing to never trust anyone on this island again. The barbarian questions his connection to the woman, but Belmont gives a cryptic, unrelated answer. Belmont's eyes burn with resolve, seeing this as a chance to atone for failing to protect his own people. The barbarian leader mocks Belmont's heroics, promising the demon is next on his list. A sudden, powerful gust of wind rips through the battlefield. The blast sends the barbarians flying, freeing the hostage in a whirlwind of power. Stunned by the attack, the leader whips around, demanding to know who dares to interfere. A mysterious horned warrior lands amidst the chaos, their identity unknown. But the true savior is revealed as Rostana, who calmly checks on the rescued villager. The elf glances back at Belmont, coolly pointing out that he can't handle this alone. Watching from a window, Alice fumes that Belmont beat her to the punch while the catgirl cheers. Not to be outdone, the catgirl leaps into the fray, eager to join the fight. Alice immediately follows, refusing to let the catgirl steal the spotlight as they both jump into action. Pizzini fumes, jealously declaring the demon is messing with the wrong person's prey. He leaps into action, dramatically vowing to protect his Princess Newt. The village head rallies the locals, hailing the contestants as heroes sent to protect their home. Alice's resolve hardens, convinced the villagers are in desperate need of their help. Pizzini tries to de-escalate the situation, suggesting they can talk things out with the invaders. But the catgirl refuses to negotiate, fiercely declaring she's going to help the villagers no matter what. Pizzini instantly changes his mind, agreeing to fight since his princess wants to. The barbarian leader roars in fury, declaring all invaders on his island will be eliminated. His horde charges forward, a wave of warriors ready to start the battle. Inspired by the heroes, the villagers decide to join the fight and charge into the fray. Andre taunts the dwarf champion, but Hult coldly states he's only here for the badge. The human hero smirks, calling out the dwarf for his inaction. Hult declares that dwarves only act when there's a clear profit to be made. Meanwhile, the battle outside intensifies as a barbarian moves to finish off a villager. But the catgirl leaps in with a devastating kick, saving the villager in the nick of time. Pizzini tries to calm his princess down, urging her to focus on defense. Newt furiously tells him to get lost if he's not going to fight with her. The village head suddenly sweetens the deal, offering a clue to the hero's badge for their help. This announcement immediately grabs the attention of all the contestants, changing the stakes completely. Rostana unleashes a massive wave of power, effortlessly tossing the invaders aside. Rostana's eyes narrow as she questions if this is just another part of the test. Alice unleashes her own magic, sending an invader flying with a powerful blast. She steals her resolve, deciding that protecting the villagers is the right choice, clue or no clue. Andre taunts the dwarf champion, asking if the promise of a clue is enough to get him to fight. The human hero smirks, revealing his plan to let the others do the dirty work and just steal the prize later. Meanwhile, Belmont unleashes a terrifying power, his true nature beginning to surface. He cuts through the barbarian ranks with a single devastating strike. The Demon King's face is marked by the battle, his expression cold and unforgiving. He stands victorious over his fallen foe, a truly savage display of strength. Belmont examines his hand, ominously noting it's been a long time since he's tasted battle. The defeated barbarian taunts Belmont, daring the demon to finish him off for playing hero. Belmont's crimson eyes narrow, a single chilling thought echoing in his mind: kill. His inner demon awakens, a sinister voice urging him to give in to his true nature. The Demon King struggles against a long-suppressed instinct, reawakened by the thrill of battle. Another barbarian charges forward, furious that these self-righteous fools would interfere. The warrior's blade clashes against Belmont, who stands his ground without flinching. With a blur of motion, the Demon King's hand shoots out to intercept the attack. He effortlessly stops the powerful sword strike with his bare hand, shocking his opponent. A terrifying grin spreads across Belmont's face as he questions the barbarian's audacity. Nearby, Rostana senses a sudden surge of power, realizing a dangerous magic has been unleashed.